What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku met Lady Nagant early and married her. Taken to the most secure prison in the country, the villains thought they had gotten away with it. Without this troublesome hero, Japan would be as easy to conquer as stealing candy from a child without understanding the magnitude of what they had done and how dangerous it was to leave him there. Much more so than if he were out on the outside. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Welp, with that out, let's get into the story. Walking through the cold corridors, he could only think about everything that had happened in such a short time. After all he had done, all the sacrifices, all the effort for nothing, in the end he was cast aside like a dirty criminal for something he hadn't done. He was left with nothing but a feeling of sadness that could be seen from miles away. Get in there. With considerable force, the guard threw him into his cell and sealed the entrance with the energy mesh so characteristic of Tartarus prison. Rot in there, you little bastard. Without another word, the guard withdrew, leaving him quite exhausted. Izuku, this is unfair, he murmured, leaning back against the wall and staring at the ceiling. Fortunately, it wasn't too low down, and he had a bed and a sort of bathroom, so he wasn't in the worst possible situation. Mom, I hope you okay, he murmured again, lost in his thoughts. A very strange package had arrived at UA. It appeared in the principal's office and contained some rather controversial information that, if true, could mean the solution to their villain espionage problems and the downfall of that traitor, but if it turned out to be a lie, it was the end of a good student's life. Sniper. Is it really him? He said doubtfully about this evidence that appeared out of nowhere. All Might. Of course not. Midoriya Shonen is a true hero, he would never join the villains. He fiercely defended his successor. Ectoplasm. There's a lot of evidence against him, he muttered, reviewing the incriminating photos with the League of Villains. Aizawa. And also very strange. He spoke seriously. Cementos. What do you mean? The dark-haired man took the photos in his hands, quite incredulous. Aizawa. What reason would there be to betray him like this? If he's already fulfilled his purpose, it would only be necessary to extract him from UA, and if he hasn't yet fulfilled his duty, there would be no point in revealing him. All of this felt very strange. Power loader. And he hasn't even been to places that are important to UA, so he couldn't have gathered much needed information for the villains. He said seriously. All Might. See. Young Midoriya would never be capable of giving information to the villains, he's the kindest person I know, he said with confidence in his successor. Midnight, if Midoriya-kun is innocent and they want to frame him, that means they consider him a very big threat, right? What will we do to protect him? The woman looked at her boss, who was smiling quite excitedly. Nizu. That's simple, we won't. He revealed with too much joy to be a lie. Aizawa. Excuse me, he spoke angrily to the mouse. Midoriya wouldn't be capable of that, why are you punishing him? All Might. That's quite unfair, principal. He supported his colleague. Nizu. Before you say anything, I want you to know something that recently came to my capable paws. Pressing a button, a screen descended from the ceiling displaying a picture of a prison villain. Sniper. A recording, the principal asked, puzzled. Nizu. Just listen. He ordered calmly. Are you sure no one can hear us here? Whispered what was possibly the villain on screen. Sure, those idiot guards don't know what we do here, confirmed another, unrecognizable guard. They're too stupid to figure this out. He added mockingly, unaware that they actually did. So, is that true? That they're planning to escape, the first voice commented, sounding much more serious. I'm totally serious, it won't be long now, I'm sure, said the second voice, quite excited. What makes you think we'll get out of this hole? It's literally the best prison in the country, he said angrily. The devil himself says so, he revealed simply, leaving everyone tense. You know who I'm talking about, right? Of course, I'd be a real fool not to know him, the one who made that idiot All Might throw in the towel, he said playfully, irritating the blonde hero who was listening attentively. How will he do it if he's locked up worse than us? Do you really think someone like that wouldn't have a plan to get out of here? She remarked playfully. Don't be naive, it's obvious he does, and he's already putting it into action. He just needs to gather more people, so, are you in? She said cheerfully. Nothing would please me more than to get out of this horrible hole. He replied immediately without thinking twice, ending the tape. Snipe. Are they planning an escape in Tartarus? The atmosphere became tense after that message. All Might. All for one. He muttered irritably. Midnight. Did they stop the two of them who were talking about this? She asked nervously. Nizu. For the moment, they're under constant surveillance. The warden wants more information, so he's letting them continue their conspiracies until they have all the culprits, but they're being too cautious with everything, and it's proving complicated. He spoke with a seriousness rarely seen in the cat. Ectoplasm. How does Midoriya fit into all this? Nothing that was happening made much sense. Nizu. How so? They want to smuggle someone into Tartarus undercover to provide information. At the moment, there's no idea who this agent could be, and frankly, it's doubtful anyone will succeed. Most of the teachers were already starting to understand what was going on. Aizawa. I won't let them send my student to that place. He shouted angrily at the principal who hadn't even suggested anything. Nizu. It's the best option given the circumstances. If we let this run its course, young Midoriya will be sent to Tartarus as the traitor to the heroes. That would be quite a reputation among villains, who would surely invite him to join this escape. It's the best chance we have. He said quite seriously. I'm also against this, Aizawa-kun, but it's our opportunity to gain the upper hand. All might. But risking young Midoriya in a place like this, he said fearfully, is a stain that can't be erased. He'll always be remembered for being in prison, regardless of the reason. Nizu. That's why we'll take every possible precaution. The young Midoriya's name will never be revealed, no one will speak of him, we'll keep all of this strictly confidential. He ordered seriously. Midnight. But what if Midoriya-kun doesn't want to do this? We can't force him to be called a traitor. She wasn't convinced at all about jeopardizing the future of someone so promising like that. Nizu. I'll discuss that with young Midoriya. For now, this is the situation we're facing. He said seriously. A sharp knock woke him from his sleep, and when he looked, there was a rather serious-looking guard on the other side of the cell. Your food. He opened part of the electric grill and slid in a tray with mashed potatoes and an apple. Scum. Without another word, he left, leaving the boy with the tray. Izuku. HM. Without further ado, he took the plastic spoon and scooped up some, noticing a small piece of paper. He unwrapped the piece of paper with some caution, not knowing what it was. Sensei. He murmured with a small smile. Don't you dare give up, kid. Bye, Aizawa. With that, Izuku was able to sleep a little more peacefully on his first night in prison. Naomasa. Midoriya Izuku, under arrest on charges of conspiracy, espionage, and selling sensitive information. The detective pulled out special handcuffs to restrain Izuku's absurd strength. Izuku. Yes, sir. He murmured, quite defeated, before everything went dark. He opened his eyes to find a white ceiling and fairly bright light. He got up sadly and took in how little he had. A small bathroom enclosed by a low wall and a window with laser-screened glass that looked out onto the beautiful blue sky. At least he had something good. His mattress was completely hard, and it was difficult to sleep. Izuku. He looked at the ceiling again, thinking. I can do whatever I want in my cell, right? He murmured, unconvinced. Unless you do something suspicious, you're free to do whatever you want. The prisoner next door said, frightening Izuku. Izuku. I see. I see. He replied tensely after the surprise. You're quite young to be in this hole, the prisoner remarked with a grin. Izuku. I guess. He murmured, sitting down near the wall. Nothing turned out the way I thought. He said, quite sadly. You're not the first to think that way, he said, sounding quite tense. Izuku. I shouldn't be here. He blurted out irritably. Yes, they usually say that too. She commented with a laugh. Izuku. Seriously, I was framed. He defended himself with some anger. Only nobody listens to me. Yes, we're all innocent, he commented angrily. Izuku. I'd better not say anything. Without another word he stood up and stretched. Are you planning something? His companion commented, clearly interested in this new prisoner. Izuku. Killing time. Without further ado, he started exercising, which was the only thing he seemed able to do. Yue felt strange. There was something in the atmosphere that made it heavy and tense, especially for Class 1A, who constantly felt that something was very wrong. Ida. Where is Midoriya-kun? He asked aloud after the teacher in charge entered the classroom. Aizawa. I knew they'd notice. He thought tensely before sighing. Ochako. Maybe he's sick, I don't think it's anything, Ida-kun. The president adjusted his glasses while the teacher begged them to believe the girl. Soyu. I wonder if Midoriya-chan is okay, Karo. She murmured worriedly. Aizawa, looking at his students, he knew he couldn't leave them without an answer. Midoriya is helping with a case that recently landed in Nizu's hands. He won't be back for a while. He explained simply, leaving the students even more intrigued. Katsuki. What kind of case? He asked irritably. Aizawa. It's confidential. He said simply, irritating the blonde boy. Katsuki. If Deku is involved, it's not that important. He said seriously. Kirishima. That was very cruel, Bakubro. He commented to his friend, who seemed even more irritated. Siro. Could it be that you're jealous because they didn't consider you? He said mockingly, drawing a furious glare from the blonde. Katsuki. Shut up. The blonde boy shouted angrily. Aizawa. Enough. Activating his quirk, he silenced everyone who had become nervous. Midoriya was the only option we had. He was the only one who could complete the mission, and if you don't like Bakugo, well, I'm sorry, there's nothing to be done. The blonde boy let out an angry huff at his teacher. I really forgive me, Midoriya. He thought regretfully. Although he didn't like the idea of the boy being in such a risk, it was necessary to put someone in Tartarus to avoid a national catastrophe. He wasn't going to force the boy to go, that was true. If the green-haired boy refused, Nizu would think of another way to stop an escape of such magnitude. Before doing anything, he met with the boy to get his opinion, and although Aizawa and All Might wanted the boy's mother to be present, the Hero Commission denied it, insisting that this was of utmost importance and necessary to protect the country. She was powerless. Izuku. Excuse me. Izuku nervously entered the principal's office. His teacher and idol's serious demeanor only increased his anxiety. Nizu. Hello young Midoriya, I'm sorry to call you on a Saturday. I understand you have things to do, but there's something we need to talk about. He said with a smile that only terrified the boy more. Izuku. Am I in trouble? He said nervously. As far as he could remember, he hadn't done anything to deserve being scolded. Aizawa. Not at all, it's just that there's something very important we need to address, said the dark-haired boy, sounding much more self-conscious than usual. Izuku. What's going on? Izuku advanced fearfully, feeling the tension in the air. All Might. Before I say anything, I want you to know that no matter what is said, we believe in you, okay? Izuku nodded fearfully. Izuku. I don't understand what's happening, he murmured, confused and terrified. Nizu. You see, young Midoriya, a few days ago a strange and revealing package arrived at my office containing material showing your connections to the League of Villains. Izuku froze at that information and seemed to lose all color from his face. Izuku. That's impossible. I've never spoken to those people. All I've ever done is fight the League, he explained, clearly afraid they wouldn't believe him. Nizu. And we're sure of it, young Midoriya. All the material was processed, and we know you're not the traitor passing sensitive information to the villains, he commented, relaxing the boy who collapsed on the office couch. Considering that Twice is with them, it's easy to deduce what's going on with the photos in which he appears with Himiko Toga and the video in which he appears with her. All Might. I'm sorry for the scare, young Midoriya. Placed a cup of tea in front of the boy who felt his soul returning to his body. Izuku. Thank you, All Might. He smiled weakly before taking a sip of his tea. Aizawa. I'd like to say that's the end of it, but we need your help, Midoriya, he said seriously. Izuku. Are you sure, Aizawa-sensei, what do you need? He replied, more lively than ever. Nizu. You see, young Midoriya, given the situation the League of Villains has put you in, it's ideal for the Hero Commission to carry out a plan to prevent the biggest villain breakout in Japanese history, he commented calmly, despite not entirely liking the idea. Izuku. Escape. His mentor nodded seriously. All Might. All for One is beginning his escape plans and will take all the villains with him. At the moment, there aren't many indicators that he will, but the day is approaching, and some of the villains in Tartarus are beginning to prepare, he said with excessive seriousness. Aizawa. They want to put someone in Tartarus, and it has to be someone unknown. No pro-hero could go in since any villain would recognize them, so that leaves us with few options. He didn't say more, knowing his student would deduce it. You understand where all this is going, right? Izuku. They want me to go into Tartarus to gather information, he said, quite nervously. Nizu. That's correct, young Midoriya. Izuku lowered his teacup and looked at the table as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. We understand that this isn't an easy decision to make. You'll be treated like just another villain, the guards will look at you with suspicion and doubt, and don't even get me started on the villains. It's not something you should have to suffer, young Midoriya. Izuku looked at his mentor with doubt. Izuku. What does All Might think? The skeletal blonde lowered his gaze. All Might. It's very dangerous. We don't know how the villains will act around you, or if they'll try to include you in the escape since you're the new guy in prison, he confided in his successor. The truth is, I'm afraid something might happen to you, young man. The green-haired man looked at his master, who didn't seem at all comfortable with this. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei. The black-haired boy turned his gaze. Aizawa. You're not well known in the hero world. If a villain finds out about your situation or your background, they won't look at you strangely. Strategically, it's the best course of action. The boy lowered his gaze, thinking. But he turned his attention back to his teacher. This goes beyond reason. If you want to get involved, I won't stop you, and if you refuse, no one will blame you for anything. He tried to calm the boy, even though he knew perfectly well what he was going to say. Nizu. What are you saying, young Midoriya? The mouse repeated, leaving the room tense. Izuku. He lowered his gaze, thinking about what to say. His irritation was reaching its limit with this whole Deku thing on a top-secret mission. He lost focus and couldn't stop thinking about it, growing even angrier at not being able to participate. What qualities did that idiot Deku have that he didn't? He was literally the best thing about Class A, above everyone else, and yet for some reason they preferred Deku to do missions before he was even in his second year. It was completely unfair that UA wasn't taking advantage of their best hero. Kirishima. Come on man, don't let it get you down. Commented the redhead, trying to calm the blonde who looked like he was about to explode. Kaminari. Yeah, it's probably nothing, maybe it's just keeping an eye on someone. The blonde glared at them before taking another bite of his food. Katsuki. Do you really think that damn Deku would be taken in for something so stupid? What can some lousy cop do? He said with a slight twitch in his eye. Don't be so stupid. It's clearly something big and extremely important. He suddenly stood up, ready to do something stupid. And I'm going to find out. Without another word, he left, leaving his friends quite tense. Kaminari. Should we stop him? They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. After a few hours, Izuku felt completely exhausted from doing who knows how many push-ups. The light filtering through his tiny window revealed that a long time had passed, as he remembered there being more light in his small cell. He was hungry and extremely tired. Are you still alive, kid? His cellmate asked, with a touch of humor. Izuku. Of course, this is nothing compared to what Sensei put me through, he said, leaning against the wall. Your Sensei? The neighbor asked cautiously. Izuku. Yes, he's usually quite strict with his students and he used to scold me a lot for the crazy things I did. He fondly recalled each blow suffered by the black-haired boy. What were you doing before you got here? He asked tensely, believing that he had someone nearby who was too dangerous to be so high up in Tartarus. Izuku. I was a student and a hero at UA. He commented with some bitterness. Sadly, there's a traitor at UA, and they blamed me. He hugged his legs, quite distressed. They used you as a scapegoat, huh? He commented with humor and irony. Izuku. Yeah. They didn't let me defend myself and just dumped me here. He tightened his grip, lamenting even more. A sad outcome, murmured his neighbor with the same bitterness. All right, you filthy rats, everyone stand up and face the wall, the guard's voice boomed over the loudspeakers, putting Izuku on alert. Izuku. What's happening? He stood up nervously and somewhat sore. Once a day they let us go out to the yard, you know, promoting exercise for inmates and all that absurd stuff. His neighbor commented calmly. Izuku. I thought that prisoners never, ever left Tartarus under any circumstances. Heard a light laugh from the other side of the wall. To help you understand better, kid, Tartarus is divided into 3 parts. The first is the surface area, which functions like a normal prison, made for villains and criminals who don't rise above the B rank. Going down in the elevator to sublevel 1 are the dangerous villains who aren't easily imprisoned, categories A and S. If you go down further, you reach sublevel 3, which is the reason this prison is so well known. That's where they keep the most dangerous villains in the country, the SS rank ones, who aren't even allowed to move in their cells, with personal guards ready to put a bullet between their eyes if they move strangely. The prisoner explained calmly. Izuku. Wow. That's all he could say before the laser mesh deactivated and let a guard in. Face the wall with your hands on your head. He indicated seriously to the new prisoner. Izuku. Okay. Without further ado, he obeyed and waited for the guard to do his daily search. All right, out you brat. He nodded towards the door, prompting the boy to step outside, finally admiring his mysterious neighbor. Izuku. Huh? From the other cell emerged a woman with a serious expression and two-toned hair, violet and pink, that gave off an intimidating vibe. Hello. The woman smiled at the boy, who seemed frozen. Izuku. Lady Nagant. He muttered astonished. Walk, brat. The guard ordered before putting strange handcuffs on him and forcing him to follow behind the woman, who remained completely calm throughout. It wasn't unusual for Bakugo Katsuki to be in the principal's office. The blonde boy was so troublesome that he constantly ended up in front of the principal for his antics during training. This time, for a change, the boy wasn't with any teacher. He was there of his own volition, facing the principal with his usual rage, only this time the principal didn't know why. "Nizu, what can I do for you, young Bakugo?" he asked kindly, a friendliness the blonde didn't seem to share. "Katsuki. Where's Deku?" he asked seriously. "Nizu. Young Midoriya is on a top-secret mission. I can't reveal anything about his location or what he's doing," he replied automatically. "Katsuki. Don't give me that crap. Why did they choose him?" He slammed his fist on the principal's desk, who was remaining remarkably calm. "I'd surely do a better job than that damn Nizu. Young Bakugo, this is much more complicated than simply choosing a student for a mission. It's not something we as teachers wanted, nor should we as students interfere, but things took their course, and young Midoriya was part of it," he said calmly, which seemed to anger the blonde even more. "And if only I were allowed to select a student, the first years wouldn't be the first I'd think of, and certainly not you, given how volatile you are," he remarked with a smile that irritated the blonde even more. "Katsuki. I'm not volatile," he shouted, agreeing with the cat. "Nizu. You just proved my point, young Bakugo." The blonde turned his gaze away with a shriek. "Besides, a more controlled and discreet approach was needed, and understand that you are the complete opposite. You don't know how to follow orders, and at the slightest provocation you launch an attack." The blonde clenched his fists in anger. "If that's all, young Bakugo, you'd better leave my office. Today is a very busy day." The blonde didn't quite know how to handle this. "Katsuki. I'm not like that at all. If I don't obey the damn rules, it's because they're stupid and not worth it. Why would I want to go from one building to another taking so long when I can just go straight there?" The principal sighed and shook his head. "Nizu. You have a long way to go, young Bakugo, a path that's much shorter for your other classmates," he commented, landing a solid punch where it hurt the blonde boy. "Now please leave," he said with a smile that was far too cheerful for the blonde boy to bear. "Katsuki. TSK." He left, much more irritated than when he entered. "I'm going to prove to him that I'm perfect for that mission," he muttered angrily, determined to switch places with the green-haired boy. The Tartarus prison yard was quite surprising to Izuku, for walls that rose up and were intimidating, a patrol of guards on top of those walls and laser mesh to watch over them, not to mention the multiple cameras that were everywhere and pointed at them at all times so they had no escape, beyond that there was nothing else except benches to sit on if you wanted something other than literally nothing. Inside. With a small push Izuku entered the yard areas somewhat dazed by the amount of light that was. "Izuku. Curious," he murmured, walking slowly, admiring the prisoners. "I always thought this prison never allowed its prisoners any quiet moments." He walked aimlessly, simply analyzing each person. "Kana. It usually seems that way, since all the supervillains end up here," she commented, startling the boy who jumped in her place. "Izuku. Lady Nagant," the bicolored girl smiled slightly irritatedly. "You scared me," she sighed, trying to calm down. "Kana. Relax, you little traitor. No one here will do anything to you. Literally anyone who incites a fight, whether physical or verbal, will be severely punished," she explained, trying to calm the atmosphere. "No one can say bad things out loud if they want to sleep comfortably in their cells." "Izuku. Not that they're that comfortable." He smiled tensely and incredulously. "What exactly is the punishment?" he asked doubtfully. "Kana. They put you in a 2x2 cubicle with no possibility of moving or sitting down all night. It may not seem like much, but when they shine a light on you for 6 hours it stops being so comfortable," she commented somewhat discouraged. "Izuku. I'm sorry," he murmured, understanding what the woman had gone through. "Kana. Meh, it only happened once and it was over something stupid. I put a lot of people in here, you know." He looked at the prisoners, paying special attention to those who were glaring at him. "Izuku. It's true, your capture streak is almost on par with Endeavor's right now," he murmured seriously, surprising the woman. "Kana. You know that. Wow." The boy looked at her as if she had said something crazy. "I thought the commission would erase everything I've done." "Izuku. Oh, they tried to do it, but no one wanted to release all the villains you captured, and a large part of your fans supported keeping your achievements regardless of what you did," he explained casually, still lost in thought. "Kana. Is there still someone who wants me out?" she asked playfully. "It must be a really bad joke," she muttered under her breath. "Izuku. There are few, but they exist. There's a lot of speculation about the real reason you killed someone from the commission. Some people believe things were different than they're portrayed." The woman seemed completely irritated by this for some reason. "Kana. What idiots," muttered, clenching her fists, something that didn't seem to go unnoticed by Izuku. "Izuku. If you say so," he commented, not wanting to get involved with the assassin. "Kana. The boy tensed up when the bicolored girl raised her eyebrow, quite irritated. What's that supposed to mean, brat? Izuku. Nothing really. He murmured calmly, further irritating the woman who glared at him. It's fine, I just thought you'd be happy to hear that you're still appreciated outside of prison. Kana. Well, I don't deny that, but isn't it strange that they support a villain who murdered one of their leaders? Izuku thought for a few seconds before giving her an answer. Izuku. Well, more than strange, they prefer to focus on the good you've done, all the villains you caught and all the help you gave to those in need. He explained, leaving the girl quite astonished. Think of Robin Hood, he stole from the rich to give to the poor. It's wrong to steal, but it benefited people, and some people liked him, but many others didn't. Kana. Do you really think they see me as Robin Hood? She commented with amusement, using the freckled metaphor. Izuku. People prefer to see good rather than evil. You may have done something horrible by taking a life, but that's nothing compared to your accomplishments. He said with a rather contagious joy. Kana. I see. She sat down near the boy, smiling softly. Izuku. She doesn't look like the demon they said she was. He thought with a small smile. With the green-haired boy in prison, the principal had to make his next move quickly, using up as much time as possible. Even though his student had sacrificed himself to go to Tartarus, he wanted to make the most of the situation. Stopping a prison break seemed like little compared to the risk of being in that prison, and if he wanted to validate Izuku's actions, he had something much better in mind, capturing the entire league of villains. For that, he had to stir up the hornet's nest and bring out all the wasps where they would be easily captured. He would give them exactly what they wanted but not how they wanted it, and he would have them where he wanted them, including the real traitor who was already making him angry by sending the green-haired man to prison. So on the second day after his arrest, Principal Nizu called a press conference that would give the League of Villains enough ego to make riskier moves. If they thought they had the advantage, they would be more susceptible to doing stupid things and being slowly captured. It was a basic pattern of behavior in people like that. When they taste power, they become addicted and think they are too much for what they really are. Aizawa. Are you sure about this? They might not react the way you expect. He was afraid the villains would start showing the world the evidence against his green-haired student and ruin him for good. Nizu. Pretty sure, I won't give them exactly what they want. If we're going to talk, it'll be encrypted. The young Midoriya's name won't be mentioned, and they won't mention it because it won't benefit them. You'll see. He said, with too much excitement for the situation. Aizawa. If you say so. He murmured before leaving the place. The principal didn't want him there to avoid linking the news of the traitor with Midoriya's on some mission. By the afternoon, the principal had gathered quite a few journalists in his conference room, ready to report to the world the big news that, according to rumors, was about one of the third-year students. There wasn't much basis for it, but it was what they expected. Nizu. Thank you for coming with such short notice. I apologize for interrupting the routine, but it is my duty to inform you of something very important. He began seriously, a rare thing for the usually lively UA principal, which only intrigued the reporters more. What do you think it will be? A reporter murmured to her colleague, who was just as lost as everyone else there. Nizu. It's not my intention to add more intrigue, so I'll get straight to the point. He stated forcefully, drawing everyone's attention and silencing the murmurs. This year, we sadly discovered an informant within our institution. There were multiple clues pointing to someone specific, and just a few weeks ago, we learned who it was. He said seriously as the reporters looked astonished. Our work has been tireless and arduous to reach this person. It's one step closer to capturing the villains they were connected to. With that, the flashes and questions began in a flurry. Principal Nizu, could you tell us more about this traitor? One of the reporters asked, eager for more information. Is that a student or someone else who lives there? Another person asked. How did they manage to get to him? The principal raised his paw, trying to calm everyone down. Nizu. For the moment, all of this is still under rigorous investigation, and I can't reveal much. He said seriously. The person in question is already under arrest and is being processed. Furthermore, we kindly request privacy for the aforementioned individual and their associates. He tried to keep things calm, although he knew he had to act quickly from here on out. Please hurry up, young Midoriya. He thought, somewhat nervously. Shigaraki was quite pleased that his little plan to get rid of the annoying green-haired brat had worked. Honestly, he hadn't had much faith in it, given how much he trusted heroes, but surprisingly, it had. He found it amusing that the heroes had so easily imprisoned a brat based on evidence that came out of nowhere. It was true they hadn't explained what they were referring to in that interview, but you didn't need to be a genius to understand what had happened. They sent proof of what Izuku had done, and then went public with the news. It was obvious what had happened. That put him at ease. He could do whatever he wanted now that that brat was gone and they pulled off a major heist without the heroes knowing. He could proceed with his plan and go to Dr. Ujiko Daruma for his quirk enhancement. Dabi, what are you two doing? He asked, somewhat curious, seeing that his blonde companion was putting decorations on the masked madman. Twice. I'm a Christmas tree. He shouted with too much enthusiasm. Dabi. It's not Christmas. The mentally broken man looked at his friend who returned his incredulous gaze before looking back at him. Shut up. Himiko. Exactly. Don't be a spoilsport. She scolded the dark-haired boy with a pout. Dabi. Whatever, it's not like we can do much now that Shigaraki is in that tank. Sat down near his companions who continued playing. Himiko. Weren't you tasked with getting more allies? She commented casually as she placed the star on her friend's head. Twice. Yes. What happened to your chicken friend? Or was it a hen? He shook his head slightly, causing the star to fall. Himiko. Hey, trees don't move like that. She scolded her friend who remained frozen in place. Dabi. I'm waiting for him to make his move. We can't really trust that bird brain. He commented casually, almost indifferently, although they both knew he was overly excited about the number 3 hero falling to his side. Himiko. Things are so boring. She complained aloud. Shigaraki's in his sauna, Spiner won't leave his troops alone, and everyone's so busy. She lay back on the floor after leaving her friend, now a Christmas tree. Dabi, you're throwing more tantrums than usual. What's wrong? The girl looked at him, pouting. Himiko. Why did we have to send Dekakuin to prison? She asked angrily. We could have kidnapped him and given him to me. Twice. Not the star. The decorations fell off and he frantically tried to keep everything in place. Oh no, I shouldn't move. He stood still before moving again, trying to keep the tree decorated. Dabi. I doubt the boy will put up with you for long, you'll break him at the slightest provocation. The blonde continued with her pout. Himiko. I wouldn't break it. She smiled with a rather noticeable blush as she lowered her hand towards her skirt. He would break me. She drooled a little, quite excitedly. Twice. You're sick. He took a step back, somewhat traumatized by his friend. In the solitude of his cell, he felt that he could finally rest after the day in the yard. The unbearable heat was killing his head. It was obvious that the guards were punishing them quite discreetly. It was unthinkable that they would leave them in the sun for so long. Kana. Did you enjoy your first day in the big yard? She commented gracefully, leaning against the wall, imagining the boy must be extremely frustrated. Izuku. It was quite hot but nothing I can't handle. Smiled from his cell, leaning against the wall that faced her cell. Kana. Oh right, you were at UA. I guess they made you live through hell too, it's the best academy in the country for a reason. She commented mockingly. Izuku. Quite. Every training session was difficult, especially since my teacher was Eraserhead. I ended up in the infirmary many times because of the training, and especially because of Kaken. He recalled with amusement. Kana, Kaken. Who is she? She asked, quite interested. Your girlfriend, she teased the boy, who shuddered in place. Izuku. Please don't joke about that. He muttered, completely disgusted. Kana. If she's not your girlfriend, then who is? Izuku sighed, trying to overcome the disgust he felt, and thought about it. Izuku. Good question. Kaken is a difficult guy to describe. He didn't know why, but he couldn't say he was his friend, it felt strange. Kana. Isn't he your friend? Because the way you're calling him sounds like you're fond of him. The boy lowered his gaze, thinking. Izuku. I suppose he was once, but then a lot of things happened. He began to recall everything that had happened in the last few months since he entered UA, without having an answer that felt comfortable. Let's just say he's my rival. I guess. Kana. A rival, huh? She said rather mockingly and animatedly. I never knew what that meant. She muttered bitterly. Izuku. That's right, you were trained by the commission like hawks, there's no one who can match you. Or at least not at that time. He murmured, completely lost in his thoughts. Kana. Excuse me. What's that supposed to mean? Her heroic side, though nearly dead, reacted, offended by the green-haired boy's comment. Izuku. Oh, well. There are many heroines who have surpassed your records these days. He was met with a silence that somehow terrified him. But it's undeniable that you're still at the peak of your abilities. I'm sorry if I sounded contemptuous, it wasn't my intention. He rushed to say, trying to calm his classmate's fury. Kana. You sound like a scared rabbit, have I ever told you that? She remarked with more anger than she was willing to admit. Izuku. Yeah. My middle school classmates said that often. He commented with a rather fake smile and a much sadder tone. Kana. Did you have any problems at school? she said out of nowhere, surprising the boy. Izuku. How? He spoke nervously. Kana. I was taught to decipher people's secrets. Among all the things I learned is the tone of voice. You can fake it quite well and control your emotions, but you can't control your tone. It's impossible. So if you hesitate, your voice changes tone. If you try to suppress an emotion, it also changes. She explained as if it were the most common thing in the world. If you use that tone of voice, trying to hold back a voice, along with how you act when you feel danger and how you avoid a fight out of fear, plus talking about a time when many suffered bullying, it makes it clear to me what happened. Izuku. Incredible. He murmured, quite amazed. Kana. It's not that big of a deal, I like mysteries and solving them is fun. She commented with a bit more calm. Now tell me how much they bothered you. Or would you like me to find out too? She said with a touch of challenge. Izuku. Do you think you can figure it out? She replied in a challenging tone. Things seemed to flow smoothly when she spoke with the woman. Kana. Don't challenge me, boy, I'm very cunning. She stood up, accepting the challenge. Izuku. I wonder if it's enough to figure out what happened to me in middle school. He commented with much more enthusiasm than he expected. Kana. Challenge accepted, brat. Smiled from her side, quite interested. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I'm not a brat. He commented, somewhat irritated by how the woman was treating him. Kana. Kana Tsutsumi, remember that well, Midoriya. From their respective cells, both felt an excitement born of challenges and trials that took them beyond. The new day began with its new normal, with the guard ordering everyone to wake up and handing out the disgusting breakfast of the last 3 days. I could hear some prisoners complaining about it, but for me it was better than not eating until night, so I ate it with great pleasure despite the strange taste it had. Kana. I think you're the only person here who enjoys this breakfast. She commented while taking one last taste of her breakfast. Izuku. It's not the best in the world, but it's not that bad either. He commented, savoring his breakfast. I know some people who would do worse even with all the comforts in the world. He remembered breakfasts with his classmates well. Kana. Your partner Kaken. She teased a little, causing a laugh from Izuku. Izuku. No, he knows how to cook his own food and won't even eat his own mother's. It was funny to remember how the blonde boy would refuse everything offered to him, only to be forced to eat by his mother in the end. Kana. So that's the kind of person he is, huh? Tried to get to the bottom of the green-haired boy's character. She wanted to win the challenge Izuku had proposed. Izuku. That kind of person. He didn't quite understand what the bicolored girl meant. Kana. Difficult, the type of person whose pride prevents her from asking for help or having very close personal relationships. There was no silence from the boy's side, which proved the woman right. Izuku. How did he? He couldn't form his words properly because of the impression the woman gave him. Kana. You wouldn't believe the number of narcissistic and arrogant people I had to catch who thought too highly of themselves for how worthless they were. When I investigated them, many acted just like your partner. Remembering that brought a big smile to her face. It was before everything went wrong for her. Izuku. You're amazing, Tsutsumi-san. He complimented the woman who smiled in her cell. Kana. It's not that big of a deal, kid. Any hero with half a brain could figure it out. She tried to be modest, but it was clear to the boy how amazing the woman was. All right, scum, everyone stay still. A guard arrived at the block with a seriousness that signaled to everyone what was about to happen. I don't want anyone doing anything strange. He walked until he was in front of the green-haired boy's cell, who looked tense. You have a visitor, brat. Izuku nodded tensely. Stand up and put your hands against the wall. Without a word, the green-haired boy obeyed, quite nervously. Kana. Relax, Midoriya, as long as you don't make any weird movements, nothing will happen to you. She commented calmly from her cell. Izuku. Understood. He murmured tensely as the guard placed his hands behind his back and put handcuffs on him, then placed a strange collar around his neck. And what's this for? He asked, feeling considerable pressure on his neck. It's insurance in case you do something stupid. We know you're strong, kid. The guard remarked coldly. Izuku. I understand. Without another word, he let the guard lead him to the visiting room. Bureaucracy had always seemed hopelessly awful to Aizawa, something as necessary as it was absurdly slow, capable of leading to a terrible catastrophe, and sadly, the barrier preventing easy contact with his imprisoned student. Initially, he wanted to contact him just one day after his incarceration, but he was denied any visits, a right that remains to this day. The room was quite different from the lower areas. There was no glass separating the villain from the heroes, and the cameras were a little less powerful than those commonly seen for the most dangerous individuals. Come in. The guard forcefully entered Izuku, who seemed quite indifferent to what the guard was doing. Izuku. Thank you. He murmured, sounding tense and irritated. Aizawa. Midoriya. Izuku looked at his teacher, smiling cheerfully. Izuku. Hello Aizawa-sensei. He said, quite cheerful and much calmer than the teacher had originally expected. Aizawa. What have they done to you? He asked tensely and angrily. His student was being restrained quite well. Izuku. They said it's for safety, it's not as bad as it seems. He smiled, trying to appear as strong as he could, though he didn't seem to convince the teacher. Aizawa, Midoriya. He stood up and took the boy by the shoulders. Are you sure you're okay? The green-haired boy just smiled, quite calmly. Izuku. For now, everything's fine, except for this tight collar. It hasn't been too difficult, though. He assured his teacher, who looked overly worried. The food isn't the best, but it's still better than when Kirishima-san cooks. He tried to reassure his teacher, who just sighed. Aizawa. I suppose you already know how things work up here, right? Izuku nodded with a confident smile. Really? As far as the dark-haired boy could remember, he never spoke to his students about Tartarus. How? Izuku. Lady Nagant told me about it. That news felt like a bucket of cold water in winter. Aizawa. Lady Nagant. Izuku nodded calmly. Izuku. My cell is next to yours, so we talked a bit. It's very interesting, sensei. He spoke with complete admiration for the bicolored girl, despite the obviousness of the woman's appearance. Aizawa. You shouldn't get too close to that woman. He advised rather coldly. Izuku. Well, that's a bit difficult having the cells close together. The black-haired boy sighed irritably and searched for solutions. Besides, he knows how things work in here, maybe he knows something about the escape. Aizawa. No, it's too risky. He said, his voice filled with fear. Izuku-sensei, this whole situation is very dangerous. Being a hero is very dangerous, but that doesn't mean I'm going to back down. The teacher sighed again in irritation. I understand you want to protect me, especially because of Lady Nagant's reputation, but it's necessary if I want to help. Aizawa. No, it's not necessary at all. There's surely another way to stop the escape. Izuku sighed with a small smile. Izuku. If there were one, I wouldn't be here, sensei. The black-haired boy lowered his gaze, looking quite self-conscious. Thank you for wanting to protect me, sensei, but in this situation, the calculating eraser head is needed instead of the great teacher Aizawa Shota to get me out of here as quickly as possible. Aizawa. Well. He reluctantly agreed, making the green-haired boy smile. The principal already announced that the traitor is under arrest here in Tartarus. He hopes that will have some effect on the villains and the real traitor. He explained seriously. Your job is to find out about a group that meets quite close to the courtyard walls. They're very secretive and always on high alert, so be careful, understood? Izuku. Of course, Aizawa-sensei. He replied seriously. I think I know who they are, but there are two groups that spend a lot of time near that wall, from what I saw yesterday. If only I could spy on them. He muttered to himself, creating so many plans that they seemed to be coming out of his head. Aizawa. Don't put yourself in a bad situation, okay? He brought the boy back to reality, making him smile tensely. Izuku. Understood, sensei. He commented with some amusement. Aizawa. If anything happens to you, I'm sure your parents will hang us with clothespins. Izuku smiled tensely. Izuku. I'll make sure to stay safe. He commented calmly, making the black-haired boy smile under his scarf. The green-haired boy made him quite proud. Back in his cell, the green-haired boy looked quite dejected and exhausted. He seemed to have aged considerably just from being in that room, and Kana could guess why. From what little Izuku had revealed, it was clear they had thrown him into the torture chamber and then interrogated him without considering whether he was guilty or not. Being taken to the interrogation room was surely meant to make him spill the beans about his supposed contacts, and they most likely hadn't gotten anything out of him, which had exhausted his cellmate. Kana. Are you alright, Midoriya? She asked cautiously, not wanting to upset the green-haired boy any more than he already seemed to be. Izuku. Yes. Completely fine, Tsutsumi-san. He said, trying to sound strong, but it was clear to the woman that he was not well at all. Kana. They threatened you, didn't they? She commented with considerable anger. Izuku. Something like that. He murmured tensely, following his master's orders to feign brutality on the part of the heroes so as not to raise too many surprises. It wasn't anything physical if you're wondering. Kana. It's never physical, it's better to destroy the mind than the body, it's much easier and better. She commented with considerable anger in her voice. What did they tell you? Promises of getting out of here. Money. What did they offer you or say to upset you? she asked gracefully, trying to calm things down. Izuku. More than offering, they said Mom would be disappointed, that I'm the worst, useless, and... He sighed, trying to remain composed, which was quite admirable from the bicolored girl's point of view. I think I've made myself clear. Kana. Are you very close to her? She heard a laugh from the other side, which was a sign that she was on the right track to helping the boy. Izuku. We're pretty close, Mom practically raised me all by herself. He said with considerable pride. She's the person I always have in mind when I'm doing anything. Kana. And your father? Izuku laughed again, this time I could sense a little discomfort. Did he abandon you? She asked seriously. Izuku. No, it's just that he went far away to give me a better life. I used to talk to him almost every day on video calls and I was so proud, but lately I haven't been able to talk to him. I'd been really busy. He said, hugging himself. Kana. Abroad, huh? She murmured, somewhat surprised. I really thought you'd been abandoned. Izuku. Almost. He commented with a laugh. What were your parents like, Tsutsumi-san? The bicolored girl beside him tensed up a little, thinking about what to answer. Kana. I don't remember them, to be honest. She lowered her gaze, quite sadly. The only thing I remember is the commission. They took me, trained me, and left me as a hero, that's all. She looked at her hand, still feeling the blood of innocence running through her fingers. Izuku. I'm sorry. He spoke, sensing the tension in the air. Kana. Don't worry, it's not something I think about. Honestly, all I remember of them are silhouettes and nothing more. She commented, looking at the ceiling and trying to remember. I don't think they were good parents if all I have left of them is a silhouette. Izuku. Maybe. He seconded the woman who was still lost in her thoughts. Or maybe they had so many problems that they couldn't pay attention to you, that would be their fault too, of course. Kana. Maybe they only cared about themselves and preferred to leave me out. She commented bitterly. Izuku. I don't think you should think so disparagingly of yourself, Tsutsumi-san. He remarked, letting his hero side take control of the situation. Kana. I don't see the problem, isn't that all I am? A big mistake that no one ever wanted. She commented quite angrily. That served no purpose other than murder. She muttered the last part while hugging herself tightly. Izuku. I don't think you're a mistake. He commented quite calmly. Kana. Yeah, right. She rolled her eyes in disbelief. I'm sure a part of you thinks it's dangerous to be near the infamous Lady Nagant. You don't have to lie, Midoriya, I know perfectly well how things are. Izuku. Think what you want about me, but I know you're not a mistake. There are things we don't understand and that we probably ignore, things that are incredibly important but remain hidden. He said calmly, trying to help the woman. Since I arrived, you've treated me well, and now that I've just come from an interrogation, your priority was to cheer me up. That doesn't make it a mistake. The woman said nothing, quite thoughtful. I may not know your whole story, everyone may be against you, but I know the truth. You're a good person who either made bad decisions or was forced to make them, but you're not bad or a mistake. You're a very good person, Tsutsumi-san, and you've shown me that. From her cell, she smiled at him, hoping she had reached him. Kana. Wow. You sure know how to talk, kid. Now I understand why you were studying to be a hero. She commented with amusement. She might have denied it at that moment, but talking to the boy brought a smile to her face and a warm feeling to her chest. Izuku. Sometimes you can be cruel, Tsutsumi-san. He muttered somewhat indignantly, unaware of how much his comments had upset the woman. The headmaster gave a very clear order, keep all hero students under discreet surveillance. Even the slightest unusual movement was to be reported, as he was quite certain that the true traitor was among them and would reveal himself with remarkable ease. He outlined two scenarios for finding him, either he would become extremely cheerful and arrogant at having a top student imprisoned, or, conversely, he would appear excessively tense about having that student taken to jail. Guilt or arrogance were the two indicators, and while for most teachers this would be easy to see in their students, with Aizawa it was a completely different story, given that one of his students always seemed very arrogant for no apparent reason, and three of them always seemed nervous about everything, so his assessment had to be precise if he wanted to find the traitor. Aizawa. Everyone sit down. He announced with a strange heaviness to his students. Mina. Are Aizawa-sensei alright? The alien asked with considerable concern. Aizawa. Yes. He said with his monotonous boredom. Tsuyu. She seems sad, Karo. The dark-haired boy tensed up a little. Kaminari. It's because of the traitor, right? Samenta-sensei also looked very bad. He commented nervously. Kyoka. I wonder who it was. She murmured, somewhat tensely. Toru. I heard from a second-year student that it was someone from marketing. Gossip to her classmates, who slowly began to murmur and theorize about who it could be. Aizawa. This got out of control. He muttered irritably, about to restore order when he noticed something strange. Huh? Looking closely at his students, he realized the strange tension in Aoyama. Could it be? The more they talked about the traitor, the more noticeable his tension became. Inexplicable sweating. Somewhat erratic hand movements. And intense swallowing. The dark-haired man hardened his gaze, quite certain. I've got you. He thought seriously. Ectoplasm. Are you absolutely sure the traitor is your student? He spoke quite incredulously, not because a student was allied with the villains, but rather because of the student in question. Aizawa. Pretty sure, the way he reacted when they started speculating about the traitor was quite telling. He commented seriously, although the anger in his voice was obvious. Snipe. It could also be something else, don't you think? The dark-haired man looked at him with some irritation. It's no secret how upset you are about Midoriya's situation, maybe that anger is affecting you. Midnight. Do you really think Aizawa-kun would let his emotions get the better of him so easily? She asked with a touch of humor. Trust him a little, he's quite level-headed even in the worst of times. Cementos. That doesn't mean Snipe can't be right, we don't know. He commented seriously, trying to calm the situation. Present Mike. What do you think, Principal? All eyes turned to the ferret, who was seriously clasping his paws together. Nizu. Without a doubt, young Aoyama's behavior is quite curious, and I have considerable faith in Aizawa-kun's ability to find clues. The teachers exchanged doubtful glances. However, we cannot afford to make a mistake with this traitor, so I propose we keep young Aoyama under constant surveillance while we investigate his motives. Vlad King. Do you think he has ulterior motives? The principal nodded with his usual smile. Nizu. From Aizawa-kun's account, it's possible that young Aoyama is being manipulated by the villains. He commented with considerable certainty. Based on Aizawa-kun's description, it's clear that young Aoyama is largely to blame. If that's the case, our next step is to find out what the villains have to threaten our student. Midnight. If that's the case, it's possible his parents are the ones who were captured, perhaps a former classmate. He murmured quite seriously. Ectoplasm. It could even be another family member involved with villains, an uncle or grandfather. The possibilities weren't lacking, that much was clear. Nizu. Alright, we need to divide our efforts to uncover the truth. We'll have to investigate young Aoyama's parents, including their businesses, finances, and social circle. We'll also need to keep young Aoyama under surveillance and delve into his history. Since we don't have much information about when he became involved with the villains, and we don't know if his parents are involved, I want to explore everything possible about his past. He ordered, his tone serious yet still managing a smile. Her second outing to the prison yard somehow felt much more tense. Perhaps it was because of what her teacher said or because she truly felt the tension in the atmosphere with the new information she had, but something was different without really being so, and that was easily noticeable to the one who seemed to be her only friend in this hell on earth. Kana. Are you feeling okay? Once they reached one of the benches and were safer, they could chat calmly. Izuku. Not much. The green-haired boy began to look around, taking in everything in the prison. Don't you find it strange that they gather around the wall? The question surprised the woman a little, as she hadn't expected that from Izuku. Kana. Does it seem strange to you where the prisoners meet? The green-haired man nodded, quite tense at their location. Well, he glanced towards a wall and especially at the prisoners gathered there. Now that you mention it, it is rather strange. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san hadn't noticed, he said in surprise, making the woman tense up. Kana. I don't have all the answers, Midoriya. She spoke with a hint of irritation. But yes, it's quite curious how they meet. She focused more on the inmates, noticing their smiles and upward glances. It seems they're plotting something. Izuku. What do you think it is? He murmured to his partner, although it was quite obvious what they wanted, or at least from Izuku's perspective. Kana. This doesn't seem like a typical meeting to talk about nonsense or women. She murmured, quite curious. They all seem much calmer and more focused. Izuku. Do you guys usually get together to talk about women? His face turned slightly red, and of course the bicolored girl noticed, which made her give a small, mocking smile. Kana. What, isn't that what men usually talk about? Big boobs and butts. She teased the boy, who started to turn quite red. It's normal, you know. You're just the right age to let your hormones take over. Izuku turned as red as a strawberry, embarrassed to the core. Oh. Looks like I hit the bullseye. She got distracted by the boy, who looked away, very red. Izuku. You're wrong, I would never be able to talk about girls like that. He rushed to say nervously, smiling. Kana. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Midoriya. I understand perfectly. You're between 15 and 18 years old, it's normal to start seeing girls with other intentions. She continued teasing the boy, whose reactions were completely amusing to the woman. Izuku, Tsutsumi-san. He scolded the bicolored girl, who let out a laugh. That's not what we were talking about. She murmured, trying to control her blush. Kana. Yes, I know. It's just that you seem so nervous that you could use some calm. She commented simply, returning her focus to the prisoners near the wall. Continuing with our little debate, I think you and I both know why someone would act so strangely in a prison. Izuku. But this is the most secure prison in the country, no one has ever escaped. He reasoned with some fear. Kana. Believe me, criminals are geniuses at this. They may be stupid and easily captured, but when it comes to escaping, few can truly recapture them. She commented calmly, with a hint of anger. Izuku. I understand. If only I didn't have these handcuffs. He began to mutter quite rapidly, making all sorts of contingency plans in case of that. The bicolored girl could almost see his thoughts, they were so numerous. Kana. Tell me, Midoriya. Izuku snapped back to reality, paying attention to the woman. If you were to escape, wouldn't you want revenge on whoever put you in this pit? She asked with excessive seriousness. You haven't committed any crime, and yet you have to pay for the sins of another, isn't that very unfair? The green-haired boy lowered his gaze, carefully considering his answer. Izuku. It was clear he couldn't tell her this was all a trick. He didn't know how the woman would react, it might end in a fight against her, and everything would get even more complicated. He had to act like the boy the world had turned its back on, the resentful one, who had too much hatred inside because of everything he'd suffered. I don't think I'd like that. The woman raised an eyebrow, quite incredulous. Kana. They force you to be in the most secure prison in the country, they threaten you with your mother and they don't even listen to you. She said with irritation in her voice. How can you not want revenge for that? She asked with her voice about to break. Izuku. Because no matter how much I've suffered, I don't want to prove them right. He said seriously, leaving the bicolored woman speechless. I can hate them with all my being, wish the worst for them, but if I do something against them in revenge, I'd only be proving them right. He said seriously, leaving the woman speechless. Is it really worth giving them anything after everything they did to me? Maybe it's because I'm too foolish or too soft, but I'm not capable of hurting someone, no matter how much they've hurt me. He remembered everything that had happened, what he had suffered, and who he had fought. I'm sorry if I disappointed you, Tsutsumi-san, but I don't want revenge. He said seriously, leaving the woman quite stunned and pondering the boy's words. The green-haired boy's words kept echoing in her mind. She couldn't stop comparing the boy's situation to her own. She felt somewhat irritated by the boy's reaction. He should be furious and wanting to make whoever had betrayed him suffer, but instead, the brat acted with such rationality that it angered her and made her feel jealous in equal measure. She had suffered a lot as the Commission's weapon, she felt quite betrayed by the heroes and she really wanted to eliminate everyone who had their hands dirty, but for some reason the boy next door didn't seem to want that. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san, are you alright? He asked from his side, somewhat tense, as he had noticed that the woman's reaction had changed after their little argument in the courtyard. Kana. Why do you ask? She said rather tensely. Izuku. You seem down. He said, afraid that the woman would react badly. Kana. I'm just thinking. She replied wearily, hoping the boy wouldn't ask too many more questions. Izuku. You're upset, aren't you? He asked sadly. Kana. You don't miss a thing, do you? She muttered irritably. The boy was good at reading her. Izuku. I generally try to understand people so as not to make them uncomfortable. When they get angry or annoyed, they tend to change their behavior. He explained, leaning back against the wall facing the woman. Kana. You were really terrified of people, weren't you? She commented mockingly. Izuku. How are you so sure of that? He replied, not wanting to agree with the bicolored girl who let out a humorless laugh. Kana. Why else would you bother trying to understand when people are upset? It's clearly to protect you. The boy sighed, somehow agreeing with the bicolored girl. Izuku. Anyway, we're not talking about me, we're talking about you, Tsutsumi-san. He said angrily and somewhat embarrassed. You're upset, aren't you? Kana. A little. She sighed, trying to calm herself. I'm sorry for scaring you, Midoriya. I just can't believe that someone who's betrayed doesn't want revenge. It sounds almost like a fantasy. She slid wearily down the wall. I'm a little envious that you're not so resentful. Izuku. No, it's not that. It's just that I think it's really stupid to give anything to those who hurt me. They don't deserve anything, not even my hatred. He commented seriously. Kana. They ruined your life, prevented you from continuing to be a hero, separated you from your loved ones, and threw you into this pit. Don't you feel even a little bit of anger? She asked, now a little angrier. Izuku, I didn't say that. Of course I'm angry about being here, and I'll probably be here for the rest of my life, but do I really want to spend every day like this? The woman didn't answer. It's like I have a knife and I'm holding it by the blade, waiting to throw it, but I never have a chance. It hurts every time I hold it. I didn't see any point in hating so excessively, it was pointless. Kana, you're too soft to be in this prison. She commented with a grin. Izuku, thank you. He asked, somewhat puzzled by the woman's behavior. Kana, they're probably looking for a way to escape from the walls. She commented more seriously. Izuku, how are you so sure? He asked nervously, he was making progress with his mission. Kana, there were already rumors before you arrived here. I never paid much attention to them because I know how fortified the prison is, but seeing what happened today. She let out a humorless laugh. They might try again, and I don't know if I should support them and leave. Izuku, wouldn't you like to be free? He asked with genuine curiosity. Kana, I don't know. On one hand, I'd love to get out of here, eat real food, and wear something that isn't monochromatic. She said gracefully, trying to lighten the mood. But on the other hand, I deserve to be here, you know. I did a lot of things I'm not very proud of, and I have to pay for them. She looked at her hands in disgust, the blood of innocence ran down her palms. Izuku, do you think you deserve to be here? The girl didn't answer. But for how long do you think you deserve it? I feel that by trying to make my stay here more pleasant, you've made progress toward your redemption. She said with considerable hope. Kana, I think the food here is getting to you, kid. She commented playfully, though she didn't really believe him. Izuku, I mean it, Tsutsumi-san. From the moment I got here you've made sure to make me feel comfortable without even knowing anything about me. That shows there's still something good in you, doesn't it? The bicolored woman seemed quite tense about it. I don't think the villains here have done anything like that. You're special, and you still have that spark of kindness, even if you don't believe it or feel it. I know it's true. She affirmed with a joy that the woman had rarely witnessed. Kana, I think between the training you're doing, the food, and the sun in the courtyard, you're delirious, Midoriya. She said, trying to deny the joy and excitement Izuku had given her with just a few words. You'd better go to sleep and speak more coherently tomorrow. She said, somewhat nervously. Izuku, I'll continue to believe that tomorrow, and every day of my life, Tsutsumi-san. He assured calmly. You're my hero in this place. With that, the boy got up, stretched, and threw himself onto the bed. Good night, Tsutsumi-san. He said wearily. Kana, rest. She murmured, distressed and somewhat confused. The boy was strange. The profound darkness seemed quite terrifying, an eternal void where nothing existed and where everything vanished. A siphon beckoned him to enter despite his inability to do so, and at its very center, Izuku found himself floating. Somehow, he felt calm, even though he couldn't see anything around him, and looking closely, he couldn't even see anything near himself. The only thing he could make out was his hand, for from his forearm down, there was nothing but darkness. Izuku, what's happening? He tried to speak but realized nothing was coming out. What is this? He was starting to get scared by all this. Come on, brother, all I'm doing is helping. A disturbing voice echoed through the darkness, and when the green-haired boy turned around, he found himself facing two people. The first was extremely tall, and he couldn't make out their face, while the other was on the ground, looking quite weak, as far as he could tell. Help. You destroy families and people for fun. She commented angrily. I'm just doing my best to fulfill my dream, there's nothing wrong with that. The older one commented with a mocking tone, amused by the situation. Dreaming, he asked, almost jokingly. What kind of dream could you possibly have? The weaker one asked, with a hint of anger. I want everything, brother. We could have it all together. He offered to the one on the ground, who challenged him. You want to conquer everything? It's not fair to anyone, he spat angrily. My dear brother. Perhaps if you had one of these gifts you would be able to see what I see. He gripped the other man's head quite tightly, who complained only slightly. Although, of course, it's a gift as useless as you are. I highly doubt you can do anything. Without another word, he released his brother, who fell to the ground, quite weak. Izuku, what is this supposed to be? He thought fearfully before blinking and everything disappearing again. Huh. He looked around without finding anything. Where are they? He searched again without finding anything until the figure who had been on the ground a few moments ago appeared in front of him, this time standing and with the most tired look the green-haired boy had ever seen. What? It's your turn. Ninth. She extended her hand to the boy who tried to reach it. Izuku. Now I understand. Tried to hold the first one's hand when everything went dark again. Within the confines of the prison, it was common to feel the heavy air and dense atmosphere, as the worst criminals were there, locked up and treated like demons. It was no surprise that everything felt as if demons were on Earth, and the worst of them was obviously All for One, the perverse demon who seemed to have everything and who was always kept under surveillance since he was the most dangerous villain they possessed. It was generally boring to watch him. He didn't move at all, didn't speak at all, and seemed dead were it not for the fact that they kept his vital signs under control. All for One. HM. Curiously, the villain smiled quite cheerfully, as if he had just received the best news of his life. He's here, he said excitedly. Who would have thought that of all places he would end up here? His vital signs began to increase, and of course that alerted the staff, who in less than 2 seconds was out of his hermetically sealed cell. Keep your mouth shut, All for One. A guard ordered over the loudspeaker, though the villain paid no attention, simply focused on that feeling he had forgotten so many years ago. All for One. Brother. It's been a long time since I've seen you, he murmured with an overly cheerful smile. And here, no less. In hell. He couldn't stop smiling. This put things in a better position than at the beginning. I told you to keep quiet. The guard ordered again, this time more seriously, ready to flood the villain's room with sleeping potion. All for One. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I felt so alive, he explained calmly, trying not to show his emotion. And without further ado, he leaned back in his chair, waiting for everything to unfold. Effort was something he always excelled at. He always worked incredibly hard to get where he was, even though many doubted it. He wasn't the great genius that many idiots thought he was. He truly worked harder than anyone to achieve his goals, and of course, it irritated him when his effort wasn't recognized, which is what was happening now. While he was killing his back and causing his palms to explode with their explosive power, his rival had the best opportunity to overtake him. Totally angry, he had no choice but to try twice or 3 times as hard so that, somehow, he would switch places with the green-haired man on his ultra-secret mission that seemed too important. Katsuki. That damn disgusting piece of shit Deku isn't going to beat me, he muttered as he threw another punch at the punching bag that, oddly enough, was talking. Kirishima. Don't you think you're exaggerating a little, Bakugo? He said, tired from all the explosions he had to endure. Katsuki. Shut up. He spoke with too much seriousness. We're not finished yet, shitty hair. He threw another punch at the redhead, who almost fell to the ground from exhaustion. Kirishima. I'm just saying, if they chose Midoriya, it must have been for a specific reason, right? Something you can't do. That irritated him, so he unleashed another explosion that the redhead could barely withstand. Katsuki. I can do the same as Deku, and much better. I'm the best option, he complained angrily. There's nobody on this damn planet who thinks Deku can do something I can't. Kirishima. It's a bit arrogant to think that. Everyone does things that others don't, he commented, on the verge of fainting. You can't become as resilient as me. Katsuki. You mean they chose him because of his stupid quirk? He exhaled a puff of smoke from his palms in irritation. That was the only thing he couldn't match Izuku in. Kirishima. Before he could continue, the redhead finally fainted after 4 hours of trying to face the blonde. Katsuki. TSK. Irritated, he went to find the UA nurse to help the redhead. Damn Deku. He walked calmly towards the infirmary, completely irritated and thinking about what his red-haired friend had said. The topic of Deku's quirk was something he hadn't considered, since he sensed that the quirk was the least they would consider when giving that secret mission. The name itself said it was secret, so it required more cunning and ingenuity than the use of a quirk. If it were true that the use of a quirk was required, it angered him even more, not because he thought he had a better quirk than Izuku, but with himself. Bakugo, better than anyone, knew the strength of the green-haired boy. He knew how far he had come in just a couple of months of having him, how hard the damn dwarf was trying to be on par with those who had the power before. Her head was spinning with so many questions that she didn't even realize when she had arrived in front of the infirmary. Katsuki. I need to rest, he muttered irritably, about to open the door when he heard something on the other side. Recovery girl. How could you even think of putting him in Tartarus? Exclaimed the nurse angrily, stopping the blonde man from entering. Aizawa. According to the principal, it was an order from very high up. They're afraid things will get out of control, his teacher explained, sounding very tired. Recovery girl. Midoriya isn't trained for that. Did they even tell his parents about it? She angrily demanded of the teacher. Katsuki. Deku in Tartarus. The world seemed to stop for a few seconds as he discovered the green-haired boy's mission. Aizawa. His mother reluctantly agreed. Midoriya had to convince her, and we had to promise that he would be kept safe at all times. He still remembered how heartbroken the woman seemed to know what her son would do. When we called his father, he threatened us so that his son wouldn't get hurt. Recovery girl. It was a total mistake sending a boy to that prison. She commented angrily. Aizawa. We agree on that. He seconded the woman. For now, she has her orders. Every so often, I'll have to check on her progress. Recovery girl. If Midoriya accepted of his own free will, there's little I can do to help Aizawa. She commented bitterly. I can't give a medical reason, it will be dismissed very quickly. Aizawa. I was afraid of that. He said bitterly. Thanks anyway. Without another word he opened the door, finding his blonde student who seemed quite paralyzed. Bakugo. Katsuki. Is Deku in Tartarus? He asked, quite stunned. Aizawa. I knew it was a bad idea to talk here. He let out a rather stressed sigh. Come in. He stepped aside, letting the blonde walk in automatically. Recovery girl. Young Bakugo. What does he need? She didn't even realize that the blonde boy had been listening to them. Katsuki. Kirishima is unconscious in the gym. The woman seemed very tense before urgently leaving to help the red-haired boy. Aizawa. I'm sorry you had to hear that. Everything has to be kept absolutely secret, and you can't trust just anyone. He commented quite calmly while the blonde was still trying to process what he had heard. Katsuki. Why? Was all he managed to say, with considerable disbelief. Aizawa. Not long ago, the principal received some rather incriminating information about Midoriya. The principal quickly realized the ruse, although it came at a perfect time with another situation. He explained calmly, hoping the student could process everything. Katsuki. Was Deku framed? Everything was coming at him so fast. Aizawa. That's right, and we used that incrimination to get him to Tartarus, where a mass breakout is expected. He's there to gather information and find those who want to escape. The blonde boy lowered his gaze in astonishment and disbelief. You still think you'd be better suited for it? The blonde boy said nothing, shocked by the revelation. The first week in Tartarus had passed and fortunately there weren't many problems, apart from the strange dream he had. The following days were nothing more than carefully observing the prisoners near the wall and trying to find out a little more about them by trying to eavesdrop, but it was difficult since they would fall silent as soon as someone approached, so he had to find a way to spy on them. Kana. Are you feeling okay? She asked, a little nervous to see the boy fast asleep on the yard bench. Izuku. More or less. I've had nightmares. He had dreamed over and over again about that encounter between All For One and the First Wielder. Kana. You know, judging by how you've reacted all week, I thought you wouldn't have any problems with it, although it's normal to have nightmares. She commented, trying to make the boy feel better, who smiled weakly. Izuku. Really? You had them too? The woman bit her lip, not wanting to answer. Tsutsumi-san. Kana. My case is a little more complicated. Was all she murmured, slightly confusing the green-haired boy, as she sat down next to him. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san. The woman snapped out of it, looking at the boy. Are you alright? He asked, very worried even though he didn't say so. Kana. Yeah, I just remembered something stupid. She sighed, calming down. Anyway, how do you want to handle this? The boy raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused. You know what I mean, Midoriya. The girl glanced at the guys on the wall to give the boy more clues. Izuku. Well. Before he could say anything, the boy was pushed from behind towards the bicolored girl who caught him before a tragedy could occur. The prisoner smiled at the bicolored woman who seemed extremely serious. I'm sorry about that, your little boyfriend got in the way. He smiled mockingly as the woman held Izuku, who was mortified, where he was burying his face. Kana. I detect jealousy in your voice. She spoke with a smile, teasing the prisoner who seemed to get a little angry. Does it anger you that I prefer a boy who looks weak to a brainless giant? She said with a mocking smile, stroking Izuku's hair, who was very close to fainting from embarrassment. Tisk, she spat angrily. He probably doesn't know how to treat a woman of your stature. Why don't you just leave him here and come with me, she offered with a rather arrogant smile, which irritated the woman. Kana. No thanks, I'm sure he can give me everything I need. She smiled, clutching the boy tighter between her breasts, causing the green-haired boy to nearly faint. The man seemed quite annoyed by that response. Come on, Kana, I'm sure we can reach a good agreement. Just give me a chance. With a completely twisted smile, he went to touch the woman. Kana. I told you what. With a single blink from the woman, the prisoner ended up against the courtyard wall, triggering the alarms and leaving the prisoners quite silent. Huh? In front of her was Izuku who, as usual, looked serious. Midoriya. Izuku. She already said no, was all he managed to say before the guards entered the courtyard and pinned him to the ground. Take the other one to the infirmary, and you, he pointed at the woman, who looked tense. You too will be punished. Kana. I expected it. She murmured, letting out a sigh. Everyone to your cells and lock that brat up tight, she ordered angrily, her voice a mixture of anger and fear. That kid just broke the restraints. They were supposed to be secure to keep him under control with his quirk, and yet. She glanced at the remaining cuffs with a mixture of fear and fear. How strong is he? Without another word, the boy was transported to the isolation cell, making it clear that the infamous Lady Nagant was untouchable, and also piquing the interest of certain prisoners. The isolation cell was exactly as the bicolored girl described it, a single cubicle in which he could barely move, at ground level and with a light always on him. It was going to be a very boring night for Izuku now that he was there. Izuku. I don't think I'll be thinking about my actions here. He muttered, somewhat irritated. It's not the first time I've been locked in a small space, so it's not like much will happen. He leaned back against the wall and slid down rather slowly until he was as comfortable as possible without touching the floor. This is going to hurt in a few hours. With a final sigh, he looked at the wall, hoping to fall asleep quickly. Above Izuku, the guards simply observed him. He wasn't one of the most dangerous villains in the upper part of the prison, and he hadn't committed atrocities as great as some other prisoners, so they had neither reason nor desire to bother the green-haired boy in his confinement, which was already quite surprising. You know, it's kind of boring leaving it like that, she commented, admiring how the boy continued to shift around to get comfortable. They're usually more rebellious. This kid isn't like the others, she remarked with a hint of intrigue. There's something about him that's scary if you think about it. What do you mean? His companion asked curiously. When was the last time you saw someone up here destroy their handcuffs like they were made of Play-Doh? His partner thought, quite tensely. That only happens on lower levels and with the most dangerous ones. Remember when they brought Muscular in? We had to use elephant sedatives just because he was so agitated. They probably didn't secure his handcuffs properly, that's why he got free. We all make mistakes, right, he said, trying to convince himself of this, although his nervous tone betrayed him. It could be. He glanced at the boy, who seemed quite peacefully asleep in his mini-cell. Or maybe the boy is stronger than we think. He looked at his partner, wanting more answers. Did they tell you the reason he broke his handcuffs? Oh yes. From his pocket he pulled out a strange phone and glanced at the information. A dispute in the yard. Prisoner 1273 pushed him with the intention of starting a verbal fight. He messed with prisoner 1089, and the boy got involved. Apparently, the one who started the altercation said things about the prisoner, and he got involved. They both looked at the boy and then at each other. A dispute over protecting a woman, he sighed. I understand Lady Nagant can be hot, but I don't think she's hot enough to end up in this hole. His partner shrugged indifferently. He's a teenager, are you seriously asking him to think rationally with that woman so close? His companion chuckled softly. I suppose you're right, he sighed before asking another question that kept nagging at him. How did the other prisoner end up? His companion resumed his research, making a face of disgust. Is he that bad? Let's just say 3 reconstructive surgeries aren't enough to even minimally fix his face. His friend looked at him in astonishment before turning back to Izuku, who seemed somewhat restless in his seat. His jaw almost came off, he lost 5 teeth, he has a concussion, a broken nose, he almost lost his sight and hearing, and he nearly cracked the prisoner's skull. After reading that, he looked at the boy with some respect. I think it's best if we keep our distance from him, don't you? And Lady Nagant, he murmured, somewhat frightened, momentarily forgetting that they were the guards and had the power to stop the boy at any time. In the profound darkness, he couldn't do much, his senses were completely overwhelmed, so things like hearing, tasting, smelling, or seeing were impossible. All he could do was feel, and quite intensely. He wasn't anywhere, it seemed like an endless, terrible nightmare, devoid of any sense. But for some reason, he didn't feel that way. He was ecstatic and euphoric, in a state of utter joy that seemed to defy all meaning. No. Deep down, he knew what was happening, it wasn't his senses or his nightmare. He knew exactly where it was coming from. His master was the one to blame, the one who gave him all this, both the bad and the good. What he didn't know was why his master was so euphoric, knowing the situation he was in. That was also a lie. Perhaps it was because he was becoming one with his master, but he knew that he was so euphoric because he had something he had longed for decades, something that from his point of view had been taken away from him. He thought it was obviously stupid. Shigaraki was irritated by that feeling of longing and desire, Not because it was disgusting or absurd, but because it seemed like a child's desire, something childish that he didn't want. He wanted to destroy it, and that feeling his master gave him was clashing with what he really wanted. Shigaraki. No, he murmured, his voice almost destroyed. That's not what I truly want. His voice oscillated with his master's in a macabre and dark way. Yes. It is what I want. What that wretch snatched from me long ago. A savage memory flickered through his mind, a faint fragment of how he killed someone from behind, leaving only a hand. Dad. He murmured doubtfully. That bastard. It wasn't his father, or perhaps it was difficult to know from his point of view. My sister. His mind oscillated again, this time seeing a man on the floor of a basement. Brother. The walls of the mountain mansion they had acquired were mostly lonely, although all the fools in the Paranormal Liberation Army admired them almost as if they were deities. They were quite boring when it came to doing things, and in addition to that, there was no one cute enough for Himiko's taste, so she spent most of her time waiting for something interesting to happen. He couldn't go with his friends either because they were all busy. Compress was entertaining like an idiot magician, Spiner was giving his ideology or something about Stain, Dabi wasn't even around there, and even Twice was busy training his own followers, and from what he'd heard there wasn't going to be any action until Shigaraki came out of his spa, and that was a couple of months away that he didn't seem to be able to stand. Himiko. I'm bored. She complained in her large room, exhausting everything Daika City had to offer. Why did she have to become a shell right now? She muttered to herself about her leader. What if I try to go out? She asked aloud. She knew she had to train her own troops, but honestly, it seemed boring and stupid. Being a great commander wasn't her style. While she liked the role, all the responsibilities seemed pointless to her. No one would notice. Smiling like a cat, she decided to escape for a few hours to have some fun. It was her specialty, after all. With a little blood from someone in the city and a question about where certain trucks were going and when they would return, his escape was easy. He took the form of a manager and went with a truck to the nearest city to see what he could do. Then he would simply return to Daika with the same truck hours later, a clean crime from his point of view. Himiko. Okay. Now let's see what's around here. She smiled, walking through the streets unnoticed thanks to her quirk. She wanted to see shops and buy sweets and Beast Genist missing. A rather shocking headline that caught everyone's attention. For others, a terrifying and devastating piece of news, given that he was such a beloved hero. For Himiko, it was confirmation that Dabi had achieved his goal of bringing one of the most well-known heroes to his side. Himiko. That's really twisted. She muttered to herself before continuing to walk when she heard a conversation nearby. It's a real shame, first UA and now Beast Genist, said a man with a dejected expression. I wonder who that guy from UA was, a woman beside him asked, sounding curious. How did they let someone like that in? The man let out a humorless laugh. What? My dear, if they only just discovered the traitor, it means he went into hiding. It's not that hard to pretend to be someone else, you know. You can't blame the Academy for that, it's not their fault there are evil people. The woman sighed, defeated by her partner. Anyway, it's good they caught him, and I hope he rots there. I replied with a very childish pout that made his partner sigh. We agree on that, darling, he smiled at the woman before continuing on his way. Himiko. It's true, we sent him to prison. She murmured sadly. She liked the boy quite a bit, and not being able to play with him was a real shame. He'd look good with some nice haircuts. She sighed, quite excited just thinking about it. Let's go before my transformation ends. Without another word, she continued her day, trying not to dwell on it. What if I visit him? She thought foolishly. No, better not. I wouldn't be able to get into the prison. It would be stupid. She tried to move on, but the idea of seeing the green-haired boy with a defeated look, probably hurt by some prisoner or guard, honestly turned her on. He'd look so sexy. She bit her lip, quite excited just imagining it. The prevailing darkness reappeared before him. This time he wasn't confused or scared, simply calm with everything around him. He expected more answers from his quirk, but seeing that nothing was happening, it was clear that nothing was going to happen, or so he hoped. 9, he heard from the side, and when he looked, he saw the tired man from last time. 9 people who have possessed one for all. He commented calmly. 8 defeats at his hand. Izuku. 8. I thought All Might had defeated All for one. The man looked at him quite calmly before smiling. He heard me. He can't be locked up. Unlike me, he has the will and the means to escape. He started walking aimlessly, Izuku following close behind. Tashinori did well, but you have something he doesn't. He glanced at Izuku, who seemed confused. 9th. You're our hope. He smiled at the boy before everything turned to light. Izuku. Ah. He woke up anxiously, not quite sure where he was. Well, look who's awake. Izuku looked up, realizing where he was. I must say, you're surprising, kid. You're the first one in this hole who can sleep like a baby. He commented with amusement. Izuku. Eraserhead is really tough in training, the number of times I've been in places this confined. He explained casually while shifting to get comfortable when he noticed something on his hand. I activated it while I was sleeping. His fingers had red energy lines that made him a little uneasy. What's going on? He murmured, somewhat confused. His silence was extremely strange. He was usually irritated by the slightest thing and would explode at anyone. Bakugo was very calm, and that in itself was more terrifying than any explosion he could unleash. The worst part was that no one really knew what had caused this extreme and terrifying change. Kirishima. Are you feeling alright, Baku bro? He asked cautiously, not wanting to upset the calm blonde. Katsuki. Shut up. He muttered irritably, unable to shake the green-haired boy's mission from his mind. The Tartar. He kept wondering what that place was like or how the prisoners were treated. There were so many questions, and he probably wasn't going to get the answers by any means. Kaminari. Do you think it has something to do with Midoriya? He whispered to his red-haired friend, who seemed tense at the mention of Izuku. Kirishima. Don't say it so loud. He whispered, not wanting to unleash the explosive blonde. Katsuki. Just shut up, he ordered sternly, leaning back in his seat and waiting for class to start. There's a traitor too. He thought irritably. His teacher's explanations had cleared things up a lot, but they'd also left him wondering who to crack open for talking to villains. Kaminari. Are you upset about the traitor? He asked curiously. When the villain was revealed at UA, the blonde boy wasn't happy at all and wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. Katsuki. If you keep asking, you walking drum set, you're the one I'm mad at. He replied angrily, scaring the blonde boy who ran away behind his red-haired friend. Kirishima. I think we should calm down and talk about something else. He smiled tensely, wanting to keep the peace. Katsuki. Whatever. Honestly, all I wanted to do was forget everything I had discovered. As such, following a student's story was not difficult at all and was even very necessary to know who was entering the academy, and except for certain specific cases, Nizu never found himself in the task of knowing the history of his students. He simply looked at their grades and their reasons for entering UA and then the exam, nothing very scandalous in most cases. Aoyama Yuga seemed like a fairly standard student, with normal grades and common performance. The strangest thing about him, if it had to be categorized as such, was his eccentric way of being, and it wasn't too surprising. On the family side, nothing particularly noteworthy happened either. The parents earned a good living and enjoyed luxuries, they had a good income, and at first glance, everything seemed quite normal and standard, nothing that would raise suspicions or be considered strange in a negative way. It seemed they had made a mistake with the traitor. Or so the ferret would have liked to say, because in truth there was only one thing that made him reanalyze his students' entire history. It was a silly thing that perhaps had its explanation, but from Nizu's point of view and given the Aoyama records, it was strange. His student's quirk was different from his parents', something simple to explain by genetics. The boy had acquired a quirk different from his parents but somehow similar, only there was no quirk in that family that was related to Yuga's, so it left two options. The first and most likely option was infidelity on the part of the boy's mother. She had an affair and ended up pregnant, then passed the child off as her husband's. There was only one problem with that, and it was the financial aspect. If it were infidelity, there would be records of strange expenses at hotels, cafes, or restaurants, locations that could suggest infidelity. But everything seemed fine, and from what they posted on social media, there was nothing unusual about the family. Yuga was his father's real son, so there was only one explanation left, and it was the one that hurt the most. Given that their enemy was the League of Villains and they were very closely related to All for One, it was clear what happened to the Aoyama family, or at least part of what happened. Aizawa. Do you think they messed with All for One for giving his son a quirk? The mouse nodded seriously. Nizu. I don't really know why they would do it, but I have several theories. He raised his paw, showing 2 toes. Among those theories, there are 2 that make the most sense, to a certain extent, of course. He commented excitedly. The first is that they would like to change their son's quirk because it didn't turn out as they expected, although there are still open questions if that's the case. Aizawa. And the second thing. The principal smiled slightly, having considerable faith in his theories. Nizu. That their son was born with a quirk dangerous to himself. The master raised an eyebrow, awaiting the explanation. A quirk that threatens the life of its user isn't very common, but it exists. If young Yuga's quirk were to endanger his life, it's obvious his parents would do anything to help him, and in those moments of desperation, mistakes can be made, and he might become involved with questionable people who will surely lead him to All for One. Aizawa. They're very well-connected people. Do you think someone close to them led them to All for One? The mouse nodded. Nizu, whoever he was able to lead the Aoyama family to the villains. Now all that remained was to see how to get to the bottom of what really happened. Aizawa. How are we going to handle this? His boss let out a malicious laugh, which made the dark-haired boy nervous. Nizu. For the time being, we'll keep an eye on the parents while it's necessary for you to keep a close eye on young Aoyama. The teacher nodded, sounding somewhat tired. Aizawa. Although I can't keep an eye on him all day, he'll get suspicious. The principal smiled, realizing what the teacher was suggesting. Nizu. Do you want one of your students to get involved in all this? The dark-haired man let out a completely irritated sigh. Aizawa. That wasn't the plan, but he's already fully involved, and I'm sure he'll figure out who the traitor is. He's quite astute about it. The principal seemed quite intrigued by this student. I think Bakugo can do well. Nizu. It's curious that you're recommending young Bakugo for this after he acted so badly by wanting to switch places with young Midoriya. What happened? The black-haired boy began scratching his hair in an attempt to hide his nervousness. Aizawa. Not too long ago, I wanted Recovery Girl to give me a medical note to remove Midoriya from Tartarus. The principal smiled, a little too seriously for how happy he seemed. Bakugo overheard me arguing with her about Midoriya. Nizu. So young Bakugo is aware that young Midoriya is trapped in Tartarus. The black-haired boy nodded slowly, feeling the tension in the air. Aizawa. It wasn't my intention, I apologize for that. He bowed to the mouse who let out a somewhat disappointed sigh. Nizu. Do you think young Bakugo can perform that task without compromising what we know? The black-haired man didn't seem very convinced. Aizawa. It might be a bit unstable, but I'm confident I can pull it off. The principal didn't seem very convinced. Whatever I do, I take responsibility. He said seriously. Nizu. That reassures me a little, but you're aware of the consequences, right? If he makes a mistake, it could end badly for both you and all of us. The dark-haired man nodded without hesitation. Well, now you know what to say to young Bakugo. Izuku. I wonder when they'll be back. He muttered to himself, peacefully eating his breakfast. Kana. Do you expect someone to visit you, Midoriya? She commented playfully, knowing the answer was a resounding no. Izuku. I just wonder when they'll interrogate me again. He commented somewhat tensely. Kana. It's likely to take a long time, or it could happen tomorrow, or right now. The idea is to keep you anxious and doubtful, that will make you susceptible to whatever they want. She knew that tactic very well, she had used it too much in the past to uncover some rather shady things. Izuku. I suppose they won't mind that I didn't do anything, right? From the other side of the wall, the bicolored girl let out a humorless laugh. But it doesn't matter, I don't intend to give up and I don't intend to give in to them. She commented with a rather unwavering will. Kana. Yeah. Good luck with that. She said playfully, trying to tease the boy a little. Izuku. Don't you trust me? He blurted out, sounding offended. Kana. Many have said that before falling for her tricks. She confessed with some sadness. Many before my hand. She muttered with hatred towards herself. Izuku. Tatsumi-san also captured people who weren't villains. The girl leaned back against the wall, contemplating the idea of telling the boy the truth. After all, he was just as forgotten by society as she was. Kana. Quite a few. She confessed calmly despite feeling awful about it. Look, it's not something I'm proud of, but those were the orders from above, and honestly, I didn't care back then, and I have a feeling the heroes are doing the same to you. She commented, trying to stay calm. Izuku. Orders from above. The woman glanced at a security camera and sighed. Kana. Forget it, Midoriya, I don't think we can talk about that. She said seriously, making Izuku more interested. Izuku. But Tsutsumi-san. He got up from his bed and touched the wall, quite tense. Kana. We can't talk about that. She said simply, knowing they were being listened to. It's not safe for you. Izuku. Are you sure? He murmured, even more confused. What are you? He felt a gaze on the back of his neck and, seeing his cell more clearly, seemed to understand. Kana. We are prisoners, don't forget that. Her voice sounded serious and somewhat helpless. Izuku. Sorry Tsutsumi-san. He lay back down on his bed, feeling quite sorry for the woman. Kana. Judging by your reaction, it's clear you weren't very advanced in this hero training thing. Were you a first year, right? She tried to steer the conversation towards trivial matters, knowing she had raised a few eyebrows among the guards. Izuku. how do you know? He asked, quite frightened by the woman's ability. Kana. I had to watch a few second and third graders act, and besides, your age gives you away. Izuku sighed, quite surprised by the woman. And that confirmed it for me. Izuku. You know, this isn't fun to play like this. He complained irritably, causing the woman to laugh. Kana. You're proving to be very easy to read, tough guy. She commented mockingly to Izuku, who was taken aback by that last part. Izuku. Tough guy? He didn't quite get the joke about the bicolored girl. Kana. Do you think I didn't notice the wounds on your arms? The boy looked at his hand and then at where the woman was. Although the handcuffs covered your wounds well, when you smashed that idiot's face in you showed more than you intended. The boy seemed very mortified in his cell, wishing the earth would swallow him up right there. Izuku. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to hurt you. The woman smiled from her side. Kana. But what a knight in shining armor. She mocked the boy, who blushed slightly. I appreciate you defending me, really, but you shouldn't have. If that idiot kept talking, the guards would have shown up and taken him away. That's how things work. Izuku. Oh. I just didn't think, sorry. The woman continued with a smile on her side, she liked the brat a lot. There are always idiots hanging around my friends and well. Kana. Do you beat up perverted idiots? She asked with genuine interest, setting aside her teasing of the boy, which was starting to get fun. Izuku. Of course not. He shouted, his face red. It's just that there are always fools who think that because they look nice they can get away with anything, and even though I never get involved because I know my friends can defend themselves, I've always wanted to put them in their place. Kana. So the great knight has his maidens to look after, huh? She mocked the boy, who instantly turned red. Izuku. No. They're just my classmates and friends, and well. The woman let out a laugh. Tsutsumi-san. Kana. Relax, Midoriya, it's totally fine that you like more than one woman. Japan has a low birth rate, and it's good that you want to be with more than one. She continued, quite amused by the situation. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san, I wouldn't be able to. His face turned too red just thinking about it. Kana. Calm down, you're too chivalrous to have more than one woman. She said calmly. Izuku. I don't think that's for me. He murmured, trying to stay calm. Kana. So you're fully committed to being a hero, huh? She said with some regret, mainly because of how the boy ended up. Izuku. That's all I'm interested in. He murmured with a small smile. And all I want to do. Kana. It's a little difficult given where you are. She commented, bringing Izuku back to reality. Izuku. I'll get out of here, Tsutsumi-san, you can be sure of that. He said with too much confidence. Kana. Impossible. The commission surely already has you on their hero blacklist. Your name has been tarnished, both civilian and heroic. They locked you up here, and even if you managed to convince them you're innocent, no agency would hire you because of your villainous charges. Everyone would look at you as if you were guilty. What awaits you beyond these walls is nothing but chaos, Midoriya. She commented seriously. She knew well how rotten the system was and how easy it was for people to criticize without knowing the facts. Izuku. Being denigrated by everyone. A bad memory flashed through his mind, making him smile bitterly. It wouldn't be the first time it's happened. He whispered, believing no one had heard him. Kana. Oh, that's right, you were the one they bullied in middle school. You're more resilient to what they might say or do to you, but are you ready for it to happen on a bigger scale? It's not just your stupid middle school classmates or that Katan or whatever. Do you think you can handle that? The green-haired boy looked at the ceiling, quite determined. Izuku. Even if they don't like me, if they reject me or hate me, I won't stop protecting whoever needs it. He said with conviction. That's what a hero does, no matter how much trouble I get into, no matter if no agency accepts me, I don't care, I'll do it on my own. Kana. And they'll probably throw you in jail again for playing the unlicensed hero. She commented playfully, trying to make the boy feel bad. Izuku. I don't think they can catch me. The only one who can reach me is my friend Ida, and I doubt he'd want to capture me. He sounded quite confident and hopeful, which the woman found very strange. Kana. You think they won't turn everyone against you? The boy didn't answer, so the bicolored girl was achieving her goal. Izuku. Even if I'm alone, even if everyone betrays me, I'll still be a hero. He answered with excessive seriousness, without a doubt. Kana. You go to so much trouble for those who don't deserve it. She muttered, quite resentfully. Izuku. Maybe, but. Just remembering what he had experienced in the past year and those he had saved gave him more hope and courage to continue. We all deserve to be saved, even those who are most lost. He said quite convinced, silencing the woman who seemed to have found a true hero. In the void, he expected to see the first bearer again, just as he had the last few times, though the atmosphere felt different in some rather inexplicable way, much heavier and more intense than when he had interacted with the first one. While it was still the same empty space, he could now sense more presences, some calm and others restless, even threatening, all mingled together in what he could only describe as a center. "This is not the time," came an aggressive voice from afar. "We're too close, if he gets out," a much softer voice spoke. "His presence disrupts One for All," another voice said in a rather calm manner. "One for All recognizes its counterpart," the first wielder spoke clearly. "Izuku. Who?" The voices stopped suddenly as if they had heard him. "Ha. So he's the ninth, huh?" she blurted out, her voice quite excited. He looks strange," she added mockingly. "So far it's just scratching the surface," another commented, clearly tired. "It's not time yet. I don't think they'll let us stay any longer, being so close besides." The first voice silenced the others. "Toshinori trusts him, we must trust him too," he assured them calmly. "Izuku. I don't know what's happening but..." He clenched his fist quite determinedly. "If those are the voices of the former holders, I don't intend to let them down," he thought seriously, unaware that they were listening to him. "Heh. I like that look," a deep voice spoke. "Yeah. I definitely like you, brat." A violet light began to shine in the place, slightly confusing Izuku. "Izuku. Ah." Izuku woke up suddenly, very early, completely scared and tense. "What?" "Huh," he focused, staring at the ceiling of his cell. "I was just dreaming," he murmured, a little calmer. "What was that?" he whispered to the air. "Huh?" He looked at his fingers, which had his quirk active. They hurt. It wasn't a common pain, something had changed in his quirk. "I have to contact All Might," he murmured, frightened. Aizawa sneezed as he watched all his students giving their all on a circuit designed to make them suffer, all to save a stuffed cat on the top of a building. He felt particularly good about doing something like this. It was a day he could consider good, if only he didn't spend too much time thinking about his student in prison and the other one he had to supervise. He denied everything he could, trying to concentrate on what was in front of him. He had to make an effort to return the troubled child to where he belonged. "Ochako. Aizawa-sensei, can we rest?" the brunette said, on the verge of collapse from so much effort. "Aizawa. 5 minutes." His students collapsed at that moment, or at least most of them. Some were still very ready for anything. "Bakugo, I need to talk to you." The blonde raised an eyebrow, wondering what he had done this time to provoke the teacher's anger. "Katsuki. Well." Without another word, teacher and student walked away a little, letting all the other students rest, who were more concerned with not dying than with what the blonde boy could say to his teacher. "I didn't do anything." He began automatically when they were far enough away. "Aizawa. You didn't do anything this time." The blonde boy let out a calm sigh. "The truth is, I need your help." He spoke calmly despite being attentive to everything. He didn't want anyone to overhear them. "Katsuki. My help." The dark-haired boy nodded seriously. "What is it about?" "Aizawa. You said you wanted to go on the mission, right?" The blonde boy's eyes widened in surprise. "I need you to do something, and do it right, because if you mess up, everything will fall apart, understood?" "Katsuki. Who do I have to kill?" He answered seriously. "Aizawa. No one, you have to keep an eye on someone." The blonde clicked his tongue irritably. "You're the only one who knows the truth behind Midoriya's mission and who's well positioned to help." "Katsuki. What garbage do I have to keep an eye on?" he asked, irritated but excited. "Aizawa. I want you to keep an eye on Aoyama, he's a person of interest in this case." The blonde boy looked serious, trying not to get too angry. "Katsuki. He's the snitch, right?" he stated rather than asked. "Aizawa. We don't know for sure yet, but he's the most likely suspect. Keep a close eye on him at all times. If he does anything strange, follow him and document it. That's all, okay?" The blonde boy clenched his hands angrily. "Katsuki. Understood." He replied seriously. It was his chance to help even if it wasn't in the way he liked. "Aizawa, alright, try not to make him explode at the slightest provocation, and try not to be too obvious about your intentions. Aoyama might be more than meets the eye." The blonde nodded. "Now go back to your classmates. I'll be there in a moment, okay?" The blonde nodded again, walking towards Class A. "I hope I can handle this." The dark-haired man knew how volatile Bakugo could be and how badly things could turn out, but he had to give him the benefit of the doubt. It was necessary at that moment. "I hope this is the right decision." The atmosphere in the courtyard felt tense. Most of the prisoners looked at him with some caution, not believing that such a small child could send one of the strongest in this part of the prison to the hospital for who knows how long. It showed quite a lot how powerful the boy was. "Izuku. This is awkward. He muttered, sitting down quite close to a wall. Kana. Get used to it, this will go on for a few months. She commented quite casually. It's not common for a prisoner to break his handcuffs and smash another one's face in. Izuku blushed slightly at his actions. You should be quite proud, many will surely think twice before messing with you, and since you spend so much time with me, I'm also out of their nonsense, so thank you, you make my stay much more pleasant. She smiled at the boy, who smiled back with a blush. Izuku. I'm glad to help you, Tsutsumi-san. The woman let out a rather amused giggle at the boy. Kana. Relax, Midoriya. I don't intend to use you or bother you like they did in middle school and probably at UA. Izuku remained tense and defenseless before the woman. You're proving to be very easy to read. Don't make this so easy. Izuku smiled nervously. Izuku. It's hard not to act normal around you, Tsutsumi-san. The woman raised a curious eyebrow at that statement. I feel comfortable with you, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to a super dangerous assassin who'll finish me off at the slightest provocation. Kana. Oh, really? And who exactly are you talking to? She asked, amused by all of this. Izuku. As if I were a teacher. He was sincere with the woman, who was quite astonished. Or as if you were a senpai I could trust. He smiled at the woman, who would have sworn a halo had appeared around the boy. Kana. You know. You're too sweet for this prison. She commented, somewhat stunned by the boy's words. Izuku. Huh? The woman sighed, unsure how to continue talking to the boy who was upsetting her more than she was willing to admit. While the prison dinner wasn't very extravagant, I could consider it quite good, or at least good enough to keep me from vomiting up everything else. I'd always heard how awful the food behind bars was, just like hospital food, but comparing the two, I could say that people tended to exaggerate too much about food, it was decent enough to survive. Kana. I seriously doubt your stomach, Midoriya. She commented fearfully as she heard her friend tasting the food he had been served. Are you sure you're human? Izuku. That was very cruel, Tsutsumi-san. He commented, sounding hurt. Don't you really like food? Kana. What surprises me is that you did. She said, terrified by the boy's ability. Izuku. It's not that I like it, but to be honest, I prefer this to going the night without eating. It's really bad, you know. The woman sighed, looking at her plate with disgust. Kana. I know that, but it doesn't mean it doesn't taste bad. She took the spoon and took a taste. You really do have a strong stomach. She stammered with difficulty and admiration. Izuku. I think you're exaggerating now. He took another bite when he noticed something sticking out of his fingernail. Huh? Looking at his finger he saw something strange black covering a small part of his nail. What is this? Kana. I think it's butter or rat. She said, unconvinced of what they had been served. Izuku. No, not the food. He put his tray aside and looked at his finger with some fear. What is this? He murmured, analyzing what he saw. There's no pain, so it's not dangerous, I think. He tried to pull out the strange thing. Huh? Touching that strange thing, he stretched out that darkness. What the? Kana. What's wrong, Midoriya? She asked, concerned for the boy who quickly retracted the black ribbon that had appeared on his finger. Are you alright? Izuku. Yes, everything alright, Tsutsumi-san. He answered, sounding extremely nervous. Kana. You're not, are you? The green-haired man sweated tensely, it wasn't easy to deceive the woman. Izuku. I'm really fine. He said, sounding a little calmer. Kana. Did they put something in your food? She quickly deduced. Izuku. No, it's something different. He didn't know how to explain it to the woman, nor did he know how this was happening. Kana. Are you sick? Should I call a guard? She asked, fear clearly evident in her voice. Izuku. No, I'm really fine. He said, still nervous, and of course the woman noticed. Kana. I'm going to call a guard. I understand you don't want to worry me, but you're bad at this. The woman stood up and touched the laser mesh, triggering an alarm. Izuku. Oh God. He sighed as the cell sealed shut. The prison infirmary left much to be desired compared to other places where he had received treatment. They acted quickly to bring him in, but then simply left him strapped to the stretcher while the nurse relaxed in a chair, waiting for something to happen. From his position, he could see other occupied stretchers, some with prisoners who looked ill and others who seemed perfectly fine. Izuku. This is unbelievable. He muttered somewhat irritably, trying to adjust himself better in his restraints. At least they treated my finger. Ha ha ha, came a voice from beside the boy. Don't expect much from these idiots, brat. They barely do anything to heal you. Izuku. Not that I needed it that much either. He muttered with some irritation. Huh. Trying to act brave, brat, that just makes people ignore you. He said playfully. You're the one who smashed that idiot's face in, aren't you? The green-haired boy tried to shrink, quite embarrassed. Izuku, it wasn't my intention. He murmured again, embarrassed. Nah, the idiot deserved it. He's always starting fights and arguments. He thought he was the best because he spent more time in the hole. He explained, sounding angry. He'll probably start messing with you when he gets back, so watch out, kid. Izuku, I'll keep that in mind. He spoke tensely. The last thing he needed was to stand out like that. You know, if you want, my friends and I can help you, she said with a smile. Izuku. Huh? What do you mean? The man on his stretcher smiled contentedly. The truth is, that guy really bothers me and my friends. We managed to avoid him by sticking together, and I think if you join us, we can do great things. Her overly cheerful tone made him hesitate. Izuku, what kind of big things? He said, trying to be braver than he was right now. It's not something we can talk about right now. There aren't any cameras here, but they surely have something to spy on us, so it's best if we talk another time. She said, her voice thick with emotion, making the boy even more tense. In the courtyard, go up to the wall, we'll meet there. Izuku. On the wall, he exclaimed in amazement. It was a good opportunity to stop their escape. That's right, your strength can help us a lot, he commented cheerfully, sure it would be easy to control the brat. Izuku. I'll think about it. He said quite seriously, making the prisoner happy. I swear we won't let you down, kid, he said with a crooked smile, confident he had Izuku in his grasp. This way things will be easier, and I'm sure I can use him to climb the ladder once he's released. The plans he was hatching regarding the boy were growing with each passing second. His head kept spinning with what that prisoner had said. He didn't even feel when they took him back to his cell or when they let him out. All he did was repeat on a loop what that guy had said without knowing if all this was serious or a simple joke or trap. He had so much on his mind that he didn't even realize when his body touched the uncomfortable bed where he was sleeping. Kana, Midoriya, are you alright? She asked calmly, although her nervousness was quite noticeable. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san. He reacted a little, the woman's voice seeming to bring him back to reality. Kana. Are you alright? They didn't hurt you while you were in the infirmary, right? She commented cheerfully despite her nervousness. Izuku. No, they treated my finger injury and let me rest for a bit. He looked at his bandaged finger, feeling a little pain. Are you alright, Tsutsumi-san? Kana. Me. Of course, why wouldn't I be? She said, trying to sound normal. Izuku. I notice you're different. The woman sighed, trying to remain calm. Kana. To be honest, you scared me a little. She said, leaning against the wall. When you acted so withdrawn, I really thought something had happened to you. I'm sorry if I reacted too intensely, I never knew how to handle moments like that. She admitted sheepishly. Izuku. I understand, Tsutsumi-san. If someone seems terrified without you knowing anything, it can lead to a bad reaction, but don't feel guilty. I appreciate your concern for me. He said calmly, making the woman smile unconsciously. Kana. Don't even mention it. She collapsed against the wall, feeling much calmer. Izuku. The truth is, when I was in the infirmary, there was someone else there. He said, unsure how the bicolored girl would react. One of the guys from the walls. Kana. Oh. I see. She narrowed her eyes, thinking of 1,001 theories about those guys. What did he tell you? Izuku. He wants me to join them. An awkward silence and a tense atmosphere were all Izuku received. I don't know if he really belongs with them or if he's just trying to be clever, but… Kana. It's an opportunity to get to the bottom of this mystery. She finished the boy's sentence. I assume you want an opinion. Izuku. If you don't mind too much. He said sheepishly. Kana. Honestly, it's best if you go. The chances of him being part of this supposed escape are 50-50, so there's not much we can do. She closed her eyes, trying to stay focused and calm. Izuku. Do you think I can get in? He seriously doubted his abilities. Kana. I'm pretty sure you'll get to the bottom of this, your abilities speak for themselves. She said calmly. Don't underestimate yourself so much, this isn't school for anyone to mess with you, I assure you that half the idiots here at least respect you after what you did to that other guy. Izuku. Thank you, Tsutsumi-san, I really needed that. He said with considerable joy. Kana. Don't even mention it. She replied with the same joy that seemed to be contagious in her. A month had passed since the green-haired man had accepted his cruel mission and was locked in Tartarus. The time had come to go and see his progress, although not much was expected, or at least Eraserhead didn't. It was difficult to reach criminals when they were so distrustful and cautious, but it was still his duty to maintain the connection with Izuku. Aizawa. Are you sure you want to come with me? He raised an eyebrow, doubting the skeletal hero who was offering to help. Tashinori. I'm worried about young Midoriya. I need to know how he's doing in that prison. He said with some tension. It's not the best place for someone so young. Aizawa. We agree on that. He muttered irritably. Let's go. Without another word, both teachers set off towards Tartarus. All Might. Thank you very much, Aizawa-kun. Without another word, he went after the black-haired boy. The walk between the teachers was silent, the tension almost palpable. Although they didn't usually speak very often, this felt much heavier on the journey to the prison. Each was lost in their own thoughts about the green-haired boy and what was happening. Aizawa feared the boy was associating with dangerous people, while All Might could only fear what the boy had endured, believing he had suffered the worst possible fate in the most secure prison in the country. Aizawa. Before entering, you need to remain calm. He explained to the blonde boy, who raised an eyebrow curiously. When Midoriya is in front of us, he'll have many restraints. Try to stay in control. All Might. I understand, Aizawa-kun. He nodded seriously, though he wasn't sure if he could maintain that position. His internal clock had already woken him up 2 hours ago, so in his cell he was doing as much exercise as possible. He was still not entirely convinced about taking the opportunity he had been given, and he felt that the exercise cleared his mind with everything he did. Brat against the wall, now. 2 guards appeared, tensing the boy who looked quite sweaty and tired. Izuku. Huh? He asked, confused. You have a visitor. The other guard remarked, his hand on his stun gun in case the boy became aggressive. Izuku. Oh. Without another word, Izuku leaned against the wall facing his friend, listening to something. Is she snoring? He pressed his ear closer, listening to the girl snore a little. Sounds like a kitten. He thought with amusement when he felt more weight in his arms. Gah. Given your last fight, we've had to increase security. We misjudged your strength, kid. Once the green-haired boy's arms were secured, he was given a collar, followed by handcuffs on his ankles. Izuku. They don't skimp on security, huh? He commented with amusement, trying to walk even though it was quite difficult for him. You really outdid yourself sending someone to the hospital, you deserve this. Izuku just sighed, letting the guards escort him to his meeting. The room where they met was much more ordinary than the depths of the prison, and for All Might it was something new. He always went straight downstairs because he always needed to talk to the most dangerous villains, and all of this was quite strange for him. All Might. I thought it would be much more like the other one. He looked at the walls for a camera but there didn't seem to be one. Aizawa. It's the safest place they found to comfortably talk to Midoriya. He explained, sounding impatient to speak with his student. Inside, brat. The green-haired boy was told, and without another word, he was pushed into the living room. Izuku. Why do they have to be so aggressive? He murmured, letting out a sigh and adjusting himself a little despite not being able to move his arms. All Might. Young Midoriya. The green-haired man looked at the blonde man, quite astonished. Izuku. All Might. He murmured in disbelief, he really wanted to see his master. Aizawa. What have they done to you? His teacher's voice snapped him out of it. It's worse than last time. He muttered before trying to let go of Izuku. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, please don't do that, it'll alert the guards. The black-haired man looked at him before letting go. All Might. Why do they have so much security? You shouldn't be so well secured up here. Izuku looked away in embarrassment. Aizawa. What did you do now, Midoriya? The green-haired boy looked at his teacher, who glared at him. Izuku. Well, maybe, just maybe, it's not safe. He sighed, mentally preparing himself for his teacher's scolding. I broke a prisoner's jaw. He muttered, trying to downplay his actions. Aizawa. What did you do? He yelled, completely irritated. Izuku. It's a pretty funny story, actually. His teacher's frown only became much more prominent. Some guy tried to take advantage of Tsutsu, Lady Nagant, and I reacted badly. He quickly corrected himself quite seriously. All Might. You defended Lady Nagant. The green-haired man nodded quite calmly. I thought prisoners always had handcuffs to restrict their movement. Izuku. Yeah, well. He looked away again, somewhat uncomfortably. I broke the handcuffs. And I almost made a hole in the courtyard wall. Aizawa. Of course. He sighed, trying not to make a scene since they were short on time. Izuku. I didn't know the guy had such a fragile mind. The teachers looked at each other, unsure what to say. The good thing is that thanks to that, those on the run know about me and want me to join them. The atmosphere became more serious. Aizawa. Are you sure? The green-haired boy nodded as best he could thanks to the collar. Izuku. Quite a few days ago I was taken to the infirmary and one of those guys was there. He said he could help them. The teachers looked at each other, quite astonished. All Might. why were you in the infirmary? The green-haired man smiled tensely. Izuku. It's something I'd like to discuss with All Might in private. He said tensely, which gave the blonde a clue that it was something related to his secret. Aizawa. Whatever you have to say, you can also say it to me, Midoriya. He spoke angrily. All Might. Aizawa-kun, leave this to me. He smiled confidently, something the black-haired boy didn't like very much. Aizawa. HM. Without further ado, he decided to trust her, leaving the room for a moment. All Might. What happened, young Midoriya? Izuku sighed. Izuku. I've been having dreams related to the first holder and all for one. He said seriously, making the blonde boy tense up. All Might. So soon. He murmured, frightened. Izuku. So soon. The blonde nodded, somewhat tense. All Might. Both my teacher and I had our dreams about One for All and its mortal enemy. That you have them is. I didn't even know how to explain things. Izuku. So you also dreamed about the ancient holders, he spoke with considerable curiosity. All Might. Did you dream about the miraculous holders? Izuku nodded, causing the blonde to spit out some blood. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but I didn't dream that. Izuku. Huh? The blonde tried to remain calm through all of this. All Might. Tell me exactly what you dreamt about. He wiped his mouth somewhat nervously. Izuku. They were talking a lot and it was all very strange, but one of them came closer and then. He looked seriously at his captured arms. Something black and strange came out of my finger. Lady Nagant got scared and called the guards. I ended up in the infirmary with my finger bandaged, and I spoke to one of them there. The blonde nodded, trying to understand his student. All Might, this is very curious, young Midoriya. I've never heard of dreams like this. I'll have to investigate it. Leave it to me, okay? The green-haired boy nodded, looking much more animated. Now, I'd better go see Aizawa-kun. I'm sure if I delay any longer, it'll only get worse. Without another word, the blonde boy left, leaving the green-haired boy alone. Izuku. I hope it's nothing bad. He murmured, sounding a little scared. Kana. Are you ready, Midoriya? She asked from her side, knowing how nervous the green-haired boy could get approaching these prisoners. Izuku. A little. He murmured, feeling a tingling in his fingers. To be honest, I'm a little scared. Kana. Just try to stay calm, don't let them see your true intentions, and stay alert, okay? She said seriously. Izuku. Understood. He murmured tensely. Kana. And Midoriya. The boy listened calmly. Be careful. He murmured somewhat embarrassed, not quite sure why he said that. Izuku. Of course. He whispered back, not knowing if the woman had heard him or not. Kana. If something happens you can always punch someone else in the face. On his side the green-haired boy turned somewhat red, embarrassed in front of the woman. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san, he complained to the woman who had managed to calm the boy down a little. The courtyard was quite tense, no one was able to feel the pressure that seemed to be coming from nowhere. All the prisoners were pretty unaware of what was happening, or at least they weren't interested in what was going on amidst the rumors. They didn't get involved in other people's business, and that gave them certain advantages. Are you sure he'll come? One of the prisoners asked his companion, who was being overly confident. Sure, he's just a kid who hasn't been around the sewer for long, I don't think he'll be that hard to handle. He said arrogantly, convincing his companions or at least making them less suspicious. And Lady Nagant won't do anything to take her boy away from us, another asked, making the atmosphere somewhat tense. Come on, we know she's never done anything to bother us, she's not even interested in meddling in other people's business, she replied simply, clinging to past events. That is, until the boy appeared. The one who seemed to be leading them commented angrily. If that boy really comes, it's best we don't touch a single hair on his head for the time being. They all looked at each other seriously before nodding. Boss, murmured one of the guards. Here he comes. All eyes turned to see the boy approaching, his handcuffs tightened. See. I told you I'd convince him. He smiled, proud of his feat. Izuku. Hello. He said, sounding nervous due to his position. Hey kid, it's great to see you again. The man said, approaching and ignoring the others. I see you decided to come and help us. Izuku. Yes, what you said really made me think a lot. He commented, trying to sound natural, although it raised doubts among the prisoners. I'm glad you want my help. He said kindly, revealing how calm he was. This boy. One of them stared, quite bewildered, at the boy and the pure aura he seemed to give off. He's too innocent. One of the prisoners had to rub his eyes trying not to go blind from the light emanating from the green-haired boy. Tell me, kid, did they tell you what to do? The leader asked, doubting the boy and his intentions. Izuku. No sir, they only told me I could be of help. He explained truthfully, since the prisoner had said little during their meeting. I see. He saw the guy in charge of bringing him, who smiled proudly at his leader. Izuku. Exactly why do you need me? He asked with all the innocence he could muster in such a tense moment. For now, let's just say we appreciate you getting rid of that big guy, the leader replied seriously. Izuku. In that case, it was nothing. Smiled kindly at the boss, who felt quite uncomfortable with the boy's apparent innocence. Yeah, sure, the leader muttered, not trusting the new kid much. Something's wrong. He glanced at the courtyard, thinking they were watching him, but there were no eyes on them. Izuku. Is something wrong? He asked the boss, a little fearful. Nothing, he said simply, perhaps he was just overthinking it all. Welcome, kid. Izuku. Thank you very much. He replied calmly. That was close. Tsutsumi-san, what were you thinking? He thought tensely as he felt the woman watching him from the other side of the courtyard, quite seriously. For her part, she wasn't going to let him go just like that. He was dangerous, and the boy was too good to leave to die with all those criminals. And although she didn't like to interfere with anyone in prison, that brat seemed too interesting to leave on his own, too much light for such a dark place, and of course, she wanted to hoard that light for herself, protecting the boy from everything, even though it was almost impossible. Kana. I've got your back, kid. He murmured from the shadows, simply watching the green-haired boy and how he was treating the prisoners. Be careful. He murmured seriously, ignoring the affection he was beginning to feel for the green-haired boy. Surveillance was one of the most boring and least interesting aspects of being a hero for Bakugo. Waiting around for someone to do something wasn't his style. He wanted to smash the traitorous idiot's head in. He'd thought of more than 10 ways to defeat him, but no, he just had to keep an eye on him, and that was incredibly boring. Ever since Aizawa gave her the mission, she kept a discreet but ever-vigilant eye on Aoyama. She didn't do much, but she noticed odd things, that supposed brilliance and eccentricity were hiding something. Her confidence masked the tension, and that feigned cheerfulness served well to avoid prying eyes. It was good, she had to admit, not good enough to fool him, but good enough to fool all the other fools. Kirishima. God, I'm starving. Leaving class, Bakugo's group was expecting a big banquet, making the most of their break. Zero. Me too, I think I'd eat everything in the cafeteria if I could. Not having a proper breakfast made them extremely hungry. Katsuki. TSK. Quite irritated, he left wanting some peace. Kaminari. Are you feeling alright? Lately you've barely resisted anything. The explosive boy glared at him before watching Aoyama walk away rather suspiciously. Is something wrong? Katsuki. Nothing, I'm going to the bathroom. Without another word he went in the same direction as the elusive blonde while he began to record with his phone quite discreetly. This time I've got you, you damn little Frenchie. He thought irritably, following the other blonde. Although Aoyama appeared quite confident and calm, the truth was he was acting erratically, quite uncomfortable and tense. He paced quickly among the students, searching for a good place to hide and eat in peace. Or at least that was the main idea. In such an absurdly large academy with so many people, it was difficult for him to find the ideal spot to sit. He wandered through a couple of corridors, went up and down the stairs like crazy before finally finding a small gap between the stairs closest to the back courtyard where many students were just hanging out, a perfect hidden spot to do something totally illegal, to put it mildly. Aoyama. And what do they want now? He murmured fearfully, pulling out his phone and looking at the screen with concern. I already gave them everything. Because of me, Midoriya is in prison. What more do they expect? He said regretfully, unaware that they were recording him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He wept silently, seeing what they wanted from him this time. Katsuki. I've got you now, you wretch. He thought seriously, simply finishing the recording. His boredom had crossed another line after seeing the new companion Dabi had brought. He thought it would be fun having the number 3 hero with them, but the blonde chicken spent more time wandering around and playing with twice, so he couldn't have fun with the new guy. He was so eager to do something that he couldn't resist the impulse to contact the mole at UA. He knew Shigaraki didn't like them using that connection, but it was really worth it, or at least that's what he thought. If he was caught, he would simply say that he wanted to admire how they had defeated one of their biggest problems, he wanted to boost morale, and all those absurd things that are said in such cases. Himiko. I'll see you soon, Dekakuin. She murmured, her voice thick with excitement and high hopes. Very soon. She murmured again, her face red from thinking about her adorable Izuku, unaware that a red feather was hidden near her bedroom door. Very close to the exit, Hawks analyzed what he had heard from the assassin. Her way of acting was curious to say the least, and very inconsistent, although it was to be expected from someone so crazy. It was still a little frightening that she wanted to go after Izuku in prison, so he had to do something to safeguard the boy's integrity, although of course he had to be very discreet about all this if he didn't want to attract more attention from the League of Villains. "Are you leaving already?" one of the mansion guards commented quite seriously. "Hawks. If I disappear for too long it will be very strange. If I want to keep up appearances I must leave," he replied with a calm smile. "I understand," murmured the guard, doubting the number 3. "Have a good trip, Hawks." "Thank you very much." Without further ado he took flight with quite a few ideas in mind. And how will he manage to get into Tartarus? He thought tensely. While receiving messages from his distant relatives was always tedious, this time it was quite complicated to get what they wanted. They were usually easy things to do, but this was beyond his capabilities, or at least that's how he saw it. If he already felt horrible about taking Midoriya to prison, the fact that he had to send a villain to see him in his worst state made everything worse than it already was. "Aoyama. What will I do?" he murmured, pacing somewhat uneasily through the UA hallways. "I can't ask anyone about it." With every passing second, he felt more afraid of failing the villains and them doing something bad to his family. Principal Nizu's office surely has that information. He had a very bad idea, but it was probably the only thing that could work. What if? He didn't think long before disappearing into the hallways once again. It might be very risky and very stupid, but it was the only way to get the information he needed, and it wasn't even certain that the principal had the exact location of the green-haired boy in Tartarus, but he had to try. He literally had no idea how to get to Tartarus without being too suspicious. He had to trust that the principal had some idea of where Midoriya was and not get caught looking in the UA files. Quite a feat if he managed to pull it off. "Aoyama. Excuse me." Whispering, she entered the principal's office, praying he wasn't there. "Principal Nizu." She murmured a little louder, entering the office and closing the door behind her. "Well, it's time." Without another word, she approached the computer, searching for what she needed. "I'm sorry," she murmured, almost on the verge of tears. Everything seemed to be going perfectly for Aoyama, who had managed to access the UA archives. He had all the knowledge at his fingertips, everything a villain could need, and without anyone noticing. Or so it seemed at first glance, because the reality was quite different. Sensing what the young traitor might do, the principal laid the perfect trap for him. Leaving his office and data open was the perfect bait to attract whoever was with the villains. From the outside, it seemed stupid to leave everything open to theft or damage, but the principal had already planned everything. There was nothing on the computer. He used another device, much more hidden than it seemed. So, while Aoyama rummaged through the trash, Principal Nizu simply watched through a hidden camera, waiting for the opportune moment to go after young Aoyama. He didn't want to capture him, for the moment. He wanted to drug him and search through his belongings for anything related to the villains, then let him go with a tracker, hoping he would run into someone. It seemed far-fetched from an objective point of view, but if he hoped to capture the entire League of Villains, he would do whatever it took. He wasn't going to allow his student to be in Tartarus any longer than necessary. "Nizu. It's time." He smiled from his hiding place, pressing a button and filling his office with a colorless and odorless gas that slowly affected the blonde man. "Aoyama. I don't see any mention of Midoriya." He blinked slowly, feeling quite tired. "It can't be," he murmured, feeling increasingly tired. "I need to find Midoriya." Without another word, he fell asleep on the desk, quite exposed. "Nizu. It worked." Without another word, he emerged from his hiding place, admiring the boy. "I really hoped you wouldn't fall for this, young Aoyama. It's bad to almost always be right." Without another word, he climbed onto his desk and took the blonde boy's phone. It was the most obvious way to make illicit contact. Let's see. His messages with his classmates didn't reveal much, just passing assignments and little else. His parents and his uncle. There was nothing strange about his parents, however. With his uncle, he revealed something extremely curious. "Can you get some broccoli? Your cousin ate all of it and wants more." "Understood." Nizu. Curious. Following his instinct, he looked at more messages with the mysterious uncle, realizing the conversation wasn't that old, just a few weeks old. There was something about the whole conversation that didn't seem normal, despite being quite common, with the uncle asking young Aoyama about UA in a superficial way and focusing heavily on a broccoli and a desire to see a vampire locked up. It didn't seem to make much sense, but it must mean something if it prompted him to invade the principal's office. "We can't take any risks." Without another word, he got down from the table, opened one of the drawers, and placed a strange chip in the boy's phone so he wouldn't notice. Let's hope this helps. Without difficulty, he got back up and put the phone away exactly as he had found it. Now you should return to your room, young Aoyama. With a complacent smile, he called Aizawa to report everything. They needed to get closer to the blonde boy if they wanted to catch everyone right where they wanted them. Coding was an art that could irritate many. Secret codes, while fun, came with their own little problem, knowing what was actually being said. Some, like Morse code or binary code, were extremely easy to understand since they are widespread and common, but others are so complicated that they are almost impossible to understand. Of course, finding codes on a teenager's phone would be a very complicated task. The young people themselves used quite strange slang that was difficult to understand for people outside their social circle, and if you add to that the fact that there are hidden messages within more messages from a teenager, things were even more difficult and cumbersome. Fortunately, Nizu had a pretty good advantage to get to the bottom of this. Not to brag, but the principal had been tinkering with coding programs for many years and had managed to establish an entire operating system that did all the work for him, relating concepts that were written with different codes and patterns, both common and unique, hoping that something from young Aoyama's phone might be useful to them. Present Mike isn't doing this illegal, he remarked jokingly to his boss, who was typing rapidly on a keyboard far too large for his size. Nizu. It would be if the phone we're spying on wasn't part of a criminal investigation. Young Aoyama is a suspect, and it's our duty to get to the truth, he commented, running around rapidly pressing buttons. Present Mike. Well, how's it going? The mouse jumped onto a nearby chair, having finished the final adjustments. Nizu. For the moment I can say that he doesn't have any strange connections with any of his companions, he explained calmly. What intrigued me was that conversation with the uncle, which is what I'm investigating. Present Mike. I thought it was too insignificant to work with. The mouse let out a proud chuckle. Nizu. Nothing is insufficient for research, he said with some pride in his achievements. It's proving difficult, but I'm making progress. Present Mike. Did you find anything incriminating? The principal nodded, tapping the excessively large keyboard. Nizu. Quite strange at first, commented, pacing back and forth showing his research. At first it seems like a normal chat between family members, asking about their progress at UA, but things get weird when they talk about a cousin and broccoli. The conversation doesn't progress much and then it ends mysteriously without a goodbye. Present Mike. Do you think they have a secret? The mouse nodded, returning to his chair and waiting for something to come up. Nizu. This isn't common behavior, and his way of speaking is very strange. I know there's something here, no matter how ordinary it may seem, he said, his gaze fixed on the screen. Present Mike, broccoli, he said, quite confused by that line of the chat. Nizu. Too specific, don't you think? The blonde boy looked at the principal, waiting for the explanation he knew he had. Generally when we talk about food, and specifically vegetables in general, we talk about everything, a salad or a specific preparation. Here, they're only talking about broccoli and not in any particular way, prepared or anything like that. It's pretty certain there's something hidden here. Present Mike, what can be related to broccoli that's from UA? The conversation wasn't making much sense. If I remember correctly, Lunch Rush didn't do anything with broccoli this week. Nizu. I doubt it refers to food, it might refer to someone or a specific place, perhaps a meeting point. He continued focusing on the computer, trying to figure out what it could be. Present Mike. Is there any place that has anything to do with broccoli? The principal paused a bit, thinking about cities and towns. Nizu. As far as I remember, there are only broccoli fields, and it's not the season, so that narrows it down to one person, but who were they referring to? It could be someone who looks like broccoli or whose personality is similar to a vegetable. If that's the case, there would be plenty of people who could fit that description. Present Mike. How's Midoriya? He commented humorously to lighten the mood. Nizu. The mouse paused for a second processing what the master said. Present Mike. I'm just kidding, he replied, seeing the ferret's seriousness. Nizu. But it makes some sense. Now that Midoriya is out of their game, they might act differently. Maybe that's what this conversation is about, figuring out what to do now that Midoriya is behind bars. It sounded very likely given how they were talking. Only, it seems they still need to figure out where to meet to discuss it more comfortably. They still had to figure that out, but they'd made good progress. Please go and inform everyone and call the commission. I think we can pull off a move if we play our cards right, he said with a smile. They were getting closer and closer to catching the League of Villains. Being with the supposed escapees gave him plenty of opportunities to both restrain and understand them. Just 2 days after joining the gang of idiots, he had already discovered some rather curious things, although nothing related to their plans to escape Tartarus. They were careful with their steps, which spoke to the seriousness of the matter and how dangerous it could become if not handled with due caution. They were eager to go out, and although they didn't mention it in front of Izuku, it was clear how ready they were to go out and do who knows what. He still had to gain their trust so they would tell him how to act. "Kana, you should take it easier," she commented, leaning against the wall. The boy seemed very tense the whole time, and she knew how dangerous that was. "Izuku, it's a little difficult now that I'm so close to them," he commented, sounding quite uneasy. "Kana, look, if you're going to be this nervous all the time, you'll raise suspicions, and that will lead to awkward questions that will reveal your intentions, and I highly doubt you want that," she said, a little mockingly, to the boy who seemed nervous in his cell. "What you have to do is calm down as much as possible. Don't look at it as a job or a burden you have to carry, look at it as if you were truly a prisoner trying to escape. You need a ruthless prisoner, not a cute little bunny." "Izuku, wait, bunny." All his seriousness vanished with that comment. "Kana, that's what you look like, a cute and fluffy bunny that makes you want to cuddle it," she said rather teasingly to the boy who turned quite red on his side. "Izuku, I'm not a rabbit." He defended himself seriously. "Kana, messy but fluffy hair, you tend to hide at the slightest provocation, you're small, your voice is soft, and as I've already shown, you're easy to tease," she said with a touch of pride. "I'm sorry to say it, but you're a sweet little bunny." "Izuku, I'm not like that," he muttered, irritated by the comparison. "Kana, don't get discouraged, lots of people like rabbits." She tried to improve the situation, knowing she'd put her foot in it. "They're very popular and in some cultures they're considered very lucky, it's not bad to be a cute bunny." "Izuku, you like rabbits." From the way the bicolored girl spoke, it was clear she knew more about rabbits than the average person. "Kana, well," she thought for a second, momentarily forgetting what they were talking about in the first place. "They're quite cute and calm, their ears are adorable because of how big they are, although it's true their care is somewhat delicate." She snapped back to reality, realizing what she was saying. "Wait, if he's a rabbit, if I admit I like rabbits, that means..." For some reason, she blushed quite a bit at the insinuation she had made. "Izuku, Tsutsumi-san?" he asked curiously, making her blush a little more. "Is something wrong?" "Kana, let's just say rabbits are nice," she murmured, her face red, making the boy next to her smile. "Izuku, thank you, Tsutsumi-san," he whispered affectionately, quite happy about the connection he had forged with the bicolored girl. The morning was cold and, as usual, the green-haired man was exercising in his cell. It always relaxed him and helped him think better, but this time there was something different. He felt much lighter and more cheerful than other days. Even the thought of going with those prisoners didn't make him feel nervous or tense, on the contrary, he was very cheerful and felt like he could handle anything. "Kana, you wake up really early," she murmured, barely awake after a night that seemed endless. "Izuku. Oh, good morning Tsutsumi-san." He greeted the woman with much more joy than usual. "Kana. Good morning, Midoriya." She yawned, wanting to sleep more. "You train a lot in the morning." "Izuku. Oh, did I make you uncomfortable?" "I'm sorry." The woman chuckled softly. "Kana. More than that, it's amazing that you want to stay strong in your cell. Usually, everyone gets bored and prefers to stare into space, completely devoid of hope," she commented in amazement. "Besides, you mutter while you train and complain quite a bit." "Izuku. Huh?" He blushed with embarrassment, causing a smile from the bicolored girl. I don't do that." He stuttered sheepishly. "Kana. Of course you do, I can't hear you very well because you speak so fast, but I know you're talking." The boy was about to turn into a strawberry with this revelation. "Izuku. Oh yeah. Well, you. He tried to counterattack but he wasn't thinking straight. "Kana. I'm sorry, child of light, but I'm too perfect for you to complain about anything," she said with a touch of arrogance, believing she had won. "Izuku. Well, you snore like a kitten," he revealed, leaving the atmosphere somewhat cold. "Kana. Cat," she said confusedly, leaving the boy even redder with embarrassment. "Izuku. Yes, you usually purr when you sleep, I can hear it perfectly from my side," he commented seriously. "Kana. I don't purr," she replied somewhat seriously. "Izuku. If you do, it sounds really adorable if I'm honest." He murmured the last part, remembering what he had heard. "Kana. Okay, I think all this exercise is tiring you out and you're hearing things. You should relax," she said, trying to stay calm but it was affecting her a lot. "Izuku. But I hear it at midnight," he said incredulously. "Kana. It's just crazy stuff because of sleep. She continued denying the truth out of shame. Izuku. It's not so bad that you sound like a cute high school girl, it's adorable. He eased the tension even though the woman was very embarrassed, causing the bicolored girl to blush. Kana. You need to stop being so kind and sweet. She muttered, trying to calm down. At this rate they're going to cook you, little bunny. She said mockingly to the boy who smiled at her side. Izuku. I know not much will happen because I have my great friend, Kitty, covering my back. He said confidently, making the woman smile unconsciously. Kana. You trust me a lot. She murmured, lowering her gaze. Izuku. I already told you, you're a good person and you help me a lot, I appreciate it, Tsutsumi-san. The woman sighed, trying to ignore the heat she felt in her chest. Kana. It's nothing. She murmured, savoring the warmth in her chest that she had forgotten. Seeing the prisoners he had to help, the green-haired man didn't feel much fear or nervousness. Although there was still some tension in the air, everything felt much better than a few days ago. He was a little more confident than usual, and he still didn't know where that confidence came from. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san, I'm leaving now. He said as he stepped out into the courtyard, quite excited. Kana. Ah yes, good luck. She murmured, somewhat dazed. Everything seemed quite strange from her point of view. Izuku. Are you feeling alright? The woman looked at him for a moment, considering her answer. Tsutsumi-san. Kana. I'm fine, Midoriya. Nothing's wrong. She closed her eyes, trying to maintain her composure. Izuku. Are you sure? You're unusually quiet today. The woman smiled slightly. If you'd like, I can call a guard. Kana. Everything's alright, bunny boy. She teased the boy, who froze at the nickname. I'm just thinking, go ahead and go with your new friends. Izuku. They're not my friends. He murmured, trying to stay calm. Kana. Let's go before they arrive. Izuku nodded, heading towards their usual meeting place. What's happening to me? He murmured, walking towards a distant bench to watch over the boy on his mission. The meetings he held with the prisoners were nothing special. He listened to everyone complaining about the food and other prisoners. They rarely asked for Izuku's opinion, and he simply agreed. It was very obvious how little trust they had in the new kid. They couldn't be sure if the boy was totally on their side or if he was hiding something from them. Like everyone there, every prisoner had their secrets and each had their limit of trust, and with the boy his limit was low, and for the moment it didn't seem like it was going to change. Oh, there you are, brat. One of the prisoners smiled, approaching the green-haired boy in a friendly manner. They started with your block today, huh? Izuku. That's right, I was lucky. He replied with his usual kindness. Hey, don't you get bored listening to idiot old men all afternoon? She commented playfully, making the somewhat tense boy smile. Izuku. There's not much to do, and it's not like it's that bad. He said calmly, making the prisoner nod. I like you, kid. Without another word, she sat down next to Izuku, waiting for the others. As the minutes passed, everyone slowly joined the green-haired boy and the other prisoner, acting quite calmly and avoiding the guards' gazes, something that was quite common in their meeting circle. They always tried to act as normal as possible and avoided speaking when a guard was nearby. They didn't finish explaining to Izuku what was happening, but it was quite obvious to him. Hey boss, when do you think that will happen? Asked one of the prisoners, who had forgotten they had a new cellmate. It's not the right time yet, he muttered irritably to all his subordinates. Izuku. What happened? He murmured, confused by it, or at least he made it seem that way. Oh, don't worry about it, kid, it's something between us. Another one quickly added, giving his leader a rather tense look, who let out a sigh. Izuku. Like a game or an exchange? He asked, quite interested in the event. Yes. Something like that. He smiled at Izuku, trying to keep up appearances. The boss is planning something incredible and he's thought it through very well. Izuku. And can I participate? He said with considerable excitement. Well. He looked at his boss who approached Izuku. I'm considering it at the moment, but it's likely you'll participate. You're quite sensible. Izuku looked at him with great excitement, eager to participate. Izuku. I'll be waiting, boss. He commented with too much joy. He was achieving his goal. I'm sure you'll be surprised, and if you help me, I might even be able to tell you what it is. Izuku's eyes shone with anticipation, wondering what it could be. Izuku. Sure, I'll help in any way I can. He confirmed, acting like a loyal dog, hoping to have what he needs. I hope so, boy. I hope so. He smiled, quite confident in his ability to control the immensely strong child. While discovering which student was the connection to the villains was a step forward, they still had to prove it, and things were moving slowly on that front. Principal Nizu was having trouble uncovering the secrets of young Aoyama, while at the same time, more encrypted messages were arriving for the student, which were just as perplexing as the first ones they had to decipher. Aizawa. Mike told me about your plan. Do you have any updates, Principal? He entered the room, looking quite nervous and somewhat excited. Nizu. Patience, Aizawa-kun, this takes time, especially with how strangely they're speaking. He looked at the screen, beginning to see a pattern. Aizawa. Have you found anything out? The mouse chuckled, quite proud of what he had done. Nizu. For now, it's quite difficult to know exactly what they're talking about, but I can assure you it's what we're looking for. He began typing too quickly, searching through the files he possessed. For now, I've discovered that they were talking about young Midoriya and that they want to meet with young Aoyama. Aizawa. About Midoriya. That not only seemed strange to him, it also triggered his internal alarms. Why would they talk about Midoriya now that he's in prison? Nizu. There are multiple reasons to talk about it. Perhaps now that Midoriya is out of their way, they're going after another student. Although, if that were the case, they'd talk about another vegetable or fruit that's related to another student. So maybe they're just proud that Midoriya isn't around and want to celebrate. He let out a somewhat irritated sigh. We still have a long way to go. Aizawa. I wonder. Seeing all this, it was inevitable that the questions would come. Why choose Midoriya? He called the ferret's attention. Out of all the students, even in Class A there are students who are better candidates to be accused of villainy. Nizu. There might be students who would be easier to accuse of being villains, and even some who actually seem like villains, but looking at it from a different angle, it's a good option considering he's extremely reclusive and lacking in confidence, someone totally shy and strange to normal people. He explained to the dark-haired boy who didn't seem comfortable with that answer. Perhaps the answer lies here. He continued inquiring under the teacher's gaze. Aizawa. HM. He looked closely at his student's chat, thinking he understood something. Nizu. Is something wrong, Aizawa-kun? The black-haired boy carefully read each paragraph. Aizawa. They're talking about broccoli and putting it in a bin, that means it's in the Tartarus. The mouse nodded. But at the same time they're talking about going to the supermarket for broccoli, that doesn't mean they're going. Nizu. Go to Tartarus. What reason would he have to go to Tartarus? Although what the black-haired boy said made sense, they still had to discover the reason behind that reasoning. It might be related to the escape. The teacher of Class A seemed tense at this. If so, they'll go to All for One cell to do something. It seemed they had deciphered it. Aizawa. Though it could be because they say they want to buy fresh broccoli. Both the teacher and the principal realized what was going to happen. They plan to go after Midoriya. Nizu. They think they managed to imprison Midoriya, and now they plan to take him to their side. He looked at the tense black-haired man. Perhaps that's what they planned, for Midoriya to end up in Tartarus where they would take the opportunity to convince him to join them. Aizawa. If things had gone as planned, Midoriya would be devastated, accused of being a villain and a traitor. With everyone against him and his mind shattered, it would be easy to convince him to join them and start the escape of his own free will. All the pieces seemed to fall into place. Nizu, Aizawa-kun. He spoke with excessive seriousness. I want you to go immediately to Tartarus prison and speak with young Midoriya. Tell him he'll be receiving a visit from an as yet unidentified villain and to try to extract as much information as possible. He said with the most twisted smile the mouse had ever displayed. Aizawa. Shouldn't we get him out of there? This is much more dangerous than we expected. The ferret shook his head, his eyes glued to the screen. Nizu. We still have the advantage. We know they'll go after young Midoriya. If we pull him out right now, it'll alert everyone. Once the villain is in front of young Midoriya's cell and doesn't find him, he'll know something's wrong. If young Midoriya leaves now that he's managed to infiltrate those organizing the escape, we'll lose all possible information. Everything had to be calculated down to the millimeter if they wanted to overcome this setback. Aizawa. We should get him out of there. He muttered, irritated by the situation. Nizu. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment, young Midoriya will return in due time. The black-haired man nodded, leaving the room. Spending time in prison was another form of passive torture inflicted on prisoners. In a normal prison, they could talk to cellmates and even play games or read something, but in Tartarus, being a prison for so many super dangerous villains, things were different. Since each prisoner was isolated in his own cell, the only way to pass the time was by chatting with another prisoner, and for that they had to speak louder unless they had good hearing. Everyone talked quite a bit among themselves, and some came up with games to pass the time. To pass the time, Kana decided to play riddles with her green-haired neighbor to put him on the spot. It was fun until the brat started saying riddles that she couldn't solve, so their game stopped momentarily. Kana. This is getting boring, she said, looking wearily at the wall. Izuku. But if you don't want to answer me, he said with some irritation. Kana. I didn't know you knew so many riddles. The green-haired boy sighed from his side. Izuku. I had been at school for a long time, and the library was a good place to hide from Kaken. It was fun solving the riddles I saw in the books. He commented with a small smile. At that moment it was a moment of peace amidst so much darkness. Kana. Why did you give him a nickname if he bothered you so much? She asked, not quite understanding Izuku. From the way you tell it, it's clear he wasn't a good friend. Izuku. Well, I've always admired him. He confided in the bicolored girl. He's always been quite brave and focused, and I don't know. When he was a kid, what he did was incredible, or so it seemed, until he started bothering everyone. He muttered the last part with considerable irritation. Kana. So he was just a stalker. She commented, somewhat irritated. She didn't like stalkers at all. Izuku. At first he was a good guy, but after receiving his quirk he started to change. I remembered quite well what happened around the blonde boy. He went from playing with hero cards to making little girls and boys cry if they had something unusual about them. I always tried to stop him, but… Kana. It all ended worse, didn't it? There was no response from the boy. How long did that last? Izuku. He thought carefully before smiling tensely. A few months ago when he was kidnapped by villains and I helped save him. Kana. And you still consider him a rival, she said incredulously. You know, for someone extremely intelligent, that's pretty stupid. Izuku. Hey, he's changed. Not much, but he's trying. I think. The woman sighed. Kana. You don't want to admit that your friend has changed, but Midoriya has really changed. He's not the boy you admired anymore. There was silence again. Do you really admire someone who has bothered you so much? Who ruined other people's lives simply because they're different? Izuku. No, he answered that with a bit of seriousness. Kana. Well, because those people don't deserve your admiration, he doesn't deserve the honor of having you as a rival. The boy said nothing. You deserve more, and don't come at me with that, there are others who deserve more, nonsense. Think about yourself for a moment, please. You're worth it, and if none of those idiots could see it, I'll make you see it. She said with conviction. Izuku. Thank you, Tsutsumi-san. He replied with a small smile that was becoming common when he was with the woman. Time was running out to meet with the villains, and everyone seemed to be preparing for the encounter. Aoyama was trying to get information from Midoriya, Nizu, and the heroes were trying to figure out where they were going to meet, and of course, Himiko was the most excited about it all. Himiko was bursting with excitement at the thought of seeing the cutest boy she'd ever met chained up like a dog. While she was sure she couldn't get into Izuku's cell, she'd be content to see him from the outside, reinforced all over and covered in blood from countless battles to stay strong. Just imagining it was making her hot. Dabi. Toga. He shouted irritably as he entered the room where the blonde usually was. Himiko. The girl shifted in her place, not wanting to get up, too comfortable sleeping in her little spot. Dabi. Where the hell did you go? He said, turning everything upside down in search of his partner. Himiko. She's not here right now, please leave your message after the tone. She murmured, half asleep, nestled among many pillows. Dabi. Wake up, you maniac. He cleared the pile of pillows that the blonde had built up, who collapsed, somewhat irritated. Himiko. What do you want, Dabi? She muttered angrily to the dark-haired man. Dabi. What do you think you're doing? He asked coldly. Himiko. Obviously sleeping. Stretched like a cat before getting up. Dabi. I don't mean that, what the hell are you doing talking to our contact at UA? The blonde just yawned, dismissing the dark-haired boy's comment. Himiko. I don't know what you're talking about. She said calmly, irritating the dark-haired boy. Dabi. Don't give me that. The camera caught you using your phone. The blonde clicked her tongue irritably at being caught. What the hell are you planning? Himiko. Relax, Dabi. All I want is some information. She commented calmly, downplaying what she had done. Dabi. You want information? Directly from someone at UA. The blonde looked at him irritated by that comment. What is it you want, Toga? She questioned seriously. Himiko. Fine, but don't scold me, okay? She said with a small pout. Dabi. It will depend on what you say. The girl sighed, knowing what was going to happen. Himiko. I want to go see Dekakuin. She said through gritted teeth, not wanting to speak. Dabi. Well, I already knew you were crazy, but this is much more than being crazy. Are you stupid? He scolded the blonde, who seemed even angrier. Himiko. TSK, you don't even know what I want to do. She muttered, starting to get tired of the dark-haired boy. Dabi. Anything you want to do is stupid. Going to Tartarus is stupid, let him rot. The blonde let out another angry sigh about the whole thing. Himiko. You know, saying I can do anything is really limiting me. She questioned the dark-haired man who seemed even angrier. Dabi. Do anything that doesn't put us in danger. If you go to Tartarus, they'll discover you, and one way or another, they'll get here, free that idiot, and everything will be worse. He said irritably. The strategy the blonde wanted was impossible to carry out. Himiko. TSK, just let me have some fun. She yelled, already fed up with her partner. Do you know how stressful it is to be here all the time? You have your bird boy boyfriend and twice as busy with his nonsense, so why do I have to be the only one here who can't do anything? She complained to the dark-haired boy, who simply remained silent. You don't even understand. Without another word, she left the room, leaving the dark-haired boy irritated. I'm going to see Dekakuin and nobody will stop me. A promise she made to herself. With the meeting so close, Aoyama was in trouble. He hadn't managed to get any information about Midoriya's exact whereabouts. He hadn't been able to find much information because, obviously, the whole traitor matter was being handled with the utmost discretion and security. The slightest sight of someone looking where they shouldn't would result in their capture and a thorough interrogation, so he had to find other ways to get the information. He was becoming desperate and scared because he couldn't achieve this goal. He knew very well what awaited him and his family if he didn't do what they told him or didn't get what they wanted, even though it wasn't his fault that they kept all that information under the utmost discretion. In such desperation he was easily influenced and deceived, things that from Principal Nizu's perspective were quite exploitable and that he could use to get to the heart of it all. Kaminari. Are you on the traitor's case? He shouted, astonished by what the explosive blonde was saying. Katsuki. Katsuki, lower your fucking voice, he yelled, punching the electric blonde. This is supposed to be a secret, he whispered irritably to his friend. Kirishima. You're yelling too, Bakugo. He muttered, tense with the situation. Katsuki. Whatever, they dragged me into all this, and soon they're going to take me to another part of Tartarus. He commented seriously, believing that no one was listening to them. Mina. Isn't that dangerous? They could attack when I go outside. She commented nervously about the situation. Katsuki. Calm down, Raccoon Eyes, everything's under control. Besides, I'll be there to get him out. Everything will be safe. He said with some pride. Zero. I'm surprised they want you there, given how volatile you are. He said mockingly. Katsuki. Rot in hell, flex tape, he yelled angrily at the dark-haired boy. I'm the best option for this nonsense, he said proudly, unaware of who was secretly listening. Talking about such secret topics in the middle of the dorm room might not seem like a good idea, especially since the real traitor was among them, listening in on all the information. Bakugo's careless talk only served his purposes, knowing the green-haired boy's whereabouts was only good for the villains. Aoyama. They'll move Midoriya. He murmured excitedly before retreating to his room, somewhat relieved to finally have information, and from the least expected source. That's great. He smiled contentedly, starting to type on his phone, convinced he'd made the biggest discovery. Katsuki. I saw you, you damn traitor. He thought as he watched a yellow and white trail disappear behind a wall. You're going down. He smiled to himself, quite excited about what was going to happen. Kaminari. Are you feeling okay? He asked nervously because of his friend's smile. Mina. I think it's a bad luck. She whispered to her friend, just as nervous as he was. Zero. Or a curse. He muttered under his breath, as terrified as the other two. Katsuki. Will you guys stop talking nonsense? He yelled, unleashing bursts of anger. Kaminari. Phew, back to normal. The three of them relaxed when they saw their friend was okay. Katsuki. What the hell do they mean by that? He yelled, starting to chase his friends all over the building. The darkness of the place was nothing new to Izuku. He was beginning to get used to all of this, although this time he didn't understand why he was there. Lately, everything seemed quite normal. You seem calm, brat, he heard behind him, startling Izuku a little. Izuku. Huh? Turning around, he saw a bald man dressed in a rather brutal way, reminiscent of bikers from the other side of the Pacific. You are. He thought for a second without coming up with an answer. Who is it? The man tensed up considerably with the green-haired boy. For someone who doesn't have a mouth, you sure know how to irritate, brat, he yelled irritably at the ninth, who shrank back in his tracks. There's not much time, so I'll get straight to the point. As you know, you're very close to that scrotum face, and there's a good chance he'll come after you. There aren't many options, so we're giving you the only thing that might help you in the situation. Izuku. A weapon. He wondered, confused. Almost, the bald man smiled, quite excited. We have to use the ace up our sleeve of the quirk, the ability to use all the ones that came before you. Izuku's eyes widened in complete amazement. Izuku, using his quirks. Is that even possible? The bald man smiled at the boy's doubts. I don't fully understand it, but that's the gist of it. You're the most connected to one for all of them, or so the first one said. I don't quite grasp what the heck that means, but it doesn't matter, he said confidently to the boy. For now, I've let you use a little of my quirk. It's not very special, and I couldn't use it to its full potential, but... He opened his hand, unleashing black whips that seemed to have a mind of their own. I hope it's useful to you. Izuku, that thing on my finger. That made sense of what happened not long ago. Interesting. He tried to touch that whip but felt the ground vanish. Izuku. Ah. He woke up abruptly in the middle of the night, completely agitated and tense. What? He slowly came to, observing his surroundings. What happened? He sat up in his bed and breathed slowly. Kana. Midoriya. She listened from her cell, somewhat surprised. Are you awake? Izuku. Good evening, Tsutsumi-san. He said with a calm smile and a rather low and somewhat tense tone of voice. Kana. Nightmares. It was more of a statement than a doubt because it was obvious that this was happening. Izuku. Something like that. A confusing dream more than anything. The calmer tone confirmed it, the woman knew. Kana. I'm glad you're not having nightmares. She closed her eyes, trying to calm down. Izuku. Can't you sleep? The woman's silence was quite tense. Tsutsumi-san. Kana. I don't usually sleep much, to be honest. I knew the boy was trustworthy and I truly needed his light. Many are affected by having eliminated so many. I heard many times on my way here that they considered me a monster simply for not flinching at death. They think I'm immune to it. Izuku, do you see the people you eliminated? He asked, quite worried about the bicolored girl. Kana. Every day, their faces contorted with pain. It repeats on a loop every time I try to sleep. She sighed, trying to calm herself. It's not easy, and I don't think you understand. Even so, I wanted you to know. Izuku. Thank you for your vote of confidence. He smiled, determined to help the woman. While it's true I haven't killed anyone, I know what it's like to not sleep. He remarked, drawing on his memories. Kana. I doubt it's for the same reason as me. I smiled humorlessly, I was alone in this. Izuku. There was a time, not too long ago, when I had to rescue a little girl from a truly horrible fate. He began, trying to keep the woman from shutting down. The worst you can imagine and more. Kana. A girl being abused. That's nothing new. She said with fake humor, not understanding what the boy was saying. Izuku. If it were just simple abuse, I wouldn't be telling this story. No, this girl had the misfortune of ending up in the hands of a terrible man who saw in her the opportunity to bring everyone to his knees. He didn't just abuse her directly. He let out a rather irritated sigh at the bird that was surely rotting in the lower levels of the prison they were in. He literally killed her over and over again, using her flesh and blood to achieve his terrible goals. Kana. Her flesh and blood. She said, quite surprised. Izuku. That's right. He let the bicolored girl process that before continuing. The girl couldn't sleep because every time she closed her eyes she only saw the hands that killed her 1,000 times, the hands that forced her to undergo injections and torture 1,000 times. You know a lot, Tsutsumi-san, and you know there's no recovery from that. Kana. How could I? Izuku smiled from her side. Izuku. Even so. He continued, not letting the woman think. I didn't let her fall apart, no matter how broken she felt, how hurt she was, I didn't let her. Right now, she's an amazing girl who enjoys every day as if there were no horrible past, and I know I can help you, Tsutsumi-san. He said with conviction. Kana. There's a big difference between a child and me, Midoriya. She commented, quite exhausted. It's not the same. Izuku. They may be different, but both of them suffer greatly, and I won't let that happen. He said seriously, his eyes lighting up. I won't abandon you, Tsutsumi-san. If I have to move heaven and earth to help you, I will. You are someone who deserves to be saved, and I will save you. He placed a hand on the wall facing his friend's cell and let his quirk flow. Kana. I don't think you can. Before she could say anything, she saw something break through the wall. It was pure darkness. What is it? Izuku. Don't worry about that now. I just want you to hold this. You'll never feel alone while I'm here. He assured her with a rather proud smile. Kana. You're crazy. If they find out about this. The whip shifted slightly, extending further and reaching the woman's hand. It's warmer than I thought. Izuku. Spending entire days in the hole is nothing if it's to help you, although from there I couldn't extend this whip. Maybe I didn't think it through. He regretted his decisions quite quickly. Kana. You're crazy, little rabbit. She commented with an almost genuine smile and a small laugh. Izuku. I just don't want you to feel abandoned, because I'm here for you, Tsutsumi-san. He said confidently. Kana. You're quite a character, kid. She tightened the whip a little, feeling a bit calmer. Do you really think you can control my mind? She asked, a little afraid. Izuku. Not only that, you'll help me too. He assured calmly. Kana. I have nothing to lose. She lay back on her bed, clutching the whip. It feels strange. She murmured to herself, admiring the whip as it moved between her fingers. Izuku. Rest, Tsutsumi-san. He commented quite calmly. Kana. You too. Midoriya. She felt her eyelids grow heavy. For the first time in a long time she felt she could sleep peacefully. The way prisoners communicated was difficult for the prison guards to uncover. It was known that behind bars, inmates could converse with each other in the same cell block and even with people further down the prison. They had tried everything to prevent information from reaching the lower levels, transferring suspected prisoners to different cells to keep them separate or sending them to lower levels so they couldn't talk, installing extra security cameras, and even conducting intense interrogations to get to the truth. Even so, they found traces of communication with the lower levels. You had to be incredibly cunning to pass information to the most dangerous villains, and getting to all for one was 4 times as difficult, many guards and cameras, various doors, and many locks just to be face to face with the monster. And somehow he knew what was happening outside. He didn't say it, of course, but the guy knew everything, as if his gaze were omnipresent, waiting for something to happen or plotting something to make it happen. All for one dash, report. Leaned his head back in his hard chair, establishing contact with his subordinate on his upper floors. Dash, the idea is spreading a lot, sir. One of the prisoners in the prison above answered mentally. We have everything we need to escape, a lot of strength and many quirks to annoy the guards. All for one. Excellent. Keep the child close, someone as abandoned as him is very necessary. He commented with a rather strong animated tone. Understood, although the woman will be problematic. He said bored, he didn't like dealing with the bicolored girl. All for one. Oh don't worry, I have plans for her. Someone as broken as Lady Nagant was perfect for his plans, allowing him to manipulate her without any problems. Dash, does she want me to join? From the way she was saying things, it was clear she wanted her in this. All for one. No, she has to be handled with caution. She didn't come to know of my existence with almost no clues for nothing. She's not someone you can talk to easily. He thought calmly. Everything was getting closer, and he just had to hold on for a couple more months, and Shimura Tenko would be ready to fully accept it. Kana had more than one question after what had happened that night. As far as she understood, her friend possessed a quirk of super strength, enough to break steel handcuffs with impact nullification, designed for mid-power quirks. She didn't understand where that black ribbon came from, a ribbon strong enough to break through interconnected concrete and metal as if it were made of paper. The boy had more secrets than she expected, and for some reason, it was causing conflict in her mind. On one hand, she was somewhat irritated with him for keeping that secret, which she thought was stupid, given that everyone kept secrets, and on the other hand, she felt a quiet excitement. She loved a good challenge, and this boy was the best she had encountered in recent years. She still had many questions about him that she wanted to answer. Izuku. How annoying. He muttered, quite bored, after returning from the courtyard and having to put up with all the villains. Kana. You're doing well, Midoriya. They don't seem to doubt you, but stay alert. They probably do. She commented from the other side, trying to remain calm. Izuku. Thank you for your support, Tsutsumi-san. He murmured, quite tired, something easily noticeable to the woman. Kana. Are you feeling alright? She knew the answer, she just wanted to test the waters for what she was planning. Izuku. Yeah, I just put up with a lot of nonsense being said. He said, almost on the verge of falling asleep. Kana. You don't sound very good. She spoke somewhat tensely. It was the moment to resolve her doubts. She would take advantage of the fact that the boy was much more asleep than awake. Izuku. I just need to rest. He murmured, rubbing one of his eyes. I'll be fine, please don't call the guards. He said, almost asleep. Kana. Oh, that was just a slip-up. She said quickly, quite embarrassed. Anyway, before you go to sleep, can I ask what happened last night? It was quite strange. Izuku. Oh, I don't know. I dreamt about someone strange, and when I woke up, I had this black whip. He finally lay down, feeling some peace. Anyway, good night, Tsutsumi-san. He murmured before settling down to sleep. Kana. Good evening, Midoriya. She murmured, curious about his response. Overnight, huh? She murmured, curious, something like that wasn't common. The product of someone else's quirk. Appearance in dreams. She felt she knew about it, but couldn't remember from where. Several people saw a terrifying being in their dreams and woke up with extra quirks. She murmured an article from the commission she'd been following lately. It couldn't be. She looked tensely at Izuku's cell, fearing the worst. That damned demon could get into people's minds, giving them strange, foreign quirks. She swallowed hard. A traitor at UA. I think I finally understand what's happening to you, Midoriya. She said with considerable pity for the boy. She had mentally processed the case and didn't like it at all. In the same darkness he felt calm. Perhaps it was because of the times he had arrived there, but he felt good, calm and at total peace, curious to think that there he could not do much. His body was a dark mass of which the only thing he distinguished was a hand that was not even completely complete. You seem calm, a soft, reassuring female voice came from the side, offering a sense of calm. Izuku. Ha! Turned to look at a dark-haired woman who was smiling quite excitedly. A holder. The woman smiled even more mockingly. The only carrier. She corrected the boy, who seemed a little nervous around the woman. Izuku. Ah. Oh sorry. The dark-haired girl let out a tender giggle at the boy. So you're Tashinori's successor. He walked around the boy, analyzing what little he could see. Izuku. You're his teacher. He thought, amazed to meet her, which made him smile again. He doesn't talk about me much, it seems. And I thought we had formed a bond. She sighed, somewhat disappointed in her disciple. Izuku. Not that we talk much either. He thought, feeling somewhat tense about the situation. Is he that kind of teacher? He asked his disciple. Izuku. What kind of teacher? The woman became serious in front of the boy, who felt somewhat intimidated. The one who's barely there for his students, who doesn't interact with them at all. She said seriously, making the boy tense. I knew it. She let out another disappointed sigh. I guess he hasn't helped you much with all this one-for-all stuff. Izuku. Well. He looked away, uncomfortable with the situation and not wanting to betray his idol. That says it all. Tashinori isn't a suitable teacher for you. She stated harshly. Fortunately, Sorahiko is still here to help with whatever you need. Izuku tensed, which the woman noticed. Oh. You seem to know him, don't you? She asked mockingly. Izuku. Gran Torino helped me a lot with controlling One for All. He taught me a way to use it properly. He admitted with a touch of emotion. I'm glad to hear it. He commented quite calmly. I hope this doesn't mess with your head too much. Prison can show you a very different side of the world. He approached the boy, touching his spectral shoulder. Always stay strong, Izuku. Bad days will always come, and all you'll have is your will to keep going. He added with a hint of sadness. Izuku. Is she alright? He thought, worried about the woman who smiled sadly. You remind me of someone very dear. He almost shed a tear, which worried Izuku. There's nothing to worry about, Izuku. Go ahead, keep being the amazing kid you are. Without another word, he pushed the boy, who was then swallowed by the darkness. Everything seemed to make sense to Kana. The boy had a second quirk, he dreamed about something strange, and of course, the fact that he was the traitor of UA. She hadn't fully considered that last part yet, but it was a pretty solid reason from her point of view. Of course, she couldn't just go to the green-haired boy and tell him her crazy theories. He'd probably think she was crazy, and that wasn't what she wanted. She needed more information before talking to him. Kana. Hey Midoriya. She began calmly, not wanting to upset the boy with her crazy theories. Are you awake yet? She knew the boy was quite active for 5 in the morning. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san. He spoke half asleep. What time is it? Izuku got up much more energetic than last night but clearly still tired. Kana. Relax, you didn't wake up late, nothing's wrong and nothing's wrong with me. She spoke ahead of the boy who seemed more awake after that. Izuku. Yeah. I see. He stood up, quite ready for the day. Sometimes you're scary, Tsutsumi-san. Am I that predictable? Kana. It's not that you're predictable, it's just that being the prison hero makes it quite likely you'd ask things like that. She explained, trying to maintain her composure. Izuku. You're very analytical. He murmured in a rather excited tone. He was very impressed by the bicolored girl's abilities. Kana. I don't know why you're surprised, I've been analyzing you for a month and a half. Silence fell, embarrassing the boy. Where's your head? She asked, amused by the situation. Izuku. In my defense, talking to Tsutsumi-san is very entertaining, and her analyses always feel comfortable, even though sometimes they feel like they're being mocked. He explained, maintaining his composure, or at least that's what he wanted to convey. He was quite embarrassed in front of the woman. Kana. Okay. That took her by surprise, she hadn't expected such an easy compliment from the little hero. You surprise me more every day, Midoriya. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that. Felt a small wave of pride at having kept the woman somewhat curious about him. Kana. Anyway, there's something I need to ask you, and I don't know how you'll take it. She was honest with the boy, aware of how he might react to her crazy theories. Izuku. Okay. He tensed up a little because of it, but he still wanted to see where this bicolored girl was going. Kana. What you did while I was sleeping. Izuku instantly tensed up and the atmosphere darkened slightly. It seemed a little strange to me because of your extreme strength. Izuku. Really? He spoke quite nervously, wanting to avoid the conversation but not knowing how. Kana. Yes. I started thinking about the crazy impossibility of you having two quirks. She commented casually so as not to make the boy nervous. But then I discarded that idea. The mere fact that it's possible is, as I said, impossible for the moment, although there are many theories, nothing confirmed. Izuku. Yes, I heard about it. The second most widespread theory is that the body can inherit both of its parents' quirks, but there are signs that the quirks are actually becoming more powerful and will eventually become uncontrollable. He tried to change the subject, although the woman wasn't going to let him. Kana. Yes, it's curious that a boy in prison suffers from that. She brought things back into focus, making Izuku tense up, who didn't know where this conversation was going. You know, when I was a heroine, I was given a special job, to hunt down a hellish being about whom only rumors existed. Izuku. That sounds like a pretty interesting case. He said with his usual excitement, trying to stay calm. Kana. Yes. Incredible things were said about that guy. Mostly related to the fact that he could have two quirks. She spoke calmly, she knew very well that the boy was too genuine to make deals with that monster. Izuku. It sounds incredible. He said nervously, which made the woman doubt herself. Kana. Midoriya, you. She breathed slowly, organizing her thoughts. How was it when you awakened your quirk? Izuku. Huh? He was taken aback by that question. Kana. Judging by how heroic and brave you're acting, it's clear you wouldn't make a deal with that guy, so I'm inclined to think otherwise, and to confirm that, I need to see your quirk awakening. She spoke seriously, unwilling to believe that the boy was related to the demon. Izuku. Well. He sighed, making the woman tense up. I had a late awakening. Words that didn't surprise the woman. It wasn't so rare for a boy to awaken his quirk after 4 years. Many take months or a year, but it took me 10 years. Silence returned, this time out of surprise. Kana. 10 years, she said, quite astonished and stunned. It was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Izuku. That's right. One day I'm the #1 target of ridicule, and the next I throw a punch that destroys everything in its path. He let out a rather uncomfortable sigh for lying to the woman. Kana. But. How? She was overwhelmed by this information. That's. Izuku. Yes, Mom was like that too when it happened. It turns out my quirk allows me to store and duplicate energy. I spent 10 years storing and duplicating energy until it became dangerous for my body. Literally, when I started using my quirk, I kept breaking bones while I was getting used to using all that energy. The woman seemed disconnected from her side, quite stunned by the information. Tsutsumi-san. She asked fearfully. Are you alright? Kana. I just. This changes my perspective. She revealed with a little more calm. Izuku. What did you think, Tsutsumi-san? The woman sighed, bracing herself for the truth. Kana. I thought they gave you a second quirk while you were sleeping. That your quirk was weak and that monster took advantage of it to do something to you. It would explain the black ties and why you ended up here. It can also control minds remotely, so I thought. She sighed, not wanting to continue. Izuku. Did you think I was some kind of puppet, that I am the traitor but at the same time I am not? There was no response from the woman. Wow. Kana. I'm sorry. She said with a slight blush of embarrassment. Izuku. No, it's okay, you had a good idea, but I think this is different. He said somewhat nervously, he didn't like to lie at all. I never explained how my quirk awakened, and you just started thinking with the little information you had. It's not your fault, Tsutsumi-san. He commented, trying to calm the woman down. Kana. I should have asked more about your quirk, but you always sound uncomfortable talking about it, and now I understand why. You spent your childhood believing you were quirkless, you must have developed some trauma because of that. Izuku smiled tensely from his side. Izuku. I'm not that traumatized, Tsutsumi-san. He commented rather nervously. Kana. You just deny it or you're not able to perceive it, but if that was traumatic and caused everything else. She let out a rather embarrassed sigh. I'm truly sorry. Izuku. I'm fine, Tsutsumi-san, it's all in the past. His sad smile betrayed that he wasn't. Kana. Repeat it until you believe it. She murmured sadly. Those things aren't forgotten. She knew it well. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san. He murmured sadly, wanting to help the woman but still figuring out how. The day had finally arrived, or at least the important one for Toga and her master plan, to see Izuku locked up. Despite Dabi's warnings and attempts to hinder her, she had managed to secure a meeting with the UA mole. She couldn't trust many members of the metahuman army, let alone her league teammates. It had to be a private meeting in a secluded location with plenty of entrances and exits for easy escape. Initially he thought of a warehouse, but the ones DevNat had available didn't convince him, and besides not wanting to attract the mole's attention, he didn't want to associate anything with Shigaraki's plans, so he thought of another place. Although he could have said a remote forest or an abandoned building, he ended up being convinced by his old house. He had murdered his family long ago and that house had fallen into decay. He knew it like the back of his hand, and in the worst-case scenario he could escape from there. The meeting time. Easy, a weekend afternoon, almost at night, so it would be easier for him to move and escape if he got into trouble. Everything was very calculated, and as he had written in the chat, Toga was going to be the one, so there would be no doubts on the mole's part. A flawless plan. While Aoyama didn't hesitate to attend this meeting, it did seem quite strange to him. Usually, All for One would call him after he'd written so much and give him orders. With the supervillain locked away, he expected a call from his successor, which didn't come. The situation was becoming confusing, and he was genuinely afraid something might happen to him. His mind was flooded with thoughts of eliminating himself for having failed in some way, though he didn't quite know what it was. The only way to find out, and to die, was to go to the meeting. Aoyama. What a strange place. He murmured fearfully, admiring the dilapidated house where the meeting was to take place. Hello. With a murmur he knocked on the door, which instantly fell open with a thud. This is a bad idea. Without another word he entered the basement with trembling legs, where they were to meet. Hello? He asked, terrified upon reaching the basement. Toga. Finally. She called from the darkness, startling the blonde boy even more. Do you know how long I've been waiting here? She said irritably, appearing from the shadows with a frown. For a spy, you're very slow. Aoyama. Purr. Sorry. He stepped back a little, quite frightened. Toga. It doesn't matter anymore, do you have what we asked for? She was careful with her words, knowing that all of this was unauthorized and the UA mole would probably reveal himself at that moment. Aoyama. Oh, yes. Something like that. The blonde narrowed her eyes, clearly uncomfortable with that answer. Midoriya is a secret, so reaching his location is impossible without revealing my position. She rushed to say, terrified. Toga. So you have nothing? The irritated tone was a bad sign for the blonde. Aoyama. I have something. They're planning to move Midoriya in a week, only I don't know where. He almost shouted in fear, catching the blonde's attention. Toga. Anything else? She said, annoyed. It wasn't what she wanted, but somehow it worked. Aoyama. The hero team is quite diverse and includes Bakugo. He said, on the verge of tears caused by fear. Toga. It's not what I expected. She began to walk slowly, stalking the blonde boy, knowing she had perfect control of the whole situation. It was certainly a little disappointing. She continued slowly, to scare the boy even more. But I must admit it suits me. That seemed to relax the blonde boy a little. Aoyama. The blonde smiled, somewhat excited. They had pulled off something that benefited not only her but also the league. Knowing where the green-haired boy would be gave them an advantage, allowing them to launch an even stronger attack. Toga. Anything else spy-like? She said, a little more excited. She had come up with something brilliant. Aoyama. That's all he can collect. He admitted sheepishly, afraid of what the blonde might do to him. Toga. You weren't as bad at this as I thought. She smiled mockingly at the blonde boy who felt completely terrified. Aoyama. Thank you. He murmured, trembling, with a strained smile. Detecting the meeting with the League of Villains was indeed hard work for Nizu. Every word with a double meaning was a challenge he hadn't seen in years, but it paid off splendidly. They managed to learn about the meeting between young Aoyama and the villains and were quite ahead of the game. One of the best espionage heroes was sent out and waited patiently for the villains to appear. Edgeshot waited a long time for Shigaraki and Dabi to appear, as they were the most rational people he knew, but only Toga arrived, obviously in disguise. A calm man entered the house as if nothing was wrong, and there appeared the young blonde woman with a much more serious expression than she was known for in her heroic ways. She lingered there for a long time, wandering around and destroying what was already destroyed with a fury that was almost too intense for someone so unrestrained. It wasn't hard to tell she harbored resentment toward that place. After a couple of hours, Aoyama appeared completely terrified, making it obvious that he wasn't spying for fun. The boy was being used by the villains. The principal's theory had been confirmed, and now all that remained was to discover the rest. Aizawa. Good job. As night fell, it was finally safe to go to that house, hours after both the villain and the student had left. Headshot. That was strange. The hero emerged from a broken window as a single strip of paper. Aizawa. I've always been amazed by your ability to turn into a single thread. He commented as the ninja returned to normal. Headshot. I don't think it's as impressive as your capture weapon. He commented seriously. Aizawa. So, how was it? The man sighed, unwilling to answer. Headshot. Are you sure you want to listen? He's your student, after all. The dark-haired man clenched his fists in suppressed fury. Aizawa. It's my duty to protect and punish him. He replied seriously, without much convincing to the hero. Headshot. The principal was right. He said simply. That boy looked terrified. It wasn't a meeting of classmates like we thought it was. Aizawa. So they're forcing him. He said with a rather disturbing calmness. Headshot. It seems so. Maybe it's because Himiko Toga was in front of him, but he really did look terrified. It wasn't hard to guess the boy's state. He literally couldn't stop sweating and his movements were erratic. Aizawa. I see. Now he knew where to direct his silent rage. Headshot. Although. He spoke suddenly, cutting the tense silence that was forming. Aizawa. Anything else? The white-haired boy thought it over carefully, not wanting to say anything stupid. Headshot. It was just my impression, but this looks rather strange for a meeting with a spy. He commented, looking at the house behind them. Aizawa. They're usually in ruined places. I didn't see anything strange about that. Headshot. Places far from prying eyes and easily accessible, sometimes even in open fields, but I don't say that because of the location itself, but because of Toga's behavior in the whole affair. Something about all this still bothered him. When she arrived she seemed too uncomfortable, the way she acted before the meeting was completely strange compared to what I've seen, and I don't think it's due to her strange nature. Aizawa. Do you think there's something in there that I hate too much? The white-haired boy nodded seriously. Headshot. I don't know what it is, but the answers are probably there. He spoke seriously, although it would be best to focus on your student in prison. You haven't gone yet, have you? Aizawa. They haven't given me permission. The committee wants to test the waters first. Being so close to Lady Nagant, they're afraid she'll infect him with her ideas. And he was starting to get irritated by that. As soon as they let me go, I'll go. He muttered, tired of the whole situation. He wanted to get the boy out of there as soon as possible. The sinister meeting that had taken place was not as discreet as Toga believed, not only on the side of the heroes, who were present without her noticing, but also on the side of the villains. The disappearance of the blonde for many hours before she appeared out of nowhere as if nothing had happened was obvious, and of course Dabi knew very well what had happened and did not hesitate to reprimand her. Dabi. I told you not to make a stupid move. He began calmly, trying to intimidate the blonde, although she seemed completely oblivious to his provocations. Toga. I do what I want, and if you don't like it, tough luck. She replied bluntly, irritating the dark-haired man who seemed on the verge of committing another murder. Dabi. You don't understand what you just did, do you? He blurted out angrily, letting a small blue flame emerge from his cheek. Toga. No, you don't understand what I just did. She replied with a hint of pride, confusing the dark-haired boy. Thanks to my little mistake, I now know that Dekakuin will be transported to another place in a week. The dark-haired boy's eyes widened in astonishment. Tell me, do you think we would have known if I had listened to you? He asked playfully. Dabi tisk. Why would they want to take him out of Tartarus? That doesn't make sense. He questioned the blonde, who pouted. Toga. That's why we must investigate. What if they discover it was all a hoax? She exaggerated to minimize her punishment. Dabi. I don't think so. We were very careful with every detail. This seems like something else. He seriously doubted that the heroes had discovered them. They probably wouldn't have said anything and would have taken the boy out of there as if nothing had happened. It might be something else. Toga. Yes, the important thing is that now we know they're going to take Dekakuin out, and we have to find out why. If only we had someone who could easily go to Tartarus without any problems. She said in a distressed tone, obviously mocking the whole situation. Dabi. Sometimes you really are hateful. The blonde smiled in a disturbing way. Toga. We have to go. She commented simply to the dark-haired man who rolled his eyes in irritation. Dabi. I'll make the arrangements. You'll come in as a guard, it'll give you much more leeway to act. The blonde smiled, quite excited. Toga. Thank you, Dabi. She gave the dark-haired boy a hug and then disappeared down the hallways. Dabi. Something's not right. The whole situation was too suspicious, and of course he wasn't going to let Toga go to Tartarus alone. It was stupid, and in the worst-case scenario Toga would be captured, losing a valuable piece. Of course, this whole spectacle was being guided by the principal and the Commission of Heroes, who gave the rat free rein to do whatever he wanted. There were some doubts about letting a villain illegally into the prison, but according to the principal, this could result in the capture of the entire League of Villains, so they trusted the rat and the prisoner to achieve it. Izuku. Wait, does that mean Toga is coming? He said, terrified at the thought of seeing that girl again. Nizu. I'm afraid so. We have a plan to capture her, and in case of a possible escape, a plan to follow her trail. He tried to calm the green-haired boy who looked quite scared. Aizawa. Even so, it's likely she can do something to you, as you know she has a knack for getting into any place she sets her mind to. The green-haired man let out a rather heavy sigh. Nizu. Even so, we will do our best to protect you, young Midoriya. You are safe in our capable paws. He said with a rather friendly smile. Izuku. I don't know why that doesn't sound very convincing. He murmured incredulously and somewhat fearfully. Nizu. And young Midoriya. Izuku snapped back to reality, looking at the mouse. Try to make sure your friendship with Lady Nagant doesn't fall apart when the truth comes out. Izuku. The principal simply climbed onto the teacher's scarf, who looked more tired than usual. Aizawa. Lady Nagant knows how things work here. She knows no one ever leaves Tartarus, and when you do, she'll quickly connect the dots. He commented calmly, letting Izuku think about the words. Izuku. Izuku remained silent, thinking about those words. The tranquility in his cell was something he felt for the first time in almost 2 months. While it was quite pleasant not to hear the groans of exertion and incessant murmuring, he had grown too accustomed to his cellmate and his manner. The fluffy boy seemed too strong-minded and strong-willed to be in prison, especially given his circumstances of being brought there without being a true villain. Kana. It feels different. She murmured in her bed, quite uncomfortably. Something was missing, and she couldn't quite put her finger on what. I have nothing, and yet I feel like something's missing. She continued, rambling, letting time provide the answer. Inside, brat. Without another word, the mesh next to him was heard closing, making it clear that the fluffy rabbit had returned. Kana. Wow, they were quick today. Usually, at this point, they'd be harassing and pressuring you to talk for hours. She commented, amazed and somewhat animated, which contrasted sharply with how she felt a few seconds ago. Izuku. Yeah. I guess. He murmured, lost in thought and somewhat dazed. Kana. Are you feeling alright? She asked, quite worried, much more than she expected. Izuku. I'm just a little confused. He confirmed, making the woman bite her lip, thinking the worst. Tsutsumi-san. You hate liars. A strange question from Izuku that took her quite by surprise. Kana. Well, that's a rather strange question. She replied, quite confused. Izuku. They just suggested something to me. He said, trying not to reveal himself, or at least not for the moment. Kana. Well, that's new. She replied, not quite sure what the boy meant. Izuku. Just answer please. He said, quite tense, not wanting to make enemies with the bicolored girl. Kana. Well, considering that a lie led me to do horrible things and brought me here. She sighed, she hadn't thought about it until that moment, she just acted. It's not something I like about people, but hate, I wouldn't say that. I guess I hate the person who tells the lie more than the lie itself. She hoped that would help Izuku somehow. Izuku. What if I were the one lying to you? He asked, sounding much more fearful. Kana. I wouldn't be surprised if you lied to me about something, if I'm honest. She replied quickly, surprising the boy. Izuku. Huh, really? He said, a little more excited and less tense. Kana. You see, you're a teenager, and a very nervous and embarrassed one at that. The kind of person who would rather lie than let anyone find out embarrassing things. And the way you tend to withdraw and act like a bunny, I'm pretty sure you're good at lying because it's the best way to avoid worrying anyone. She explained casually, leaving the boy silent for a few seconds. Izuku. Wow. You know me better than I thought. From her cell the woman smiled with a strange pride, it made him feel good. Kana. Yes, you've been interesting to analyze. She commented with a smile, enjoying the company. Now tell me, little bunny, have you discovered anything about me? She said teasingly, although she was a little nervous about the answer. Izuku. Well, Tsutsumi-san is an incredibly strong person. And I'm not just talking about your quirk or your physical strength. You're very mentally strong, you tend to get irritated when things don't go your way, and you're very protective, at least with me. You're a great person. I replied, leaving the woman speechless. Yes, you made mistakes, and well, we all do, but your morals are so well guided that you decided to serve your sentence with your head held high, even though you regretted your actions. You're amazing, Tsutsumi-san. I complimented the woman once more, who sighed. Kana. You don't know everything yet, kid. She murmured with her head down, somewhat afraid of what Izuku would do if he found out about her sins. Izuku. We're both hiding things from each other, and maybe this isn't the best time to reveal it. He began to explain. But I want to believe that the moment we talk things out, we'll be much closer. He confirmed seriously. Kana. You have some good faith in me, kid. She replied with a calm smile. Izuku. You deserve a lot of trust, Tsutsumi-san. He said, making the bicolored girl smile. Her excitement about going on the mission was almost overwhelming. Everyone in Daika City already knew that Toga was going to prison, and not necessarily as a prisoner. Many thought it was totally stupid to take such a risk, but the leader's orders were absolute, and they shouldn't doubt those who would lead them to their goals. Toga. Dabi, I want to go already. She complained in her room, completely irritated. Dabi. We need to make sure everything goes well and that no one captures you. We can't allow that brat to escape Tartarus, and entering illegally is difficult. We need to do this right. He explained to the blonde, who pouted angrily. Toga. That's easy, we take out a guard, I impersonate him and I get in just like that. The dark-haired man sighed irritably at the girl. Dabi. It's not that easy, the slightest mistake will make them doubt you and you'll be locked up, it will all be over if we don't do things right and for that we have to be efficient. Suddenly the door opened revealing a man in a suit with excessively long hair. Skeptic. Exactly, and for that you need a clear entrance. That's why we selected the best guard to go after that hero, and then we changed certain parameters to make things much easier. You'll be able to come and go without any problems. He handed the blonde a strange chip. This will allow you to enter. You just have to put it in the entrance and that's it. The prison is yours, although you have to hurry. Toga. How much time do I have? She exclaimed excitedly. Skeptical. 15 minutes to get in and out without raising suspicion, then it'll all depend on luck. The girl nodded excitedly. Dabi. Remember, investigate his transfer, it's the most important thing. The blonde nodded without giving it much importance. Tartarus Island was very well maintained, constructed, and structured. Since its construction, many have tried to escape or devised escape plans, all without success. Being such a high island, a maritime option was unfeasible. Connected by only one bridge, there was only one entrance and exit. Many high-ranking officials believed it was impenetrable, and few continued to strive to further enhance security to prevent the villain plague. The hiring process for guard duty or any other obligation on the island was also of the highest caliber. All personnel were highly trained and prepared for any scenario. There was no possibility of failure, or at least that's still the case today. Enter credentials. The robotic voice stopped the security guard as he entered. TSK. Without another word, the guard placed a strange chip over the credential reader, causing the entry display to show a red color before turning green. Welcome, he said, opening the door and letting the employee begin his daily rounds. Without further ado, he entered Tartarus as if nothing had happened, with a clear objective. Today in Tartarus there wasn't much activity for the prisoners. They were dividing the prisoners into groups to leave, and it was the new guy's turn to go to Block L to take those there to the yard. It wasn't difficult at all if you were completely honest. That block was usually very quiet, only this time the one who was going to take them out wasn't there for that reason. He walked through the corridors as if nothing was amiss, discreetly watching the cameras and approaching his target. Based on what he'd gathered there in Tartarus, it couldn't be far, he didn't have much further to go. A little more and he'd be right in front of it. Izuku. Hey, that's unfair. Came a voice from afar, the sound bouncing off the walls and back towards her. Kana. Don't be such a sore loser, Midoriya, learn to lose. A follower of the first one was heard, drawing the attention of this strange hunter. To kill time, Kana and Izuku spent their time playing silly games, usually word associations and riddles. They were so good at it that they were tied in score so far, and from how things were going, Kana seemed to be taking the lead in this new game. Kana. You can come up with a good strategy to guide the words, Midoriya, but you need to know how to handle surprises well. She said with an air of pride that irritated Izuku a little. Izuku. It's not fair that you use words in other languages. He complained childishly, increasing the woman's pride. Kana. It's a resource and it has to be used. The fact that you don't speak English, Korean, and Russian isn't my problem. The boy sat down, irritated, with the bicolor flag celebrating her victory. Izuku. Whatever. I'm surprised you know so many languages, it was never mentioned anywhere that you're a polyglot. The woman smiled slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Kana. Well, not all the villains I captured were Japanese. I needed ways to communicate, and well, you see how it ended. Izuku's eyes lit up at the sight of such a fantastic woman, in his opinion. Izuku. Incredible. He murmured, unable to believe that someone had heard him. Yes. Absolutely incredible. Came a voice from the corridor as a regular guard emerged. It didn't seem particularly important, but it gave Izuku a bad feeling. Kana. The guard's voice, somewhere between excited and eerie, disconcerted her greatly. Izuku. Guard. Izuku stood up, looking at the man who seemed very irritated, much more so than anyone he had ever seen. Many outside believe you're in hell, he said, walking slowly and placing something on the electric fence wall, without knowing that you've actually arrived in paradise. He added irritably, making the boy tense up. Kana. Paradise. I think you came to work pretty high. This is hell. The guard replied, quite incredulous. Hey. Look, a pretty girl. You're cruel, Dekakuin. The guard cried, making Izuku tense up as he watched the guard slowly melt away before his eyes. You're so cruel. You bad, treacherous boy. A completely naked blonde stood in front of both cells. Kana. Okay. She spoke, quite confused by this situation. Izuku. Toga Himiko, he spoke terrified. The blonde looked very annoyed, so annoyed that it was making him tense up and he felt a constant pain in the area of his neck. Kana. Who? She didn't quite understand who the blonde was. Himiko. You. Damn homewrecker cat. She pointed at the bicolored cat who was beginning to tense up at the presence of the blonde girl. Kana. The girl approached his cell with obvious intentions of murder. Himiko. I was worried about Dekakuin and he was having fun with some random girl. She pressed a button next to the bicolored girl's cell, opening the mesh and forcing the handcuffs onto her right arm. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san. He was very worried and tried to get out, but his own handcuffs activated. What? He looked at his arms, which were very tightly restrained. Himiko. You'd better stay still. She spoke coldly, something new for her. Because I'll continue with you later. Without another word she entered the cell of the bicolored girl who was very defensive. Kana. You stupid brat, do you really think you can take me on? The blonde didn't say anything. Himiko. Today. I'm not in the mood. She murmured before showing a knife. Kana. She became quite serious, she wouldn't have an easy battle. The silence in the cell was tense as both assassins stared at each other, waiting for the other's attack. Kana had one arm completely captured, which put her at a disadvantage, and Toga looked angrier than ever, announcing how difficult the whole battle would be. Kana. I don't know who you are, but I don't think you should continue this. She spoke calmly, creating space between herself and the blonde. The guards shouldn't be long. Himiko. Wait all you want, I made sure to keep this meeting very, very discreet. She raised the knife and advanced towards the bicolored girl who rolled to the side, avoiding the blonde. It was supposed to be a nice meeting. That Dekakuin would be locked up in a straitjacket with dried blood on his head. She attacked the bicolored girl again, this time with a jump that Kana used to her advantage to roll underneath her. But he was all cozy with a cute girl. That bothers me. She turned quickly to attack again. Izuku. Leave her alone, Toga Himiko. He shouted, leaving his cell nervously and with a sharp pain in his arms from his handcuffs. Kana. Very well, I don't know who you are or what kind of relationship you have with Midoriya, but I assure you it's not what you think. The blonde gripped her knife tighter, angry with the woman. Himiko. Always the same excuse. She couldn't help but remember how many times she had been told the same things to avoid her. Kana. Oh God. She sighed, knowing full well what kind of person this girl was. You know, this time it's really. Before she could continue, she had to dodge another attack from the girl, who was quite frantic. Himiko. I wonder if I become your Dekakuin, will he love me a lot? She smiled with a rather disturbing blush. Kana. You're really crazy. She murmured tensely, cautiously backing away. Himiko. I'm not crazy. Just in love. She lunged towards the bicolored girl who was quite close to leaving the cell, she just needed a little more range to act. Izuku. Enough. Izuku stepped between them with his handcuffs, preventing the bicolored woman from being hurt. Tsutsumi-san, are you alright? He asked, very worried about the woman. Kana. I think you should rethink your priorities, you're the one with a knife in your arm. The green-haired man smiled, relaxing a little, the woman didn't seem hurt at all. Himiko. Don't you dare flirt with anyone else in front of me. Her target shifted this time against Izuku who used his handcuffs as a defense. Izuku. Wait. He tried to move aside, but the blonde kept attacking indiscriminately, damaging his handcuffs and making a few cuts in his clothes. Himiko. You're supposed to be locked up in a straitjacket and beaten to a pulp. She yelled, advancing and cornering Izuku against the wall, who was trying to come up with a plan to get out of this without having to resort to destroying his handcuffs again. Izuku. The black whip wouldn't cause much damage, but I haven't tested it properly yet. He thought as he continued to endure. Himiko. Oh, finally you're doing the way I like best. She smiled sadistically as she watched the boy begin to bleed. Kana. Hey. The blonde turned for a second to face the bicolored girl, who gave her a strong kick that sent her flying, leaving a little space to think. Are you okay, Midoriya? The green-haired boy breathed heavily. Izuku. For now. He looked at his hands quite angrily. If only I didn't have these stupid handcuffs. He muttered angrily. Kana. Wow, that's new. She said, a little scared that the boy might say a bad word. I think those idiots are passing on their customs to you. Izuku. Huh? The bicolored girl smiled, trying to calm the boy. Oh, I see. I'm sorry for scaring you, Tsutsumi-san. Himiko. Don't ignore me. With even more anger, she lunged at both of them, this time focusing more on the bicolored girl. Izuku. Sorry, Tsutsumi-san. With a shove he threw the woman aside, activated his quirk and with absurd speed launched a kick at the blonde that sent her flying into the wall in a very strong way. Kana. Why are you stronger? She asked, amazed at the strength of the boy who almost broke the wall with the blonde. Izuku. I can't control my quirk very well with these handcuffs. Kana. Yes. I understand. She touched her arm with some tension. She couldn't transform her arm into a weapon. Himiko. Ugh. The blonde vomited, feeling a horrible burning sensation in her stomach. I didn't know you liked Dekukuin so much. She smiled contentedly at that strength. If she could achieve that with a kick, she didn't even want to imagine what it would be like on other parts of her body. Izuku. She's. He murmured sheepishly to the bicolored girl, who shook her head. Kana. You know. I've met a lot of crazy hotties and I think she's among the worst 3. She commented, not wanting to look at how the blonde seemed to be getting wet from her own fantasies. Himiko. This isn't the time to fantasize about cute Dekukuin. It's time to make those fantasies a reality, and for that. She looked seriously at the bicolored girl before smiling. You must die. She lunged at the woman again, who was about to defend herself, but the green-haired boy intervened. Oh, you want to prepare for our night? Perfect. He raised the knife with obvious intentions. Kana. Midoriya. Just as she was about to stop Izuku, he opened his palm, letting a large black whip push the blonde back against the wall, this time breaking the cell. Okay. Izuku. I still don't have it completely under control. He pulled back the whip with great effort, feeling the tension in his hand. That hurts. Kana. Let me see. She carefully took his hand, trying to find any wounds. Beyond the cuts, you don't seem to be suffering from anything. She calmly touched the boy's hand. It's quite hurt. She murmured to herself. Izuku. To control so much strength, I hurt myself badly. He commented with some pride. These hands have saved many people and can still save more. He said with considerable hope. Himiko. I see. Both heroes turned their attention to the blonde emerging from the hole. I'd like to keep watching you writhe in pain, Dekukuin. But I can't stay long. She smiled, quite pleased with her discoveries. Shigaraki-kun will surely enjoy all this. Before they could do anything, the alarm began to sound, leaving them both confused and allowing the blonde to escape. Kana. What on earth is going on? She murmured, not understanding anything that had happened in the last 15 minutes. Izuku. I think things are going to get worse. He said seriously. Kana. Huh? What do you mean? She looked at the boy, who seemed more determined than ever. Izuku, Tsutsumi-san, do you remember when I told you something about lies? The bicolored girl nodded, not understanding where all this was going. Well, we'll be taken to an interrogation room soon. You might think badly of me, and you might even come to hate me, but please give me a chance to explain. He pleaded with the bicolored girl, who still didn't quite understand. Kana. I don't understand anything you're saying, Midoriya. Izuku sighed, organizing his thoughts. Izuku. Please, when that moment comes when you feel hatred towards me, please, really please, let me speak. Nothing is what it seems. The woman analyzed Izuku, her eyes trembled with fear, but she didn't seem to have bad intentions. Kana. I don't know what's going on, but I promise I'll let you explain. Whatever it is you want to do. She didn't quite understand. Izuku. Thank you, Tsutsumi-san. Without another word, they were surrounded by heavily armed guards ready to eliminate them at the slightest hint of anything suspicious. What had happened in Tartarus was a scandal. That someone could so easily enter and attack a villain shouldn't have happened, much less leave, but it had. Someone had entered and left Tartarus without anyone noticing in time. Fortunately, those attacked were two of the most dangerous people in the upper sector, almost considered S-rank villains because of the danger they posed and because they were so rational in their actions. Officially, it was said that there had been a minor accident in the prison's power zone which caused a prison break in the upper sectors that was quickly suppressed by the prison's well-trained forces. Everything had been resolved. Tartarus remained the most secure prison in the entire country. Both prisoner Midoriya and Tsutsumi were isolated while their cells were being repaired, or so it was said. It was a good excuse for the heroes to meet with them and start planning things regarding Toga Himiko's attack. Kana. Well, this is weird. She murmured tensely in the interrogation room. There were no cameras, no guards, and her arm restraint had been removed for her comfort. It doesn't make much sense to isolate me like this, she murmured, analyzing the situation. She should be in another cell or in the pit, not resting comfortably in an interrogation room. In the solitude of that room, the only thing she could think about was the green-haired boy and his strange request, which, combined with this, gave her a lot to think about. She could jump to theories and wait to see which one was correct, but she was sure that she would get carried away and in the end her emotions would let her believe something that wasn't true. Kana. I wonder what he meant, muttered, biting her nail, at which point the door opened, revealing Eraserhead and her cellmate, both in different clothes and as carefree as she was. Wow, that's quite a change. She commented with some astonishment to Izuku wearing a hero costume. That's your costume. And you tell me you don't look like a rabbit. She shook her head, embarrassing Izuku. Izuku. They're not ears, he complained childishly, his face turning red. Kana. Sure. The mouthguard is a nice touch, and the details on your legs are impressive. It all says you're a close-quarters fighter, but I don't quite understand the thing about the ears. She continued her teasing, making Izuku sigh. Aizawa. It's not relevant now. Lady Nagant covered her student without surprising the woman. Kana. Relax, Eraserhead, I'm just trying to calm the bunny down, he seems very tense. The dark-haired man glanced out of the corner of his eye at his student who looked embarrassed and tense. Aizawa. Said nothing, clearly suspicious of this idea. Kana. In any case, what's going on? Why are you wearing your suit? Have they caught the real traitor yet? That's what made sense at that moment. They had found the real traitor, and finally, the boy was returning to his normal life. Izuku. Not exactly. You see, remember what I told you when Toga Himiko attacked? The woman nodded calmly. Kana. I still don't quite understand, but I'll let you speak. I'll respect our agreement. The green-haired boy nodded more confidently. Please explain. Izuku. I don't want to be a liar, and I don't want to give you a bad impression of me, so try to hold back, okay? The woman nodded, feeling uneasy. 2 months ago, a strange package arrived at UA containing incriminating audio and video recordings of me, indicating that I had been dealing with the villains in an information exchange. Kana. Yes, I know that much, you told me yourself. Izuku nodded tensely. Izuku. What I didn't tell you because they wouldn't let me is that Principal Nizu didn't believe that and actually used this opportunity given by the villains to infiltrate someone into the prison. He said, tense about how the woman would react. Kana. Infiltrate. She said seriously, making the boy tense. Why would they want someone in this place? They don't have. She trailed off, realizing what was happening. You entered Tartarus to get information about the possible escape. Izuku nodded, his gaze on the ground. But I'm not involved in that. It's horrible to think I have anything to do with the escape. Izuku. No. You're misunderstanding, Tsutsumi-san. You had nothing to do with it, you were just. He sighed, trying to calm himself. You were just a very nice coincidence. He murmured sheepishly, calming the woman down a little. Kana. So it wasn't in the plan. The dark-haired man shook his head seriously. Aizawa. As Midoriya said, it was just a rather fortunate coincidence for the plan. He said, letting the woman analyze what he had said. Just so you know, this meeting wasn't my idea. Midoriya didn't want to leave without explaining everything to you. Kana. Are you going to leave? She said with a sadness that even she hadn't expected. Izuku. The deal was that I would always be safe from everything. Toga Himiko appearing wasn't part of the plan. The woman sighed, somewhat disappointed. But even so, I didn't want it to end badly with you. You helped me a lot, Tsutsumi-san, and you've taught me so much. Kana. It was nothing, little bunny, it was nice having you as a companion. She closed her eyes, not letting her emotions take control. And thank you for being honest with me, not many have been throughout my life. She smiled slightly, making Izuku smile, who couldn't let that smile fade into the darkness. Izuku. Actually. He dared to speak, looking tensely at his teacher, pleading for permission with his eyes. You don't deserve to be here, Tsutsumi-san. Kana. Oh no, I'm not leaving here if that's what you think. She was serious with the green-haired boy who didn't back down. He doubled down. Izuku. I understand you feel terrible about what you did, that you regret all the blood you spilled, and that's why you don't deserve forgiveness, but... He approached the bicolored girl with great conviction. I've seen what you're capable of, and I know there's still a chance for you. I won't let the most capable woman my eyes have ever seen be lost in the darkness, and if I have to put my hands in the fire to help you, I will. Without any fear, he took her hand. So please, Tsutsumi-san, allow me to help you, and come with me. The woman was astonished by the boy's courage. Kana. Why do you have to be one of those who never give up? She murmured without waiting for an answer. Aizawa. Tell me about it. The dark-haired boy muttered back, clearly against the idea. Izuku. You're worth it, Tsutsumi-san. He said with a very cheerful, almost dazzling smile. Kana. Tell me, Eraserhead, what exactly is the deal? Izuku smiled again, quite excited, leaving the woman even more dazzled. If you keep smiling like that, I'll need sunglasses. You're really bright, Midoriya. She commented, trying to make Izuku nervous, but it didn't seem to work. Aizawa. You'll be at UA under constant surveillance, you'll have your arm restraint, you won't be able to do much more than follow your assigned guard and be supportive as needed. The woman nodded, feeling uneasy about it. Kana. Out of curiosity, may I know who my guardian is? She asked tensely, it's not like she has many friends outside of Tartarus. Aizawa. He's holding your hand right now. The woman looked in surprise at Izuku who smiled tenderly again. Kana. Midoriya. The green-haired boy nodded. Aizawa. Deku will be watching your every move. There will be few things you can do without this hero's watchful eye. Izuku nodded seriously. Izuku. It's a pleasure working with you, Tsutsumi-san. He smiled too sweetly, making the woman sigh. Kana. Being this cute should be a crime. She murmured before smiling. I'm in your care, Deku. Their smiles were the highlight of that meeting. Toga's crazy idea, while unnecessarily dangerous at first, wouldn't endanger her life. At worst, she would find herself in a chase against many heroes and ultimately be involved in a battle from which Dabi was confident she would emerge unscathed. However, the blonde surprised him by arriving in that state. Completely injured and on the verge of fainting, with multiple organ damage and several horrific scrapes, she couldn't say much before they had to take her to the infirmary for treatment. The little she managed to say was that Deku was much more than she expected. It would have been worrying if it weren't for the absurd blush on her face. She could already guess where this was going. Hawks. Are you really not going to ask her? He asked somewhat incredulously the dark-haired man who seemed quite relaxed about having a roommate in a hospital bed. Tuya. Believe me, you don't know Toga. Those injuries are probably from playing around too much with her hero. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they find her pregnant from playing around with that brat. It was something he had already assumed, and in case it was true, he had already prepared something. Hawks. Don't you think things could have gone wrong? The dark-haired man raised an eyebrow, doubting the chicken. I know you know her well, but do you really think someone locked up in Tartarus could cause that kind of damage? Even if only part of them is free of their bonds. The villain didn't answer. Tuya. I'd be giving the kid too much credit. He sighed and headed towards the hospital. Hawks. Well, that'll distract him while they figure out what really happened. With a mocking smile he followed the dark-haired man. The request for Lady Nagant's release was not something the commission liked. That woman had too many secrets that had to remain in that prison. It was impossible for her to go back out onto the streets, not only for that reason but also because of the fear that she would go after all the leaders again with her murderous lust. Fortunately, Principal Nizu was extremely good with words, and with few conversations, he managed to get the woman released with many restrictions that were easy for such an intelligent being to comply with. Although he didn't love the idea of letting someone so dangerous go, he found it curious how close the assassin was to his student. He had to analyze that for pure entertainment. Aizawa. Okay, how are we going to do this? The moment Midoriya touches the dorms, Aoyama will give a warning. He had serious doubts about this whole idea. Nizu. That's why we need to start moving. Hawk's reports indicate that the villains don't take long to make their move. We must take the initiative this time. He commented seriously. Aizawa. Does he want to arrest Aoyama? The principal nodded seriously. Nizu. We need to control young Aoyama and discover the true motives behind his espionage and stop the Tartars' escape once and for all. He commented seriously. Aizawa. Are you going to move the villains? The principal nodded. Nizu. They will be taken to the depths of Tartarus where they will not be able to escape. We can no longer be mere observers. Summon the commission and tell them that it is necessary to act immediately. The dark-haired man nodded seriously. Aizawa. Who will take care of Aoyama? He spoke calmly, although the principal detected the teacher's fear. Nizu. It will be handled with the utmost discretion, nothing bad will happen, I can assure you of that. The teacher nodded, somewhat calmer. You've softened up quite a bit, Aizawa-kun. He remarked with a grin. Aizawa. They're good kids. Was all he said before leaving the office to do what the principal had told him to do. To prevent the young hero and the assassin from being attacked again, an emergency relocation was necessary. Nice words to cover up the fact that they had released 2 dangerous criminals capable of any atrocity. Fortunately, the retired All Might was there to stop them, as he was assigned to watch over these 2, who were hiding in the most unexpected place. Kana. Do you live in an apartment complex? She asked, somewhat surprised, to her green-haired companion who scratched his cheek somewhat embarrassed. Izuku. We need a discreet place to be, and well, I don't know many places, and Mom must be very worried. I should see her. The woman smiled mockingly. Kana. You want to introduce me to your mother already. Invite me to dinner first, little bunny. Izuku turned quite red, much to the amusement of the bicolored girl. Izuku. No, it's not that, Tsutsumi-san. He rushed to say, quite nervously. It's just that they said we needed a place to wait, and well, it's the first place I thought of, and... He didn't even know what to say to get out of this situation. All Might. Ahem. He coughed sharply to save his student. Young Midoriya, Ms. Tsutsumi, please lower your voices. You are both criminals who should keep a low profile. He commented seriously. Kana. What's so strange about a boy introducing his girlfriend to his mother? She clung to the arm of the boy who was about to faint. A perfect disguise, right? She smiled at number 1 who let out a tense sigh. Izuku. Wait, Tsutsumi-san. The woman simply clung tighter to the boy who was about to explode from how red he looked. All Might. Ah. He let out a rather heavy sigh. Let's go before someone sees us. The woman dragged Izuku along, who was blushing furiously from the woman's behavior. His head couldn't have been redder as he climbed the stairs to the apartment. The woman continued her cloying girlfriend act, which didn't suit her at all, and with each step he tried not to blush too much from having the bicolored girl so close. He begged for help with his eyes, and the only one who could help him decided to simply stay at a safe distance and let him suffer in silence. Kana. Is this it? She questioned Izuku, who was finally breathing easy after being left by the woman. Izuku. That's right. He was breathing very heavily, trying not to faint. Kana. You know that's offensive. She commented, somewhat irritated. Izuku. I'm not used to this much contact. And you know it. He complained to the woman, who sighed. Kana. I thought you were over that, having cute girls in your class. Izuku tried to calm down, although it was proving difficult. Izuku. That has nothing to do with Tsutsumi-san. They may be my friends, but we're not that close. The boy finally seemed calm. Kana. Okay, point for you. She said more relaxed. Even so, you should fix that, they can use it against you when we fight. The boy nodded with some tension. All Might. They look like a married couple. He murmured to himself, somewhat astonished and stunned to see his student in such a state. Izuku. Well, let's go. He rang the doorbell a little more calmly, hoping his mom wouldn't have a fit over him bringing a woman home. Inko. Yes, who is it? The green-haired girl opened the door with a calm smile, she wasn't expecting anyone. Izuku. Hi Mom. He smiled tensely at the green-haired girl who froze in the doorway. Inko. Izuku. She threw herself into her son's arms, tears streaming down her face. This isn't a dream, is it? She sobbed with joy at having her child back in her arms. Izuku. Mom. He smiled tenderly, on the verge of tears. Kana. Oh, are you going to cry? That would be something new for me to see. Izuku looked somewhat irritated at the bicolored girl who was smiling mockingly. Inko. Ha. Izuku, who is this woman? She asked, having a bad feeling. Izuku. Oh, you see, she's... Before he could say anything, the bicolored girl spoke up in her usual mocking tone. Kana. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Kana Tsutsumi, Izuku's girlfriend. She smiled adoringly at the woman, who seemed quite mortified. Inko. No wa. Girlfriend, she screamed before fainting in her son's arms. Izuku. Mom. He held her worriedly while the bicolored girl beside him tried to hold back a laugh. Tsutsumi-san, this isn't funny. He scolded her, "Quit blushing." While Inko hoped her son would find a woman who would love and care for him, she hadn't expected this outcome, which caused her to faint. Of course, when she awoke, everything was explained to her, and while she felt calmer, a part of her was still disappointed that her son hadn't found a partner yet. Kana. Once again, I'm sorry for upsetting you so much, Mrs. Midoriya. I was just trying to tease the little bunny. She commented with a mocking smile to Izuku, who seemed extremely annoyed at that moment. Inko. Don't worry, Tsutsumi-san, my reaction was a bit extreme too. She sighed before taking a sip of her tea to calm down. Izuku doesn't talk much about love, and I gave up on seeing him with a woman a long time ago. Izuku. Mom. He complained, his face red, knowing that the bicolored girl was going to annoy him even more. Inko. It's true, Izuku, with all the passion you put into your dreams, you gave up on that area. She smiled affectionately at her child, who sighed in defeat. Kana. Oh, don't worry, I can assure you that when he grows up he'll be quite the heartbreaker. She said, further embarrassing Izuku. Izuku. Tsutsumi-san, please have mercy. He murmured, completely defeated. Kana. He's a great hero with a big heart and a good guy, I highly doubt he wouldn't attract a woman. She flattered Izuku, who smiled slightly, making the bicolored girl smile too. Inko. I hope that day comes. How I long for the day I arrive with lovely grandchildren to spoil. She commented playfully, making the green-haired boy blush again. Mom. Izuku complained again, grateful that at least All Might had left after making sure his mother was okay, thus avoiding further embarrassment. Kana. Children, huh? She murmured with a somewhat sad smile. Inko. Yes. It's something I'd like for my son. She looked at the woman, who didn't seem very happy about it, and couldn't help but ask. Haven't you ever thought about having children, Tsutsumi-san? Kana. Well. She looked at her green-haired friend and then at the woman. It once crossed my mind. Izuku. Really? He said, impressed, ignoring that he had been the butt of the joke just seconds ago. Kana. There was a time when I thought about retiring, you know. I dreamed of meeting a good man, falling in love, and settling down, but… She sighed. Izuku. The commission. He muttered somewhat angrily. Kana. It was part of it, but even if I hadn't done what I did, it's still impossible for me. She said with considerable regret. Inko. You mean that? She didn't want to finish the sentence because it sounded cruel. Kana. That's right. I had tests done at the time and well. She sighed, knowing that the information wouldn't leave that department. I'm physically incapable of giving birth to children, so that dream was crushed even before I did what I did. Inko. I'm so sorry, my dear. The bicolored girl smiled bitterly. Kana. Don't worry, Mrs. Midoriya, I got over that a long time ago. It wasn't entirely true, but she had dealt with it for many years. Izuku clenched his hands somewhat helplessly. Kana. Don't feel bad, little bunny, there's nothing you or I can do, this is my body and there's nothing we can do. Izuku lowered his gaze, defeated. I already told you, don't feel bad because genetics won't let me have children. She approached the boy and comforted him in her own way. Izuku. I understand, but still. I'd like you to fulfill your dreams, Tsutsumi-san. After everything you've suffered, you deserve nothing less than a good life. The woman smiled, quite pleased. Kana. Then you'd better be strong because upsetting you is one of the things I want to do. She replied with a mocking smile, making the boy sigh. Izuku. I expected it. He accepted his fate with all the honor he could muster. Aoyama always spent his time in his room. He generally didn't socialize much with his other classmates except for what was necessary. He was a strange person who didn't change his habits, so it was easy to know where he was at what time of day. Taking advantage of the fact that the entire Class 1A was going home for the weekend and that the dormitories were almost empty, it was the perfect time to act against him. Snipe. I can't believe it was right under our noses all along. He remarked, glancing towards the student's room. Cementos. You never really know a person, especially a student, there are always things we don't know. Commented the teacher, attentive to the action. Snipe. Even so, we should have been more careful. He commented just as the door opened and the blonde boy appeared in his field of vision. It's time, do it. The other teacher touched the cement wall that instantly seemed to come to life, accumulating at the boy's window and leaving only one way out. Cementos. Midnight. He spoke through the intercom to the woman positioned near that room which, curiously, was next to the one of the green-haired man. In the room, the blonde man didn't understand anything that was happening. He was simply startled when his window broke due to the intrusion of the cement. He only took a couple of steps back, somewhat confused. Aoyama. But what? He didn't even have time to run before his room was filled with a pink mist that made him fall asleep. Midnight. Mission accomplished. He commented over his intercom, quite pleased with what he had done. Just one room away, he was able to spy on him without any problems. He let out a humorless laugh. If we hadn't chosen the rooms at random, it almost seemed premeditated. He remarked seriously, admiring the sleeping child. Snipe's luck ran out with that. He remarked as he climbed in to take the student away. Midnight. It's incredible that he hid right under our noses. He glanced further into the boys' room, which still held a certain glow despite being dark. We should check if he has any way of communicating with the villains inside. Snipe. We'll deal with that later, for now we should think about how to explain this to his colleagues. Both adults looked at each other tensely. Midnight. Well, it's Izuku-kun's class, do we really have to get involved? She commented, trying to get out of the situation. Snipe. I think it's fine, although I doubt he's capable. For someone so serious, Izawa softened up with them. He looked at the sleeping blonde with some pity. I don't think it will be easy for him. Midnight. I suppose. He crouched down to the blonde's level with some regret. Why did you do this? He murmured without waiting for an answer. Snipe. Maybe the answer lies within. For the moment, visibility was poor amidst the glare, darkness, and debris from Cementos's attack. For now, let's be content with capturing him and the fact that a student is returning to UA. Tartarus prison was unusually quiet, the cell lights weren't on, and the prisoners were quite confused about what was happening. There were no alarms or screams, just a pervasive sense of danger and fear spreading through the corridors. Although something similar had been felt before, it was not as heavy or nearly as present. The prisoners were restless in their cells, not knowing what to do or where the guards had gone. This is bad, murmured the leader of the escape, his hair standing on end. Something in his stomach told him things were going to get worse from that day on. But what the heck, a scream was heard in the distance before the cell filled with a cloud of green gas. What? The escape leader backed away until he was completely trapped against the wall. What is this? He closed his eyes in terror, expecting the worst, and fainted from the gas. Inform those above, they've all fallen, was the last thing he heard before everything went dark. Nizu's plan had to be completed in 4 simple steps. First, they had to disconnect the UA mole by making a swift arrest. Then, they had to use maximum security protocols to protect all for one. Next, they had to take everyone identified by Midoriya down to the lower levels, where they were guaranteed to never emerge. Finally, there was the surprise attack ahead of schedule, even though Hawks hadn't gathered enough information about the League. While all of this was a gamble, the principal hoped to have enough factors covered to avoid the worst-case scenario. Hawks. So the idea is to attack from 2 sides. The principal nodded, a holographic map in front of him. Nizu. Initially, you said there were many of them and their meetings were in the interior of the mountain. We know that Shigaraki Tamura isn't even in Daika City, and from what you've gathered, it has to do with a medical procedure. With that information, it's possible to triangulate his position. The bird looked at the principal, confused. Hawks. Really? The principal nodded, pressing a button and changing the hologram to a giant map of Japan. Nizu. Since we now know that DevNat is involved in all of this, we only have to cross their trucks across the country. It's a technology company unrelated to medicine, so any route to a hospital can be considered suspicious. The map began to fill with red dots going back and forth from all directions. Hawks. Jaku. He murmured, clearly seeing the truck heading in a different direction from the agency that was there. Nizu. The best hospital in the country, handling complex cases and boasting the best technology in the nation. He smiled contentedly at this answer. Now we only need to ask if there's anyone inside the general hospital, or if they entered through another means. Knowing their involvement in politics, it wouldn't surprise me if there is someone there. Hawks. So we just go into the hospital, risking patients. The principal smiled, he had anticipated this. Nizu. That's why we'll send tracking heroes there. They'll start by searching possible locations like the morgue, meeting halls, and chapels for secret entrances. I don't think they'll leave Shigaraki Tamura in plain sight. The blonde nodded seriously. Hawks. By the way, what are you planning to do with Midoriya and Senpai? I don't think the kid wants to miss this. The mouse smiled quite excitedly. That's bad news, isn't it? Nizu. For now, let's allow him to return to UA. He deserves it. He said, waiting for the moment to use that key piece. He was never good with words, he was good at fighting, capturing villains, and using cunning, but giving words of support or revealing information to people was not his strong suit, nor did he want to do it, but it was very necessary. His students deserved to know the truth behind everything, even if it caused them some pain. Aizawa. Is everyone here? He asked the class president who saw his classmates gathered in the dormitory common room. Ida. Only Aoyama-kun and Midoriya-kun are missing, but knowing that he's on a mission, only Aoyama-kun is missing, I'll call him. The teacher stopped him before he could take a step. Aizawa. That's fine, go join the others. His serious tone made the blue-haired boy tremble, who simply nodded and went to join his friends. Mina. What's going on, Aizawa-sensei? The student seemed quite nervous and confused about the meeting before even going to the academy. Kaminari. Did something happen at the academy? He asked, thinking it was something simple. Shiro. Are they going to remodel the classroom? He was optimistic about what was happening. Tokoyami. Are we going to USJ? The students began to look at each other with some excitement. Shoto. Did someone die? Silence returned as everyone stared at the bicolored boy, somewhat incredulous. Aizawa. No, nothing like that. He looked seriously at the bicolored boy, somewhat frightened. You and I will talk about those assumptions later, Todoroki, but it's not important and I hope you'll take it calmly, okay? He said quite seriously, which made most of them tense up. Katsuki. He wasn't going to say anything, was he? He wondered seriously. They still didn't know if the blonde Frenchman was acting alone. Saying anything would only put them in a bad position. Aizawa. As you know, Midoriya was absent for 2 months to help on a mission we couldn't reveal. His students grew more nervous, speculating about what might have happened to their friend. 2 months ago, the principal received some pretty incriminating evidence about Midoriya that pointed to him as the traitor of UA. Ochako. What? That's impossible. Deku-kun would never be capable of that. She didn't let the black-haired boy continue, quite indignant at that. Ida. That's right, Midoriya-kun is the most upright person, he wouldn't be capable of something like that. He defended his friend, making the teacher sigh. Mina. Midori-kun would never be a villain. She replied seriously. Aizawa. Everyone calm down. He activated his quirk, which was the only thing that calmed them down a little. We know perfectly well that Midoriya isn't the traitor, but it came in handy for the principal's plans. Shoto. The principal's plan. Most were confused by the tired teacher's words. Aizawa. With Midoriya marked, we had the perfect opportunity to send an unknown hero to Tartarus to prevent an escape that was rumored to be taking place. The room fell silent at the revelation, paralyzed by what the teacher had said. Tsuyu. Does that mean Midoriya-chan is in prison? Kero. The black-haired boy sighed irritably at that part. Aizawa. A lot happened at the prison, and he had to be withdrawn no more than 2 days ago. He commented, irritated by his students' decisions. Momo. So Midoriya-san will return. The black-haired boy nodded wearily, filling the room with joy and impatience to see his friend again. Kirishima. What are you saying, Yamamo? It's obvious Midoriya will come back. He cheered along with the others, although the dark-haired girl didn't seem so happy. Momo. To get him into Tartarus, they'd have to pass him off as a villain, which means they had to kick him out of UA, right? He asked the teacher, stopping the whole party. Aizawa. Yes, on paper a first-year student was found guilty of revealing hero secrets at UA, villainy and espionage. He commented seriously, somewhat surprised that they could discover him. Shoto. A student, right? The teacher nodded. Which means it's not necessarily Midoriya. Aizawa. That's right. The students looked at each other tensely, only someone besides Midoriya was missing. Toru. Aoyama-kun isn't here. She was the one who dared to speak. Kirishima-sensei Aoyama won't be. He murmured fearfully. Aizawa. I'm sorry to say this, but if... Silence reigned once more after the dark-haired man's tense statement. Aoyama Yuga has leaked information to villains. The tension in the air paralyzed them, the morning chill felt particularly sharp for many, and of course, there were many questions that needed answering, questions the teacher was unlikely to address, not because he'd been ordered to remain silent, but because he genuinely didn't want to. They couldn't fathom that their classmate had leaked information to the villains, and the few who had managed to understand him could only think about when he'd leaked it. Aizawa. I know it's not easy to understand everything that's happening, that all of this is difficult to grasp, but it's the truth. His students barely paid attention, still processing what the teacher had said. Shoto. Isn't there another spy? He asked his master, somewhat tense. He didn't want any more surprises that day. Aizawa. According to the investigation, Aoyama is the only one, the evidence confirms it. Commented calmly so as not to frighten the young people further. Mineta. You must be kidding. He can't be the only one, in movies they always go in pairs. He said, sounding quite scared and very distrustful. Momo. Well, if we think about it, what Aizawa-sensei says is plausible. The villain attacks on UA started this year at the USJ, which already eliminates suspicion from the current third-year classes and those before them. That leaves us with the first years, and since they only attacked one hero class, the other classes are ruled out. Of those 2 classes, the only ones who had to go to the USJ were us. She explained, leaving her classmates speechless. Mina. I think you understood Yamamo very well. She murmured, quite stunned by the information. Aizawa. In short. He let out an exasperated sigh. Any questions you have will be answered in due time. For now, just be happy that Midoriya is coming back. Without another word, he prepared to leave. Ochako. I wonder what happened to Dekakuin in prison. She murmured, worried about her friend. Tokoyami. Surely the worst hell ever experienced. He said, somewhat disturbed. Toru. We should do something to cheer him up after spending 2 months there. She exclaimed excitedly. Sato. I'll make the desserts, he said cheerfully. Mina. We have to prepare the decorations. I was already thinking about what to buy to make the best party of the month. Ochako. I think a party is excessive. She murmured somewhat uncomfortably, knowing how closed-minded her friend was about such events. The green-haired boy had gone from prison to continuous torture, just 1 day away from returning home, and he already felt he needed a hospital without even having been in a life-or-death battle, although with everything that was happening he could surely consider it as a life-or-death battle. Inko. Izuku, get up. It's already noon. The green-haired girl announced in a shout. Izuku. Izuku tried to get comfortable to continue sleeping but could barely move. He opened his eyes somewhat overwhelmed by sleep, noticing a head of 2 colored hair. He shouted completely scared, falling back from the bed. Kana. Is it already morning? She murmured half asleep, getting out of bed, revealing the bicolored girl wearing one of Izuku's shirts that she had stolen the night before. She stretched to shake off her laziness, making it obvious that the shirt was quite short, barely covering her slender figure. Izuku. He couldn't say anything, red as a tomato at such beauty that came out of nowhere. Kana. The woman saw the astonished green-haired boy, smiling mockingly. Good morning, Midoriya. Izuku. Good morning. He stammered, completely mesmerized by the woman. Kana. She murmured to herself as she pushed the blankets aside, letting Izuku gaze at her bare legs. Good morning, Izuku. She said softly and affectionately, a trait she rarely displayed. Izuku. Good morning. He said with a small smile, seeing how calm the woman seemed. Inko, Izuku, do you want to eat? The woman entered, seeing the scene and feeling embarrassed. Oh, sorry, I'll wait for you in the living room. Use protection. She hurried to say, leaving the atmosphere tense in the boys' room. Izuku. Mom. He murmured, red with embarrassment, while the bicolored girl smiled mockingly. Kana. I think it's best if we leave if we don't want to upset your mother. She commented, trying to stifle a laugh. Oh, if you want. She approached the boy who was still stunned on the ground. You can see more. She crouched down a little, letting the boy see a bit beneath that shirt that was so tight in all the right places. Izuku. What? Kana-san, respect yourself more. He grabbed her shoulders and made her stand at his height. Kana. Wasn't the reaction she was expecting. Izuku. Don't make such a pass at me. The Kana-san I like doesn't act so perverted. He said, his face red and his eyes tightly closed. Kana. So which Kana do you like better? She asked, wanting to continue the teasing despite Izuku's seriousness. Izuku. The one who enjoys playing with me and is too clever for me. The woman smiled slightly, quite pleased with herself at that moment. You'd better put on some pants, I'll calm Mom down. Tensely, he stood up to have an awkward conversation with his mother. Kana. This isn't so bad. He murmured, leaning back against the boy's bed. Maybe there's a lot of All Might merchandise, but it's not so bad. I could get used to this life. He let that feeling spread through his body, wishing with all his might that everything that had happened up to that day had been a terrible nightmare. No, if it was a nightmare, there would be no explanation for having met him. Maybe everything that happened was crap, but now I'm with him. He got up and rummaged through Izuku's closet looking for pants or something to wear. He enjoyed sleeping in the boy's shorts, but it was too much for him. He took a moment to enjoy where he was before going out into the living room of the small apartment to save the green-haired boy from doing anything foolish. He didn't usually say foolish things, but he was sure he would get in trouble with his own mother. Kana. Good afternoon, Mrs. Midoriya. Appeared calmly, wearing exactly the same thing as yesterday. Inko. Good afternoon, Tsutsumi-san. She said with a noticeable blush on her face. Kana. I thought you were going to solve it. She commented to the green-haired boy who let out a sigh. Izuku. It's a little difficult to convince her after seeing you in my bed. He murmured, looking away. Kana. Hey, your bed is way too comfortable, and you're basically a fluffy, walking heater. If I touch the sky, there's no bringing me down. She excused herself vaguely to the woman. But don't worry, Mrs. Midoriya, I won't do anything inappropriate with your son. Inko. Oh, okay. She smiled tensely, not trusting anything the woman said. Kana. Believe me, your son is a knight in shining armor. He won't touch a hair on my head no matter how much I might try to provoke him. She winked at Izuku, who blushed deeply. Inko. Yeah. Hisashi said that too, but a night in Hawaii and a few glasses of wine changed their minds. She murmured, quite incredulous, further embarrassing her son, who wanted to die right then and there. Wanting to attack a hospital was obviously not something that could be done so easily. There were many things to consider before approving the principal's idea. While he had good evidence, it wasn't enough to justify such an attack. A truck arriving there could mean 1,000 things, and none of them were certain. There were many sick people in that hospital, and putting them at even greater risk due to mere chance was not something they could allow. Therefore, they needed more solid evidence if they wanted to carry out their surprise attack, in addition to the attack on Daika City and its surroundings. Hawks. You look horrible. He commented with amusement upon seeing the dark-haired man so irritated and exhausted from solving all the army's problems. Dabi. Shut up. He ordered angrily at everyone. Dealing with Toga was never easy for him. Hawks. How's your little shapeshifter doing? He said in his mocking tone, waiting for the perfect moment to release one of his feathers and go for valuable information. Dabi. The idiot can finally utter a few words. He sighed, sitting down for a second, a moment the bird used to flick a feather under the door. From what I know, she fought someone really strong. He muttered, not wanting to give any more details to someone as unreliable as the blonde. Hawks. A guard. If you want, I can find out who it is and prevent an information leak. He spoke with a rather fake kindness that made the dark-haired man even more sick. Dabi. He wasn't a guard, and it's nothing you should worry about. I'm sure no information will come out of that. He trusted that the Commission's distrust of those criminals would be enough to prevent a bigger problem. Hawks. I understand. He murmured with a small smile undetectable to the dark-haired man, ignorant of the truth. In any case, you should speed things up. They're starting to have doubts about certain people too close to the military. Dabi. What people? The blonde smiled, approaching the dark-haired man. Hawks. Heroes from Daika who seem oblivious and unconcerned about the city's destruction and the massive thefts in Devnat. There's talk of arrests. The dark-haired man sighed, irritated by the situation. Dabi. Try to hold them off for at least another week. Was aware that Shigaraki wasn't ready to leave yet. Hawks. You really don't want to involve the leader, huh? The dark-haired man gave him a cold look, clearly wanting to roast him right then and there. Dabi. Shigaraki doesn't need to know about or get involved in this nonsense. He sighed, getting up to continue solving the problems at hand. Just keep doing your job, Hawks. An order that sounded more like a warning not to meddle where he wasn't wanted. Hawks. Of course. Smiled, leaving the room aimlessly. I wonder if Twice has anything interesting to do. Without another word, he walked calmly while his pen scanned the room, trying to hear something interesting. Taking care of a prisoner proved to be a much more difficult task than Izuku had anticipated. Of course, he never imagined he'd have a dangerous assassin living in his house, and it truly sounded like a strange dream. But no, there she was, watching television while using Izuku himself as a living pillow, resting her head on his chest like a married couple with their lives all figured out and no problems whatsoever. At first, when she did this, he jumped and tensed up, but after repeating it 12 times throughout the day, he began to calm down, and by nightfall, he'd gotten used to it as best he could. He still felt somewhat uncomfortable with so much closeness. Kana. So we're going to UA then? She asked tensely to Izuku, who was quite focused on his phone, trying to ignore that the woman was very close to him. Izuku. That's right. Part of the deal for you to stay out is that you're in a pretty secure place, and since they caught the real traitor, I have to go back to studying. He explained nervously as the woman looked tense. Kana. Wait, if I'm not supposed to leave you, does that mean I'm going to study too? She said, her face quite tense and terrified. Izuku, Aizawa-sensei is already taking care of that. We can't risk anyone outside the class finding out you're at UA. The rumors would spread, and it would all be for nothing. He put his phone aside and unconsciously slid past the bicolored girl. We'll be going from a cold, dimly lit cell to a well-furnished one with plenty of food and entertainment. Kana. It's not bad. As long as I can keep using my living pillow, I have no complaints. She closed her eyes, quite comfortable in her position, making Izuku doubt himself. Izuku. Do you really want to sleep with me? He murmured, his face red. Kana. In recent years, all I felt was absolute hatred for the commission and for myself. These past 2 months that you've been by my side have been the first time I've felt truly comfortable, not only with my surroundings but also with myself. She opened her eyes and looked directly into Izuku's, whose heart was in his throat. You illuminate everything you touch, Izuku. And that includes me. It sounds a little selfish, but... She clung tighter to the green-haired boy, who was about to faint. I don't want to stray from your light. She moved closer to Izuku's face, who seemed hypnotized by the bicolored girl. Izuku, Kana-san, Before he could say anything, the bicolored girl gracefully placed her hand on his freckled cheek. Kana, just let yourself go for once. She whispered against his lips. Izuku, I don't want it to be just once. He whispered back before sealing his lips with hers. His feathers had a limit to how far they could go, but that wasn't a big problem since he always found a way to extend his wings far beyond what was visible. Usually, when he took them to their maximum distance, they would simply fall like a leaf until he could connect with them and regain control. He knew the mountain mansion was so absurdly large that it would be impossible for him to hear everything he needed to hear because of the distance and the microphones in the pens themselves, but there were still ways to hear everything he needed to if he focused hard. A single pen was easier to handle than many, one could concentrate more and extend it for much longer and over much greater distances. Of course, hearing what was being said near the pen was much more difficult, but the situation warranted it. Hawks. Just a little more. He thought tensely as he guided the pen through ventilation ducts while watching Twice struggle with a juice box. Want some help with that? Twice. No. He was lost in thought for a few seconds before extending the juice box to the blonde, looking totally defeated. Yes. Hawks. You shouldn't overthink it, you know. He said calmly while holding the pen as far away as possible. Twice. Oh, thank you. Without another word, she took the juice box and began to drink. Hawks. It's nothing. He replied calmly. Jaku. Mountain. Quickly. He managed to deduce from a sound wave near his feather that somehow confirmed his suspicions. Hawks. It will be. He shouldn't have assumed anything, but he might have the pieces to solve the puzzle. With Izuku's imminent return to UA, several changes were needed at the academy. Not many that the students would see, but quite significant internally. As much as the student trusted the bicolored girl, the teachers didn't share his sentiment. They knew how dangerous she could be and how easily she could escape UA. They wanted the best measures to keep her locked up and away from prying eyes. While they considered building another dormitory away from everyone, it was too easy for curious students to stumble upon it, either searching for it or by chance, so they couldn't isolate the criminal completely. They also couldn't leave her in the girls' area in Class A because they were afraid she might do something to the girls, and they certainly weren't going to leave her in the boys' area. They could leave her with the teachers, and that would be a good idea if it weren't for the fact that the principal was afraid she might escape from his capable hands. They didn't like the remaining option at all, but it was the only one that seemed viable given the evidence of the last few days. Leaving her with Midoriya Izuku and praying that the boy could keep the woman under absolute control, many teachers doubted the boy. The principal, however, trusted Izuku's ability. Mina. I wonder how Midori-kun is doing. She murmured as she inflated balloons for the welcome party. I asked the old man what Tartarus was like, he just said it was hell on earth. Shoto commented while trying to help by arranging the tables. Kaminari. That's impressive to have withstood that. He spoke with considerable respect. Shiro. Well, he put up with Bakugo for a long time, he's got experience enduring the worst. He said mockingly, taking advantage of the fact that the blonde wasn't there. Shoji. I wonder what it was like being in prison. He murmured as he helped Mina with the decorating. Tsuyu. We'll have plenty of time to ask, Karo. She commented as she entered the room with a couple of bags of food. Midoriya-chan won't be back for long. Mina. It's going to be the best party ever, she said, quite excited to have her green-haired companion back. Izuku was amazed at how the bicolored girl adapted to the new normal. She seemed more relaxed than usual when they went to the prison yard, and she smiled more, which cheered him up. Kana. You certainly have the best touch in the kitchen, Mrs. Midoriya. I can't remember the last time I tasted food like this. She complimented the green-haired girl while devouring her second plate of food. Inko. Satsumi-san certainly has a voracious appetite. She commented with an adorable smile. Kana. I've been eating the same disgusting, tasteless slop for years, this is a heavenly feast. She commented after eating the second course. Now I understand why the little bunny can endure prison so well, having this food when I get out I could endure anything too. Inko. I think you're exaggerating, Tsutsumi-san. All that prison food made you quite sensitive to other foods. She sighed sadly for the woman. Luckily now that you're out, you have plenty of time to try any food you want. Kana. That doesn't change the fact that Mrs. Midoriya cooks incredibly. She complimented the radiant green-haired woman again. Izuku. I think Mom loves you now. He murmured, somewhat incredulous at what had just happened. Kana. Well, I've won her over now, all we need is your dad and we'll be a happy family. She mocked Izuku, who turned into a living strawberry, making the woman laugh. Pfff, you're so cute, little bunny. Izuku. Don't joke about that. Mom might take it seriously. He replied, trying to calm down. Kana. Doesn't it bother you that you can be in a relationship with someone twice your age? She asked, now more serious. Izuku. Mom knows I don't have much of a reputation with women, honestly she'd be happy to know I'm with a woman regardless of age. He let out a rather embarrassed sigh. Kana. Does that include little girls? The green-haired man paused to think about it, which frightened the woman. Izuku. I don't think I want to find out. Knowing his mother, she'd be quite happy with whatever relationship her son had. Kana. Okay, she's as confident you'll get a girlfriend as you are. She mocked the boy again, who let out an irritated sigh. Lucky you found me first, huh? She murmured to the boy, who seemed paralyzed. Izuku. Huh? He turned quickly to see the bicolored girl who took the opportunity to steal a kiss. Kiana-san. He whispered. Kana. Don't think what happened yesterday was just a slip-up, okay? She silenced the boy who seemed on the verge of fainting. Izuku. So. You. The woman giggled before getting up. Kana. What do you think about taking it slow? It's not like I've had many relationships before, and it's clear this is your first time. Izuku nodded tensely. We'll go slow, okay? He said with a smile. Izuku. Of course. He murmured, quite bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Inko. Izuku. She spoke coldly, making Izuku tense up. Izuku. Mom. He turned slowly, admiring his mother with a serious expression. Inko. You and I need to talk. The coldness of his words made her tremble. Izuku. Okay. He murmured, knowing that a lot of unpleasant information was coming. Although classes were a nightmare and the day could be considered bad, they had to focus on the best thing, which was finishing organizing everything for their friend's big homecoming party. Excitement was running high and everyone was preparing the final details for the green-haired boy's nighttime arrival. Aizawa. What's going on here? He said, somewhat surprised by all the things in the room. Toru. It's Aizawa-sensei's welcome party. We know Midoriya-kun had a really tough time in prison, so we wanted to give him a warm welcome. She explained cheerfully, making the teacher sigh. Aizawa. I don't think you should do this. He commented quietly so as not to disturb his students. Kyoka. And why not Aizawa-sensei? To the black-haired man's misfortune, he had students with an excessively acute sense of hearing. Aizawa. Oh. He let out a rather irritated sigh. It's nothing, it's just that Midoriya is probably exhausted from everything that's happened, maybe all he wants to do is sleep. The students exchanged somewhat distressed glances. Besides, they don't need to see her. That was his main concern, his students' reaction to Lady Nagant. So you asked. Aizawa-sensei, is Midoriya-chan heading straight this way? She had an idea. Aizawa. Not exactly. He couldn't reveal that he'd been taken away a few days ago, that would upset them even more. Midoriya was very clear about wanting to see his mother before anything else. Ochako. So she's at home, right? She said excitedly. Aizawa. Yes. He murmured, not having the courage to lie to them much longer. Mina. Well. He'll arrive tonight, so I think we can continue, right Aizawa-sensei? The dark-haired boy retreated into his scarf, unwilling to answer. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. I suppose. Was all he replied, cheering up his students. Under the cover of darkness and the light of the moon, a vehicle arrived at the UA, the perfect moment to transport such important people away from prying and curious eyes, perfect to avoid annoying journalists and without having to give any explanation to anyone. Kana. So this is the UA dorm. She looked at the building, somewhat impressed, more by what she'd heard from Izuku than by its actual impressiveness. Izuku. That's right. He looked around and nodded to himself. Let's go before Jiro-san or Shoji-san wake up from any noise we might make. He took the bicolored girl's hand and walked confidently towards the dormitories. Kana. I think you're exaggerating a little. Without another word, she let herself be led by the green-haired boy who stopped when they reached the door. Izuku. Let's try not to wake anyone. He whispered before slowly opening the door. It's midnight, so I think there are only a few of them. Surprise, shouted Class 1A to their classmate who was slowly entering. Ochako. Welcome back, Deku. The words caught in her throat when she saw Izuku. Ha! Ha! The class shouted when they saw Izuku holding hands with a woman. Kana. And there went the stealth. The bicolored girl spoke calmly, even though her green-haired lover was paralyzed in place. Say what? The collective shout almost woke everyone up. Izuku. Okay, everyone calm down. He stood in front of the bicolored girl, thinking about what to say. Mina. Midori-kun arrived with. She spoke, holding back her excitement. Shoto. Who is it? He tilted his head, quite confused by everything. Katsuki. Are you an idiot? It's obvious that it's. The words came out of him rather quickly. Kirishima. You don't know who he is either, right? He asked playfully, annoying the blonde. Katsuki. And so what if that's the case, you shitty hair? He complained to the redhead, ignoring Izuku. Ida. Midoriya-kun, it's a complete violation of the Academy's rules to bring anyone here after midnight. He began his scolding, which seemed to bother no one. Toru. Look, they're holding hands. She squealed excitedly. Kana. Look how lucky, nobody here seems to know me. She relaxed a little, making the green-haired boy sigh. Izuku. I don't think that's a good thing, Kana-san. He spoke, sounding very tense due to the situation. Aizawa. Oh, they finally had the party. To end the whole situation, the teacher appeared. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, why didn't you tell me? He complained to the teacher, astonishing all his classmates. Aizawa. Well, they wanted to do something nice for you. Izuku let out a rather defeated sigh. Besides. He leaned closer to Izuku so only he could hear. It's your punishment for bringing her. He chose his words carefully, knowing that whispering in the dorms was very difficult. Izuku. That's unfair. He murmured to his teacher, who moved forward to his other students. Kana. I think it's quite fair. She mocked Izuku, who was actually reconsidering all his decisions from the last few months. Aizawa. Listen, that woman is Lady Nagant. She'll be here while we sort out some matters. Please try not to disturb her. She'll be with Midoriya at all times, okay? He explained, leaving most of the students tense and confused. Shoto. Lady Nagant wasn't a murderer. That seemed to further tense the students. Siro. What's a murderer doing here? She murmured fearfully. Aizawa. You'll see. Before speaking, the green-haired boy stood in front of his friends with a serious expression. Izuku. Kana-san has already completed her confinement. He answered seriously. Ida. From what I heard, she's never supposed to go out. He replied seriously. Do you understand what you're doing? It's illegal, Midoriya. Izuku let out a somewhat angry sigh. Izuku. What I'm doing isn't illegal at all, it was the only condition I set to get out of Tartarus. He revealed seriously. Tsuyu. Isn't that a little dangerous? Karo, I mean, you know. She didn't want to say much since she knew her friend was about to explode with anger. Izuku. She's not dangerous. She's already dealt with the people who angered her. Kana-san is a good person, and I'm sure of that. It was thanks to her that I survived Tartarus. She taught me a lot, and I know she regrets many mistakes from the past. He began his explanation, astonishing both the teacher and his classmates, though he was quite close to exploding with anger. Katsuki. And what if we're their targets? He questioned Izuku angrily. Don't be stupid. It's obvious that. Before he could continue, he was sent to the ground by a punch from Izuku, who reached his limit with relative ease. Ida. Midoriya-kun, what the heck are you doing? Izuku simply took a few steps forward to face the blonde boy. Kana. Oh, this just got good. She murmured with a smile. Aizawa. Why do I feel like you're involved in this? He questioned the bicolored girl, who smiled slightly. Kana. Believe me, the bunny is acting on its own, I haven't told it anything. She commented calmly, there was no point in lying. Aizawa. He looked at his student, waiting for things to escalate before intervening. Katsuki. What the hell is wrong with you? He spoke with difficulty, the green-haired boy had truly returned stronger. Izuku. You don't know what happened in prison. You don't know anything I know. You didn't even stop for a second to consider my reasons. He commented seriously. Think before you speak. He said quite hostilely. Ochako. How about we relax a little? The brunette appeared to calm things down. Deku-kun can assure you she won't do anything bad, right? Besides, Aizawa-sensei will surely always be aware of everything she does. I don't think we're in any real danger, heh. Izuku let out another sigh, calming down. Aren't we supposed to be celebrating? Deku-kun is finally back. Izuku. Thank you, Uraraka-san. He smiled at the brunette, who nodded with a somewhat tense look. I'm sorry for acting like that, I don't know what came over me. Ochako. Don't worry. We should have been a little more careful, heh. Aizawa-sensei told us it was best if we didn't do anything, but, well, it was hard not to. Izuku looked around the room and smiled genuinely. Izuku, thank you very much for receiving me. He replied simply. Kana. Wow, she sure knows how to control herself. She murmured to herself. Aizawa. Actually, he's being more expressive than usual. He said, sounding somewhat impressed. Kana. Prison often changes people. She commented simply. Aizawa. I see that. They both watched as the boy was warmly welcomed by his classmates. I don't know what happened behind closed doors, but he looked at the woman, activating his quirk. If I find out you did something to her. Kana. I understand. Don't worry, erase her head, I won't risk losing the last light I possess in this world. She closed her eyes seriously. He's the only thing that's truly keeping me tied to this world. She said, quite melancholic. Aizawa. HM. Without another word he left, making the atmosphere a little calmer. Kana. He's crazy if he thinks I'm going to do anything to him. She admired Izuku, who was stuffed full of desserts. PFF. She tried to hold back her laughter at the scene. Izuku. Wait, this is a lot. He managed to put the food aside and took a deep breath. Tokoyami. We were worried you'd have trouble with the food in prison. The green-haired boy smiled tensely, grateful to his friends. Kana. Oh, believe me, the little bunny has a stomach of iron. He ate the prison mash like it was ambrosia of the gods. She commented, increasing Izuku's embarrassment. Izuku. Kana-san. He scolded the woman, who smiled slyly, clearly enjoying it. Tokoyami. I see. I see. He said, somewhat dazed. Mina. Wait, little bunny. Her gossipy side immediately surfaced. Kana. That's what it is, a little bunny. She approached Izuku, who was blushing, while several of his classmates began to laugh at the interaction. Izuku. Says the one who looks like a cute little kitten. He muttered loud enough for the bicolored girl to hear and tense up. Kyoka. Cute kitty. She said, approaching curiously. Kana. I think you're forgetting that your teammates have very special abilities. She spoke tensely to Izuku, who turned quite red. Mina. Something's going on here. She narrowed her eyes, doubting Izuku. Ochako. Did Dekakuin talk about us? She asked the bicolored girl, who nodded while stealing food from the green-haired boy. Kana. When you're confined to a cell, there's little to do, and he's not one for silence. He's talked about you so much that I think I know you well. She ate a cookie, smiling at how delicious it was. Izuku. Hey, those are my cookies. He complained to the bicolored girl, who smiled slightly before stealing another one. Mineta. And we thought I was having a bad time. He walked toward Izuku, anger clearly visible on his face. And you were having the time of your life, fucking. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying out the window by the green-haired boy. Kana. And it happened again. She chuckled before looking at Izuku. You should relax a little. Izuku. Sorry, Mineta. He went to the purple-haired boy, leaving the tense atmosphere. It was the first time Izuku had acted so aggressively. The party continued relatively normally if one ignored the fact that Mineta was sent to the infirmary in the emergency room. Class 1A slowly seemed to accept the bicolored girl, who didn't seem to want to leave Izuku's side, who seemed very comfortable with her by his side, more than they could consider normal. Ochako. I think you went too far this time, Dekakuin. She commented tensely next to her friend, who seemed quite embarrassed. Kana. Believe me, it's not the first time he's acted like this. She murmured with a small smile that Izuku clearly didn't like at all. Mina. Let's forget about Mineta. There are so many things I want to ask. She said, quite excitedly. Kana. If she's as lively as you said. She said with a small smile to Izuku. Izuku. Ashido-san is a very cheerful person. Was all he said, increasing the pink-haired girl's embarrassment. Mina. Did you really talk about all of us? She asked, turning purple with embarrassment. Izuku. Well, Kana-san and I were playing a game of finding out about each other's lives, and you all are very important to me, so it was inevitable. He said with a slight blush on his face that seemed to spread to those nearby. Tsuyukero. She murmured, somewhat embarrassed. Kana. I don't know you very well, but I hope we can get along. She spoke somewhat nervously. She wasn't used to being outside her cell, much less Tartarus. Momo. For our part, we still need to get used to having you here. I don't mean to sound cruel, but this is a very strange situation. She spoke in a tense tone, not wanting to upset the bicolored girl. Kana. It's understandable. She said to calm the dark-haired woman, who unconsciously let out a sigh. Tsuyu. But where will you sleep? She put her finger to her chin, drawing everyone's attention. Kana. Oh, that's obvious. She grabbed Izuku's arm, getting too close to him. Izuku. Kana-san, he spoke, quite red-faced. Kana. Of course I'll sleep with him. She replied mockingly. She would never admit it, but she really enjoyed teasing the green-haired boy. Kaminari, Shiro. What the heck, came the complaint from afar. Ida. That's totally immoral and against the Academy's code. He shouted, completely outraged at the woman. They should have assigned her her own room. Kana. Yes, well. Before continuing, Izuku replied. Izuku. It really can't be done, Ida-kun. Since Kana-san still considers herself a prisoner, she can't be left alone, and since I'm the only one who knows her, I'm the only one who has permission to do what's necessary to stop her. He said calmly, trying not to faint from embarrassment. Mina. Don't you think he's being more expressive? She whispered to the brunette who nodded, quite surprised. Ochako. I've heard that prison changes you, but I didn't expect this. She admitted between murmurs. Kaminari. But he's going to sleep in your room. She reprimanded Izuku quite angrily. Kana. It's nothing new either, the little bunny is the perfect pillow. She snuggled up to the boy again, making some of her classmates look annoyed. Kaminari. That's unfair. He muttered through gritted teeth, quite irritated. Izuku. Kana-san. He squealed, quite embarrassed. Kana. Oh come on, you know you love it. She whispered in Izuku's ear, who shuddered in place. Ida. Hey. He scolded sharply upon seeing his friend uncomfortable. Although the party wasn't what they expected, they were able to enjoy themselves without many problems, ending almost at dawn, at which point each of them went to their room to sleep a little to have enough energy for the day ahead. Kana. You know, for a dormitory full of teenagers, I expected more. She didn't quite know how to express it without making the green-haired boy feel bad. Izuku. Crazy. He commented as he opened his bedroom door. Kana. Expecting bootleg beer and lots of loud music, much more chaos. Izuku sighed as he entered his room with the bicolored girl. Izuku. Jiro-san doesn't like very loud noises, they hurt her ears. He explained simply before realizing the terrible mistake he had made in letting the bicolored girl pass. Wait, Kana-san. He acted slowly because the woman had already entered. Kana. Wow. She blurted out, quite impressed. I knew you were a fan, but this is honestly creepy. Izuku turned into a walking strawberry. How can you sleep with so many posters staring at you? He trembled at the mere thought. Izuku. Well. Nothing came out, too embarrassed to even think. Kana. Wait. No, that's normal. Izuku snapped out of it, looking at the woman. Izuku. Excuse me. The woman smiled, sitting down on Izuku's bed with great care, attracting his attention. Kana. Well, I know everyone pushed you away when you were growing up, and that until you came here to UA you didn't know what the word friend meant. It's normal to want someone to talk to, and I'm sure you found security in this. She said calmly, managing to relax the boy. Izuku. Well, it makes me feel safe. He looked at all his posters with a melancholic smile. Kana. Do you feel just as safe now? The green-haired man said nothing. You're strong now, you've saved many. You managed to infiltrate the most heavily guarded prison in the country and face the worst scum there was. Izuku. Well. He sighed, somewhat confused. Kana. That's not even mentioning that you have the strength to crack men's skulls. She commented playfully, making the boy blush again. Izuku. You'll never forget it, the woman let out a low laugh. Kana. Never. It was something truly spectacular from my point of view. The woman stood up and took Izuku's blushing hand. You were the great hero who defended the damsel in distress. Calmly she guided Izuku to the bed, both of them sitting down. Izuku. For me it wasn't that spectacular. He murmured, looking at the ground. Kana. For being the cutest and most radiant child I've ever seen, you certainly possess an impressive shadow. She smiled at Izuku, tightening his grip slightly. I trust you'll realize how special you are. Izuku. Thank you for your support, Kana-san. He looked into the woman's eyes, getting a little lost in their brightness. Kana. Whenever you like. She whispered tenderly, getting lost in the other's gaze. Izuku. She murmured, moving dangerously close to the boy's mouth. Izuku. Kana-san. He whispered longingly, something new for him. Before continuing, he let himself go, kissing the woman who responded affectionately. The atmosphere grew warmer as the couple savored each other's lips. The green-haired boy wasn't quite sure how to act in this situation, but he felt good about what he was doing. He placed his hand on the woman's thigh as she held his face, trying not to end the kiss that seemed to draw them even deeper into desire. A profound desire Izuku hadn't known he possessed until she had kissed him like that. Izuku. Kana. He whispered, wanting more. He wanted more from the woman, even though he didn't quite know what. Kana. Izuku. She whispered back, looking at the boy's lips, feeling an even stronger urge to kiss him. Izuku. He leaned in for another kiss that promised to be much fiercer than the last one. Kana. No, she stopped at the last second, before crossing the point of no return. Not yet. She breathed heavily, feeling an absurd heat. Izuku. 4. His heart sank a little and the woman clearly saw that. Kana. I'm not the woman you deserve yet. She murmured, pressing her forehead against Izuku's. I don't think I deserve that kind of treatment. Especially not from you. Izuku didn't stop and, somewhat angrily, pushed her onto the bed. Izuku, she exclaimed, astonished by the green-haired boy's audacity. Izuku, can I tell you a secret? He spoke with considerable desire. I don't care what you think. You're the woman I want. He didn't hesitate to kiss the woman who passionately reciprocated his intentions. Organizing multiple heroes and agencies was a rather slow and tedious task, trying not to attract the attention of the metahuman army while simultaneously organizing everything to prevent a possible escape and trying to coordinate everything to invade a hospital without causing the death of innocents was not easy at all. The committee worked 3 times as hard to make sure everything went well, and that goes without saying that Principal Nizu worked even harder to ensure everything went smoothly, or at least that they were prepared for as many problems as possible. Aizawa. Are you sure you want to do this? He spoke quite incredulously. It was madness. Nizu. Quite. It's best for an emergency. The principal commented calmly. Aizawa. If he's left alone, he'll probably escape. He commented seriously. Nizu. I already have something planned for that, don't worry Aizawa, it's only in case of a total emergency. He reassured the black-haired man who didn't seem calm at all. Aizawa. So that's why he wanted to meet so urgently, to use Lady Nagant to deliver the final blow in case endeavor fails. He spoke somewhat tensely. Nizu. Let's not be arrogant and think we have everything under control. The last time we thought we had all the cards, we suffered the loss of All Might. The teacher sighed, distrustful of the idea. Have a little faith, Aizawa. Aizawa. I trust you, but that woman. He shook his head, quite irritated. She's asking for a lot, Principal. The sunlight barely filtered into the green-haired man's room, and all he could glimpse was a head of two-toned hair resting on a bare chest that covered him with delicacy and warmth. The woman stirred on her comfortable living pillow, leaving sleep aside and waking up after her wild night. Kana. Huh? The only thing she saw upon waking was her partner's chest and a few red marks on the perfect white of his freckled face. Wow. She murmured, looking up. Izuku was sleeping with the most peaceful expression she had ever seen. He looks like an angel. She teased. An angel with the resilience of a tank. She commented, settling in more comfortably to continue sleeping. Izuku. Kana-san. I like you. He murmured sleepily, making the woman smile, who was quite comfortable with her current situation. With such tranquility, they almost seemed like a normal couple living their lives peacefully, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world, unaware of the dangers that might arise, and of course, unaware of where they were. They weren't in their own apartment, it was a student dormitory, and they weren't as alone as they would have liked. Ida. Midoriya, is everything alright? The blue-haired boy knocked on the door, sounding tense. His friend hadn't come down for breakfast yet. Izuku. HM. He stirred uneasily at the horrible awakening he seemed to be having. Ida. He murmured, opening one eye and finding a two-toned head. Huh? He remembered nothing of what he had done in the last few hours. WH. Kana. Good morning, little bunny. The woman smiled tenderly, bringing Izuku back to reality. Izuku. Good morning, Kana-san. He whispered with a rather tender smile. Ida. Midoriya-kun. He banged on the door again, this time more worried. Izuku. I'm coming. He shouted to calm the blue-haired boy. Just give me a minute. Ida. Okay, we'll wait for you at the academy. Without another word, the blue-haired boy left, leaving the couple alone. Kana. Well, I doubt they'll let me go there. She commented, not really wanting to get up. Izuku. If you don't go, it's likely I won't either. The woman smiled, pleased with that answer. Kana. That's what I like to hear. Smiled at the boy who returned the gesture. Izuku. I suppose you want to keep sleeping. The woman lay back down on the green-haired boy who seemed quite calm. Kana. It's been a long time since I've been in a bed, let me enjoy it a little longer. She murmured, already about to go back to sleep. Izuku. As long as you want. Without another word, he hugged the woman and went back to sleep. He missed a good bed too. The academy felt strange for Class 1A, not only because Aoyama was in prison but also because of Izuku's reintegration into the classes. His friends expected to get many more answers now that he was around. Ochako. Dekakuin won't be with us, she exclaimed, quite surprised, to the teacher who nodded, rather irritated by this arrangement, although his students didn't notice his discomfort. Aizawa. Since he's the only one who can control Lady Nagant, we can't let him go so easily. But don't worry, he'll have reinforcements from other teachers right now. His students seemed disappointed with this solution the principal came up with. Mineta. I'm so jealous. Not only does he spend all his time with that sexy woman, now he's skipping classes too, without any consequences. He muttered irritably, wishing he could switch places with the green-haired boy. If only I were in his position, I'd. He started drooling before being hit by Tsuyu, nearly knocking him unconscious. Kaminari. Mineta has a point, it's kind of enviable not having to go to class. He said, trying to soften his friend's comment. Mina. Don't try to excuse him, he's disgusting. Scolded the blonde boy who shrank back in his chair. Kirishima. Yeah, would you really like to be locked in a cell not knowing if the other prisoners know your intentions and if they're all against you? The blonde didn't say anything, turning quite pale, almost like a ghost. Kaminari. How did Midoriya endure that? He murmured, quite terrified and impressed. Aizawa. They'll ask you when you return to the dorms. For now, I want your attention here. Things are going to get very tense from now on. He announced, his voice strained. He didn't like what he was about to say at all, but orders were orders. Given everything we've suffered this year, it was made possible for you to go on early internships, and as you know, the vast majority of you have already found an agency, so on paper you're already active heroes. As such, you'll soon have what will possibly be your most important mission. Ida. What kind of mission, sensei? He spoke fearfully, just like his companions, everything was very serious. Aizawa. A large-scale attack on the villains will be launched soon. The vast majority of agencies will be deployed to strategic locations. Each student will be assigned to a specific team, giving them the opportunity to be on the battlefield. He paused for a moment, allowing his students to process what he had said. You will be treated as acting heroes, so don't expect special treatment just for being students, okay? Momo. But sensei. The dark-haired girl stood up, asking to speak. Isn't it a bit premeditated to send students on such an important mission? Aizawa. In normal situations, of course, but we have a lot working against us, and finding heroes isn't proving easy. He confessed with some regret. I'm not going to lie to you or sugarcoat things. It's probably a war zone, so to increase your chances of survival, we're going to make these next 2 weeks a hell of a training regimen, okay? He commented seriously, making the students tremble even more. He didn't want to lie to them anymore, and if he had to send them to the front lines, he would send them with all the help he could get. Young Midoriya needed to be brought up to speed on his classes. 2 months away had taken their toll, and it was time to catch up on everything he hadn't learned. Therefore, the principal assigned a couple of teachers to begin the young green-haired hero's relearning. Midnight, Ectoplasm, and All Might would be in charge of reining in his lessons in the dormitories, and they were essential to stopping Lady Nagant should anything go wrong, although the principal had complete faith in Izuku to do so. Ectoplasm. They're not in the room. She commented as she entered, feeling somewhat afraid of what might happen. Midnight. Let's not say anything prematurely. They're probably in Midoriya-kun's room. They had quite a heated welcome last night, and they must have lost track of time. He commented, trying to calm his partner down. All Might. Lady Nagant didn't seem to have any intention of escaping, so she's very attached to young Midoriya. He helped the dark-haired woman, who nodded before going up to the student's room. Midnight. How close are you two? She asked with some curiosity. The little she had managed to get out of Aizawa had been very vague answers for her liking. All Might. Enough for her to keep mocking the young man without him doing anything to stop her. He spoke tensely, remembering well when he took them to the Midoriya's apartment. Midnight. I see. He murmured with a mocking smile. Ectoplasm. You don't think they're in a relationship, do you? He knew the woman well enough to know what she was thinking. Midnight. Who do you take me for? She said, somewhat hurt by that assumption. Ectoplasm. Because of you, the crazy woman who accused students of having relationships outside of UA. The woman pouted indignantly. Don't try to deny it. She commented. Midnight. Well, the idea may have crossed my mind. He half admitted. Anyway, this is her room, right? All the doors were exactly the same and it caused some confusion. Ectoplasm. We captured Aoyama next door, how can you not remember? The woman turned her gaze away with a pout. All Might. Why don't we focus on our task? He spoke tensely, unwilling to endure this circus any longer. Young Midoriya, are you there? He knocked gently, hoping to escape this awkward situation. There was no response. All Might. young Midoriya?" He asked again, this time more nervously. No response again. Ectoplasm. "Something happened, Midnight, prepare to enter, All Might please step aside." The blonde obeyed the order tensely. "Midnight. The door is open." He looked at his partner and nodded, slowly opening it so as not to alert whoever was inside. Ectoplasm. "Let's hope that." The words left him as he admired the scene. "This. Midnight. Era. She blurted out, blushing slightly. "All Might. What's happening?" He spoke fearfully. "Midnight. You'd better see it," she said mockingly, further frightening the blonde boy. "All Might. Young Midoriya." He approached fearfully, believing the worst was over. Huh? His fear vanished in 2 seconds with the sight of Izuku's room. Midnight. She was right. Was pleased to admire Izuku so close to the bicolored girl, whose clothes on the floor could be explained, but left little room for theories. Ectoplasm. "I didn't think it would be like this," he murmured in disbelief. "All Might. Young Midoriya," he murmured, releasing some blood from his mouth. Midnight. "Very well, it would be best if you two left, I'll take care of it." With a smile he gently pushed the blonde, his companion not wanting to miss this spectacle. Ectoplasm. "I don't think that's a good idea," he murmured without moving much. Midnight. "I'm the one with the most experience in difficult awakenings, do you want to remind me how my quirk works?" she commented cheerfully. Ectoplasm. "This can't get any worse." With a final sigh, the dark-haired woman let them both out. Midnight. He. Once her companions had retreated a few meters, the dark-haired girl advanced until she was near the bed. "Let's see." She looked at the boy, who had a rather calm face. "Well, it doesn't seem like they were very intense," she murmured to herself, seeing how the student's skin didn't seem to have any red areas, or at least none that were visible. Although, of course, it was also his first time. She murmured to herself before looking at the bicolored girl. "She looks very happy." She smiled to herself, reveling in the whole situation. "I'd love to continue investigating, but I can't let them keep sleeping." With a final sigh, she gently touched Izuku's cheek. "Midoriya-kun," she murmured softly. "Izuku." He shifted slightly, somewhat uncomfortably. Midnight. "Midoriya-kun." She repeated the action with a little more force. "Get up. It's time to wake up," she continued whispering to keep things calm. "Izuku." Huh? He opened his eyes a little. "What?" he whispered sleepily. Midnight. "Up." She stroked Izuku's hair, making him react. "Izuku." "Midnight sensei." He looked at the black-haired girl who smiled mockingly. Midnight. "Up," he said to the boy who rubbed one of his eyes, quite exhausted. "Izuku." "What?" Before continuing, he noticed the bicolored girl, becoming tense. "Midnight sensei, it's not what it looks like," he rushed to say, speaking before he could think. Midnight. "And what exactly is going on?" He let the boy think, but he didn't seem to have an answer. A 16-year-old boy locked in bed with a dangerous criminal, both of them naked. Izuku sweated. "You'll have a lot to explain, but for now, wake up your pretty girlfriend and come downstairs. You have a lot to do." With that, he left, leaving the couple in peace. The teachers simply sat in the room with many questions on their minds, hoping that things were just a joke or an unreality they experienced due to a glitch in Midnight's quirk. Perhaps they simply dreamed it and didn't see one of the calmest and most focused students lying in bed with a very dangerous assassin, sleeping after what seemed like the best night of his life. "All Might. Are you sure your suit didn't tear and that's why we saw what we saw?" The woman next to him sighed, already irritated by so much nonsense. Midnight. "Not for the last time, what we saw really happened. Midoriya-kun had a very hot night with a woman, what's so strange about that?" he questioned angrily. Ectoplasm. "The fact that she's a criminal. Or what about the fact that she's older than him?" he replied seriously. Kana. "Hey, I'm the victim here." The couple entered the room, the bicolored one quite calm compared to the green-haired one who was a sea of nerves and embarrassment. Ectoplasm. "And exactly how are you the victim?" The woman smiled, taking the green-haired man's hand. Kana. Seduced by the little bunny and taken to his room. Excused herself with a rather confident smile. Midnight. "Anything to say in your defense, Midoriya-kun?" Continued the bicolored girls teasing with considerable glee. Izuku. "Kana-san is too beautiful to just admire," he murmured sheepishly, making his partner smile. Midnight. "Oh, quite bold, Midoriya-kun," she blurted out excitedly. Kana. "I see the little bunny is showing its claws." Izuku composed himself, smiling at the bicolored girl. Izuku. "I don't intend to hold back anymore, Kana-san," he said confidently. Kana. "Yes, I'm aware of that, you almost left me in bed all day." She mocked Izuku, who turned red, while the dark-haired teacher let out a laugh, and her teachers were left paralyzed by the situation. Detaining Aoyama Yuga should have been simple: take him to a prison and leave him there awaiting interrogations and trials. But the principal knew it couldn't be that easy. All for One had plenty of contacts everywhere, so taking him to the wrong place could mean the villains knew about their spy's capture and might act accordingly, either eliminating Aoyama or rescuing him. That's why they took the utmost care when taking the blonde boy to a prison. All the guards and everyone who came into contact with the traitorous student were thoroughly investigated before being allowed entry. They were even so careful when moving him from one place to another that they kept him in a prison specifically designed for him in an undisclosed area. On paper, the young Aoyama Yuga was in Tartarus like any dangerous villain, in this case because of his connections, thus avoiding the gaze of All for One's agents. Endeavor. Well, did he say anything? He asked the detective, who was sighing in frustration. Naomasa. Just as I feared, Aoyama is terrified of All for One, we won't get anything out of him. He replied, quite irritated. Endeavor. Do you think his parents will talk? The detective shook his head tensely. Naomasa. All for One knows how to instill fear. He has a very tight grip on Aoyama, and this will surely extend to his parents. For now, we have to keep them locked up and wait for the attack. He commented seriously. Endeavor. He closed his eyes to stay calm. Naomasa. Is something wrong? The redhead shook his head. Endeavor. This is the first time I've heard so many plans from the principal. It scared him a little, if he was honest. It was the first time that Rat had been so serious about a matter, which made things much more terrifying. Naomasa. This time they tried something quite despicable by trying to send Midoriya to Tartarus. Also, all this year he's been attacked not only by villains, but many people doubted him because of the multiple attacks UA suffered. All of this made him act. And from what could be seen, it was contained fury coldly directed towards the villains. Endeavor. Even a rat can feel like this, huh? He muttered with a mix of humor and tension, knowing that nothing good could come from the principal in a fit of rage. The capture of the parents was driven by reaction time, whether they already knew about their son's capture or not, so Detective Naomasa moved quickly, investigating the parents' work and setting a trap in just over a day outside their home. It's a big house, commented an officer hidden in the undergrowth. The family has good connections and businesses. They've amassed a small fortune that has been growing in recent years, said one of his colleagues, hidden in a vehicle that was watching the house. Have you received a report from those who are monitoring your work? Commented the impatient man from the weeds. They'll be here soon, so as far as I know they don't suspect anything, said the man in the vehicle, sounding a bit bored. Do you think they contacted the villains? His tense voice made his vehicle companion sigh. It's likely. Their jobs left room for sending a message, but they didn't make any strange movements, so it's quite probable that's not it. The man in the vehicle saw the two approaching his home. The moment has arrived. Understood. The cop in the bushes hid further, watching the happy couple chatting calmly as they walked toward the door. Just a little longer. He muttered to himself. They're at the point. His partner said, making the policeman react. My dear, what do you want? Before continuing, the policeman left with his arms outstretched. Stay still. He forcefully extended his arms, which turned to jelly, instantly capturing them both. But what? The father managed to say, much to the officer's surprise. The fear they felt in the police truck wasn't from their sudden confinement or from worry for their son. They knew perfectly well why they were in police custody. They knew this day could come. They were simply trying to ignore it for their son's sake and their own survival. Every minute there terrified them more, as 1,001 thoughts raced through their minds about All for One and how much he knew about their capture. What they feared most was being massacred by villains sent by that demon. Outside. Once the truck stopped, both parents looked at each other nervously. Officer. May I know the reason why we were arrested? The father asked, his voice somewhat calm, though his fear was evident. Don't try to look confused, your son has already been caught, he said seriously, further tensing the two adults. Outside now. He ordered again sternly. The couple got out of the truck with faces of deathly terror, not because of their capture, but because of what it really represented. The fear stemmed from All for One and what he had surely sent to eliminate them or capture them and do who knows what to them. They walked in tense silence, unaware that they were not in a police station or the most secure prison in the country, staring at the ground, lamenting all the things they had done and the cruel fate they had left for their son. Naomasa. Mr. and Mrs. Aoyama. The detective spoke, bringing the couple back to reality. Huh, the woman spoke, somewhat confused. Where are we? She looked around and saw only a dense forest surrounding them. Could it be that, she murmured fearfully, looking at the detective. Naomasa. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm Officer Naomasa of the police. This is a specialized holding facility for your family. The couple sighed, somewhat calmer. Does he really scare you that much? This is worse than I thought. He thought seriously. Take them inside. With a final nod, the officers ushered the couple inside. While they didn't expect to extract much information given the adult's fear, they did hope to influence the younger blonde boy, who surely had a much lower limit to despair. The detective's idea was simple: keep Aoyama Yuga in a safe space with polarized glass from which he could watch his parents walk by in handcuffs. He was sure he would spill something, anything he could say about the villains that they didn't already know. Where is Yuga? The woman murmured, a hint of sadness in her voice. Naomasa. He'll go to Tartarus like the two of you. Revealing sensitive information to extremely dangerous people and espionage will land him in a cell in the middle zone, a place for very dangerous villains. A lie, of course, but he was sure the parents would be too scared to know. Please forgive him. He's just another victim. The father pleaded fearfully. Naomasa. Really? Because it didn't seem like it. He replied seriously, glancing slightly to the side, right where the blonde student was. It'll be nothing compared to you. A nice cell deep in Tartarus awaits you. Without another word, he directed the adults to continue, knowing he had managed to unsettle the blonde young man. Let's see what you have to say after this. He continued toward the back of the facility, leaving the student to think things through. Izuku's arrival was a joy, that was undeniable, but the mindset he brought back was very different from his way of being before going to prison. Many might say that the change was normal given what he had been through, but there was something about it all that didn't quite fit for Bakugo. He still remembered that punch he had landed that night. It was more strength than Izuku had shown in their last encounters, which seemed strange given that he had been in prison and surely had no way to train, so he shouldn't have felt such a strong blow. Kaminari. Aizawa-sensei is being intense. He sat down on the street, tired of all the electricity he had to release in the last hour. Kirishima. Well, he said he was going to prepare us well for the attack. He smiled tensely and in pain. He had been pushed to his limit and was about to faint. How are you doing, Baku bro? He smiled at the blonde who was simply leaning against a wall lost in his thoughts. Baku bro. Katsuki. HM. Continued in his own world, completely uninterested in his classmates. Kaminari. Are you okay, Kaken? The explosive blonde sighed. Katsuki. Nothing. He composed himself to continue with the training. Kirishima. Are you feeling alright? The redhead and the other blonde quickly followed him, somewhat worried about their friend. Katsuki. Yeah, stop bothering me. He replied irritably, making his friends tense up. Kirishima. That doesn't seem right. He whispered, incredulous at the explosive's behavior. Kaminari. Let's just leave it alone. He advised tensely, with the explosive blonde so angry. Kirishima. If you say so. He agreed, somewhat uneasy about his friend's behavior. There was only one solution to Deku's problem, or so he thought. The only way he could understand the green-haired idiot was a good fight to talk things through. It wasn't the ideal way, but it was the only way Bakugo was interested in, and he had known how to use it for a long time. Now that their training for the day was over, he was free to go and challenge Deku. Mina complained, rubbing her hands carefully. My hands hurt. Siro. I think I need a doctor. He murmured, his arms hanging limp and aching. Kirishima. Come on, it wasn't that bad, right Kaminari? He looked at his blonde friend who was walking slowly with a lost look in his eyes. Kaminari. Yay. Was all that came out of him. Kirishima. Right, Baku bro. He switched to the explosive blonde who was quite quiet. Katsuki. TSK. He blurted out angrily. Siro. Is this really necessary to improve? He questioned, quite dejected. Mina. According to Aizawa-sensei. Before continuing, the friend saw something quite surprising in their dormitories. Ha! Kirishima. But what is that? He shouted in terror, because behind the dormitories there were black ribbons extending inconsistently from one side to the other. Kaminari. Yay. Was still completely discharged. Mina. Don't you have a bad feeling? She spoke fearfully. Kirishima. Let's go. His friends started running, believing something bad had happened. Exhausted and on edge, the team advanced along one side, preparing for battle, except for Kaminari, who seemed to be walking on autopilot. They believed a villain had attacked, though if that were the case, an alarm would have sounded, making the situation even more tense. They reached the courtyard area and were met with something truly astonishing, which even made Bakugo tense. Kana. That's great. The bicolored girl encouraged her partner who seemed quite exhausted. Ida. Tsutsumi-san, are you sure about this? He spoke rather nervously, seeing how tired his friend was. Kana. We're just testing his limits, there's no other way to do it, or well, a way that doesn't endanger anyone's life. She replied simply, downplaying the blue-haired boy's comment. Uraraka is still throwing things, okay. She indicated the brunette on the other side of the courtyard with a pile of objects of various sizes and weights. Mina. What's going on here? She shouted, completely confused. Kana. Well, we have guests. She looked at the students, focusing on the explosive blonde who seemed much more surprised than the others. Izuku, rest. She ordered Izuku, who stopped throwing those dark brambles. Izuku. Thank God. He murmured, collapsing exhausted to the ground. Ochako. Are you alright, Dekakuin? She approached the boy, who smiled kindly. Izuku. No. My hands hurt, he said, still smiling. Ochako. Come on, it's probably just your muscles. She helped the green-haired boy to his feet while his companions remained quite confused. Siro. What's happening? He murmured, confused. Kaminari. Yay. He seconded his friend, not understanding anything. Kana. We developed this second quirk that the little bunny has. The bicolored girl approached with a rather calm smile. Mina. Midori-kun has 2 quirks, she exclaimed in amazement, further stunning the explosive blonde who was still staring in the direction of Izuku being treated by the brunette and the blue-haired boy. Kana. It seems so, even he doesn't understand how it happened. That intrigued her, and while she wanted to investigate further, she understood that the boy felt very uncomfortable, so she would leave him alone for the time being. Kirishima. I thought that was impossible. The redhead looked at his partner, who seemed quite exhausted. Kana. Quite unlikely, but not impossible. As far as I know, there was a case in America about a guy with 2 quirks, but I don't know if it was real. Lots of rumors, so it was best not to follow them. Siro. But exactly why are they doing this in the courtyard? It didn't make much sense given UA's facilities. Kana. They won't let me roam freely around UA, it would cause too much fear, and he's my guard, so he can't take his eyes off me. So we're stuck in the dorms. She sighed, it wasn't very productive being there with the whole of UA at our disposal. So he has to train here, so we're taking stock of what he can do with his black ribbons. Mina. Recount. The bicolored girl nodded. Kana. How much weight can it support? Does it vary at all? How far can it extend? We need to solve these unknowns before we start training for real. She commented, smiling at the green-haired boy who seemed much more relieved. Kirishima. Isn't it incredible, Baku bro? He looked at his friend, whose expression was much more serious than usual. Baku bro. On the other side of the courtyard, the green-haired boy was finally breathing easy, quite encouraged by everything they had discovered, and although he was now ready for a bath and to rest until the next morning. Izuku. Thank you for your help, Uraraka-san. He smiled at the brunette, who let out a tense sigh. Ochako. You should take better care of yourself. She murmured worriedly. Izuku. I'm sorry to worry you. He smiled tensely at his friend's judgmental gaze. Ochako. You just got back from prison, you should be resting more. She complained to the boy, who was still smiling tensely. Izuku. I'll have it. He stopped mid-sentence, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Huh. He glanced to the side, where Bakugo stood with an angry look. Bakugo. The blonde simply turned to leave. Ida, Midori-kun. The green-haired boy snapped out of it, looking at his friend. Are you feeling alright? Izuku. I'm just a little tired. He smiled at his friend, who seemed worried. It's best if we go rest, right? He smiled tensely before getting up rather hurriedly. See you later. Without another word he left without realizing that he was being watched by the bicolored girl, who seemed quite worried about the boy. The sensation in his neck wouldn't go away. It was a sharp pain that, while not very strong, was quite annoying. It was almost like an indication of something bad, only he couldn't yet determine what it was or why, especially at this moment when he was alone. Izuku. Maybe I'm just really tired. He murmured, letting out a sigh and entering the dorms. I really need a bath. With one last stretch, he prepared to go to the men's area when he felt that twinge again. Huh? He followed the sensation, noticing the explosive blonde right at the entrance. Bakugo. Katsuki. HM. The blonde moved closer to Izuku, who felt the throbbing even more. At midnight during the first test. Was all he managed to say when he was near the green-haired boy, who understood him quite easily. Izuku. What? No, he replied, stopping the blonde boy who was about to go to his room. Katsuki. What the hell do you mean by no? He blurted out angrily, increasing the pain in Izuku's neck. Izuku. I'm not going to play your game. He replied calmly despite the discomfort he felt. I don't know what's going on in your head, but if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for a pointless battle. The blonde clenched his teeth in even more anger. Katsuki. Prison turned you into an idiot. He said resentfully. Izuku. No, prison taught me quite a few things. He said simply, having shaken off his fear. You know, I had to infiltrate a prison gang to find out about the escape. He remarked casually, advancing toward the blonde without a hint of fear. They were quite distrustful, but they taught me a thing or two and told me about some jobs that landed them in deep trouble. I learned that speaking your mind avoids a lot of problems. He challenged the blonde with his gaze, who seemed quite oppressed by Izuku. Katsuki. TSK. Nothing. He turned around to continue on his way, angrier than before. Izuku. Coward. He muttered with a bored look, something inside him hoped they could talk face to face. Katsuki. Screw you, Deku. Without another word, he disappeared down the hallways, leaving Izuku feeling much calmer. Izuku. I feel better. He murmured, no longer feeling that sharp pain. Kana. How could I not be? You defied your stalker. The woman said from the doorway, she had witnessed everything. Izuku. Kana-san. The bicolored girl approached with a rather proud smile. Kana. You know. You might be really good in bed, but when it comes to being a guard. She commented, making the green-haired man blush with embarrassment. You shouldn't leave your target alone in the courtyard. I managed to escape. Izuku. The woman tenderly cupped his cheeks. Kana. You look more appealing like that, little bunny. She leaned in to steal a kiss but stopped just inches from his lips. You'll have to put up with it when we get back to the room. She blurted out, leaving the boy there, who was turning red again, only this time with a hint of anger. Izuku. That's not fair. He muttered, turning around to watch the woman heading towards the kitchen. Don't leave me like this, Kana-san. With a pout, he used one of his whips and grabbed the bicolored girl by the waist. Kana. Huh? Without another word, she was pulled gently towards the boy who didn't hesitate to steal a kiss. Ha, she exclaimed in surprise, a move she hadn't expected from the green-haired boy. Izuku. That's better. Without another word he let the woman go and walked towards the men's restroom. I'm going to take a shower. Without another word he disappeared through the door, leaving the woman quite stunned. Kana. I think he's finally being completely himself. She murmured to herself, somewhat confused. She liked him this way, but she also liked the timid rabbit. Although the principal knew his student was bordering on genius, it still took him by surprise, which in itself was an achievement few had attained. Midoriya Izuku demonstrated a remarkably good understanding of subjects he hadn't even studied, and most importantly in his training, he displayed a level of control over his new abilities that exceeded his expectations. The manifestation of quirks was something very interesting that led him to investigate one for all further, and after minimally understanding what was happening, he was more certain of what he was going to do with both Midoriya and Lady Nagant in the siege against the villains, assets too valuable to have only as reserves in the back areas or helping in evacuation. All Might. Is this prudent, Principal? He commented somewhat nervously. Nizu. I understand your fear of your student going out into the world, but seeing how things turned out in Tartarus, he's someone we can trust. We just need to give him enough clues to control everything that comes his way. The blonde sighed, not entirely convinced. All Might. Is it safe to let him learn like this? I feel we should guide him better. He didn't feel at all comfortable leaving the green-haired boy on his own. Nizu. This isn't a common situation. It's already difficult enough for young Midoriya to control one for all at its base level, let alone adding more pressure. We can't afford to discuss his quirk given his job as Lady Nagant's guard, so we must leave it in young Midoriya's hands. The blonde sighed. All Might. If only there were a way to train him. He muttered to himself, searching for a way out. Nizu. Lady Nagant is not only a great sniper, she also has a very sharp mind. Anything young Midoriya does that's out of the ordinary, she'll notice, and she might even solve the mystery of his quirk. The blonde boy smiled tensely. All Might. Aren't you giving him much credit? The principal shook his head. Nizu. It took me a while, but I finally managed to get the commission to release Lady Nagant's cases for analysis, and one of her unsolved cases involves All for One. The blonde remained tense at the revelation. The little that wasn't destroyed from this failed case makes it clear that I was quite close to finding him. All Might. Really? The mouse nodded with a smile. Nizu. It's not the first time he's dealt with people with more than one quirk. He might come to the conclusion that in the world there isn't just one being who can give and have multiple quirks, but two. The blonde opened his eyes in fear. All Might. We shouldn't have let that woman out. He blurted out, overcome with fear. Nizu. Oh, calm down, Tashinori. He may be very capable, but judging by his actions, it's clear he hasn't arrived at that answer yet. Perhaps young Midoriya knew how to handle the situation, or perhaps there's still something crucial he hasn't discovered to complete the puzzle. The blonde didn't seem calm at all. All Might. I have to do something. He murmured decisively. He didn't know what he should do, but he had to move and stop his successor from continuing with that woman. Nizu. I don't think you should do anything. It might backfire, and you might end up revealing the truth while trying to hide it. The blonde sighed in frustration with the principal's response. Don't be afraid to trust Midoriya, Toshinori. He'll know what to do about this situation. All Might. I don't know, Principal. I don't know. He murmured fearfully, praying to every possible deity that the woman didn't know this state secret. In the dark and lonely void, Izuku floated in complete calm. There were no voices of former holders in the distance, and no one to see. At least they could detect his hand in the profound darkness, and a bit of his arm. He still didn't understand how he got there while he slept, and he sincerely wanted to know the secret to accessing it whenever he wanted. I doubt that secret will be revealed to you. The soft voice of the former wielder could be heard in the distance. It's no fun if you don't end up here by accident. Izuku. But it would be easier if he stopped mid-sentence, realizing he was speaking, not thinking. If the first one said this would happen if we proceeded in this way with our plans. The dark-haired woman appeared before Izuku with her charismatic smile and calm demeanor. For now, you're progressing well with the 2 extra quirks. Izuku. Wait, 2 quirks. The woman let out a mocking laugh. That feeling in your neck isn't normal, Midoriya. Izuku seemed quite astonished. It's the 4th holder's quirk, it will warn you whenever there's danger nearby. Izuku. That explains Bakugo. He murmured under his breath with a grin. If you'll have the other soon, it's not what we originally wanted, but you're being so close to all for one triggered internal alarms and set everything in motion. The green-haired man seemed surprised by this information. Izuku. Is there any way to know which quirk will awaken next? He didn't want any major surprises that would lead to pathetic excuses. We're linked to you, so unless we want to, you won't reveal our quirks. The green-haired boy sighed. Don't worry, your girlfriend won't discover one for all that easily. He mocked the boy, who was left paralyzed. Izuku. You guys know, he shouted in embarrassment. Well, we've been watching your life, we know what's happened, but don't worry, the first one avoids us at night. The green-haired man sighed more calmly. Although perhaps you should tell him the truth about your quirk. It would save you trouble. He commented bitterly. Izuku. But All Might said. The dark-haired girl raised her hand to stop him. Toshinori knows it's very dangerous to reveal this secret. There's no guarantee that tomorrow someone won't betray you and go to All for One to reveal your identity. It's a lonely life. He commented sadly. But I know that statement isn't entirely accurate. Izuku. The woman smiled tenderly at the boy. When it was my turn to have one for all, I didn't hesitate and I pushed my whole family away. He almost cried at his decisions. I ended up leaving my son in an orphanage for fear that something might happen to him, and believe me, I regretted it for the rest of my life. He moved closer and placed his hand on Izuku's hair. I don't want the same thing to happen to you. I don't think you should push people away. You can trust whoever you want to reveal your secret to, but... He looked seriously at Izuku. Be prepared for the consequences of blindly trusting someone. Izuku. Is it safe to do this? He asked, sounding somewhat fearful. Don't go crazy and shout it from the rooftops, but it's safe, especially since it's you, she commented with a grin. Having the 4th Hokage's quirk can help you, of course, if you train it enough. Izuku. An enemy detector that I can enhance to detect who might be lying. The woman smiled proudly. But how does it work? He murmured to himself, a flood of ideas swirling in his head. You'll have to figure that out yourself. For now, get ready. Any minute now you'll start puffing out smoke like a chimney and floating like a balloon. He said with a smile before giving him a light push that sent him quite a distance. The morning light began to filter through Izuku's window as he awoke with many questions and plenty of ideas to put into action. For a moment, he almost forgot what the bearer had told him and where he was at that very moment. Izuku. I have to tell her. He murmured to himself, quite determined. Before more of them come out. He continued murmuring, trying to get up. He looked down at where the bicolored girl was sleeping peacefully on his chest, causing a smile to appear on Izuku's face. Kana. She settled in more comfortably, hugging Izuku tighter. Izuku. There's no doubt. He smiled, hugging the bicolored girl even tighter. Kana. Izuku. She murmured affectionately, melting Izuku's heart. Izuku, Kana-san, he whispered to the woman, who stirred slightly. Kana-san, wake up. He continued, gently stroking her back. It's time to get up. Kana. She stirred uncomfortably before going back to sleep. 5 more minutes. She murmured, not wanting to wake up. Izuku. Get up, aren't you hungry? The woman let out a lazy snort. Kana. A little. She murmured, reluctant to get up. Izuku. Let's go. The woman opened her eyes and looked at her Izuku. Kana. You're cruel. She blurted out with mock anger. Izuku. I'll make breakfast to make it up to you. The woman smiled slightly. Kana. That's more like it. Without another word, she released Izuku, who got out of bed and stretched while the bicolored girl readjusted to sleep longer. Izuku. She's so cute. He murmured before leaving the room, leaving the woman in peace. 9 in the morning, and with the sun shining through the window it seemed like a perfect day. There wasn't much in the fridge, so he had to get creative to make a perfect breakfast for his girlfriend. Kana. You're mean. The bicolored girl complained, entering the kitchen. Izuku. What did I do now? The woman looked angry. Kana. You left the bed, you're my pillow so I can't sleep. Izuku smiled quite fondly at the woman. Izuku. I'm sorry, what do you want for breakfast? The bicolored girl hugged him from behind, startling Izuku a little. Kana-san. Kana. You seem strange. She murmured in his ear, making him blush slightly. Izuku. I had a strange dream. He said, somewhat embarrassed. Kana. Another weird biker. The green-haired boy let out a nervous laugh. Izuku. No, he placed his hand on the woman's affectionately. There's something I need to tell you. Kana. I don't know why I don't like that tone. She blurted out, sounding a little scared. Izuku. It's nothing bad, just something I've been thinking about. He assured calmly. Kana. Okay. She left the boy and faced him. What's going on? Izuku. Let's have breakfast and then we'll talk. The woman nodded doubtfully. After a good breakfast, the couple sat in the living room with some discomfort. Every time they said that to the bicolored woman, it was a bad sign. It always meant to kill someone very dangerous or who crossed a line that only she could cross. Kana. Well, what's on your mind? She asked, a little nervous. She knew the green-haired boy wouldn't ask her anything like that, but she was still scared. Izuku. In prison you made quite a few assumptions about my quirk. You thought I made a deal with someone really bad. The woman nodded tensely. Well, you were more or less right. Kana. Did your parents make the deal? The green-haired boy shook his head tensely. Izuku. You see, All for One isn't the only one who can grant quirks. The woman opened her eyes, quite astonished. Kana. Do you know him? She said fearfully. She knew what that monster was capable of. Izuku. I'm destined to fight him. He replied, leaving the woman even more astonished and stunned. All for One has his counterpart, a man with the ability to give his quirk to someone. Kana. You, aren't you? The green-haired boy nodded tensely. But, how? Why you? Izuku. I was born quirkless. He began, his gaze lowered. When I was in school, I crossed paths with the wielder of the quirk opposite to All for One's. He deemed me worthy of that power and bestowed it upon me. Since then, I possess a power shrouded in mystery, one that has passed through the hands of many who have fallen before All for One. Kana. So you are? Izuku nodded. That's why the late awakening didn't make sense. He shouted joyfully, having solved the enigma. Izuku. That's right. In fact, the black whip and the tingling in my neck are quirks from the previous wielders that I'm starting to show. The woman stopped her excitement, looking at Izuku. Kana. Do you manifest the powers of your ancestors? The green-haired boy nodded. Then you're the opposite of that demon. The green-haired boy nodded again. Please tell me you have many quirks to fight with. Izuku. Well, there are 7. The woman blinked in disbelief. Kana. Well, that's not much. She murmured, somewhat disappointed. Well, what other powers do you have? With a smile, it was clear they were going to spend hours talking about that topic. Having so many students training so constantly gave him a headache. While most of Class A knew how to use their technique and power, there was a small group who seemed to overcomplicate things for the simplicity of their abilities. He didn't blame them, but it was tiring, and each day was becoming more difficult than the last. Amidst all this, he never considered that his criminal student would need so much extra help, much less what he was told. If that story had come from another of his students, he would never have believed it. He would have considered it a bad joke. But it was Midoriya he was talking about, and that boy wouldn't make something like that up out of sheer boredom. This was real, unfortunately for him. Aizawa. You could have told me about your quirk from the beginning. He muttered angrily, glaring at the couple who had been isolated in the fake city to train the green-haired boy. Izuku. Like I said, it's a very important secret and I don't know who to trust. The black-haired boy sighed, quite irritated. Aizawa. Why now? Izuku smiled tensely. Izuku. My quirk also maintains the consciousness of the former users. I don't know exactly how it works, but every so often I go to a space of consciousness where I can talk to the users. One of the users told me to trust people. The black-haired boy sighed again with the same irritation. Kana. I think you've just doubled his workload. She commented with a touch of humor that didn't seem to excite the master. Izuku. He's the only one I trust, sorry Aizawa-sensei. The black-haired boy really wanted a vacation at that moment. Aizawa. Just give me a moment to think about how we're going to handle this. He lowered his gaze irritably. Kana. Actually, we're already working on it. The master looked at the bicolored girl who seemed very proud of herself. Aizawa. What did you do now? He murmured wearily. Izuku. Kana-san and I were thinking about the best way to train. The master nodded cautiously, unsure of what his student might come up with. For now, I'll continue with Black Whip training, but I still need to find a way to train my danger sensor, not to mention that I'll soon be able to release a smokescreen and float. Kana. We don't know what he might do afterward, so we're thinking of forcing him. The dark-haired man seemed to understand what the woman was saying. Aizawa. Do you want to put yourself in constant danger so your quirk can advance uncontrollably? The green-haired boy nodded with a very bright smile. Are you crazy? He scolded Izuku, who didn't seem intimidated by his teacher. Kana. I thought it was clear when she went to prison of her own free will. The master sighed. Aizawa. Are you sure you can handle training like this? The green-haired boy nodded instantly. We can reprogram the training robots to be lethal, that would give you the danger you're looking for. Izuku. So. Before continuing, his teacher spoke. Aizawa. But if you make a mistake for even a second, you'll end up hurt or worse. Are you sure about that? The green-haired boy looked at his girlfriend, who smiled slightly. Izuku. Yes, sir. The confidence with which he said it truly made him question if he was really talking to his student. Aizawa. I don't recognize you anymore. He murmured, quite incredulous. Izuku. Don't worry, Aizawa-sensei, I'll take care of it. The black-haired man shook his head, somewhat afraid of what his student would do. Sensations of danger were not foreign to his body. From the day he was born, he felt two things, the need to possess and a constant fear, only he never knew what he feared or why. As time passed, that fear was buried by his desire to possess everything. The world was his, and he was going to have it no matter what, no matter how long he had to wait. Perhaps he could attribute it to the fact that he was undergoing a body swap, and that the fear actually belonged to Shirakumo Tenko, although deep down he knew it came from within himself. He actually knew where his fear came from, but he didn't want to accept it because it meant that something he considered his was not actually his property. She had a deep fear of what her brother might do. For his part, Yoichi always had a very strong sense of justice and was always against him. They were the perfect representation of yin and yang. If he was pure evil, his brother was absolute good, and as such, even in death, he was able to illuminate the path of the next generations, and as such, he succeeded. All those who obtained his brother's power were a representation of it. He never felt that sense of fear with any of them. The one he felt the most with was All Might, but that was an excessive hatred. The one who had the most opportunities to kill him and who stood in his way the most. But for some reason, his successor was proving even more terrifying. The boy was a representation of all those who had wielded one for all before him, the presence of All Might, the mental acuity of Hikage Shinomori, the adaptability of En Taiutai, and of course, his brother's sense of justice. That combination was dangerous enough on its own, but lately, he felt an overwhelming fear of the boy. Shigaraki. Midoriya. The white-haired boy spoke, completely confused. Soon, another rather sinister voice spoke. Soon you'll have your chance to make him pay, Shigaraki Tamura. It said excitedly, trying to shake off that feeling of fear and discomfort. Shigaraki-sensei. The white-haired man muttered, completely angry with everyone. Almost there. Just a little more. He said with such eagerness and excitement that it seemed to confuse his successor. Shigaraki. Brother. He murmured, staring at a point in the tide of darkness that surrounded him. He echoed in the twisted darkness. That's right, our brother is waiting. And soon we'll have him. Shigaraki. No. Sister. He turned, staring at that point in nothingness. Dad. Mom. You're just confused, he murmured, somewhat puzzled by the change in his vessel. Shigaraki. I'm going to destroy them. He spoke, letting his anger speak. The world seemed to tremble as he felt hatred flood every cell of his being. We will destroy everything, the voice spoke, quite pleased with the extreme change in the young man who seemed to vanish into nothingness, merging with the darkness. Shigaraki. Nothing deserves it. Everything must die. He spoke more calmly now as his limbs seemed to be consumed by the darkness that flowed through his skin, almost like his veins, constantly consuming him until he was almost part of that mental world, which seemed to have already consumed him almost entirely. That's right, they will all die by my hand, said that omnipresent voice that seemed to control the villain. The brutality of Class 1A's training was becoming commonplace for their teacher, leading to a level of physical exhaustion that didn't seem very healthy, despite the UA nurse's assurances that everything was fine. For the students, while the physical strain was considerable, so too was their physical improvement. Ochako. My stomach hurts. She murmured, lying on the ground completely exhausted from so much training. Tsuyu. Karo. She replied, standing next to her best friend, looking quite dazed. Shoto. Does anyone else see the snowman with the pumpkin head on top of that building? He asked, feeling quite dizzy, staring off into who knows where. Ochako. Hang in there, Todoroki-kun. She spoke softly, wanting to help the bicolored boy but unable to do much in his situation. Kirishima. Where's Ida when you need him? He said, hidden behind a wall after training. Shiro said something about removing the exhaust pipes. He murmured beside her, his arms hanging limp and almost bleeding. Shoto. He's calling me. He murmured, trying to reach his hallucination. I'm coming. He continued raising his arms like a small child seeing his mother. Tsuyu. Todoroki-chan. She tried to get up but her body was too heavy. Shiro. Dude, we have to stop him. He took 2 steps before collapsing. How can Bakugo keep up with all this? He murmured, almost fainting. Meanwhile, the explosive blonde used his brutal training to release stress and excessive anger. Izuku's refusal to fight him put him in a very bad mood. In fact, if he was being completely honest, ever since the green-haired boy returned to UA, he felt extremely strange around him. It was as if the boy who had just gotten out of prison was a complete stranger to himself. A different kind of Deku, who somehow managed to irritate him even more, but not in the same way as before. His feeling of being behind Izuku was much stronger. They weren't on different scales, it felt like they were absurdly worlds apart, and after discovering about the whips, that feeling seemed to intensify. Proximity alert. A robot spoke before an alarm sounded and many training robots appeared in front of the blonde man who was on top of an apartment building. Katsuki. Come on, you pieces of junk. Without further ado, he launched himself into action into a sea of blades and bullets that passed too close for his liking. The tension in the air was crucial, any misstep could mean certain death. He didn't know exactly where he was, but he had to run for his life, avoiding being seen at all costs. Snipe. I've got you. Without hesitating for a second, he fired between some pipes, causing his prey to writhe and a dull thud to be heard in the area. Don't run, you'll make it easier. He reloaded his weapon and fired further to the right where his prey was. HM. He took a few steps forward before a piece of pipe was sent flying at his feet. What the? Before he could even think, he had to dodge multiple pipes and pieces of metal that rained down on him. Kana. Enough. Shouted the bicolored girl, halting the training. Izuku. Oh come on, I almost had it. From the top of an industrial building, the green-haired man looked at his teacher and his girlfriend with some anger. Snipe. Wait, how did you get there if just a moment ago you were sliding behind the pipe? Izuku retracted a pair of black whips tangled together, poorly mimicking his head. When? Izuku. After the first half hour when he cornered me in the smoke extraction zone. Without another word he jumped into the void, stopping his fall just millimeters from the ground. Interesting. Snipe. You did well. He admitted in amazement, it was the first time a first-year student had thought this way in such a high-pressure situation. Izuku. Thank you. He smiled at the teacher and then looked at his girlfriend who seemed comfortable with what they were doing. What do you think, Kana-san? Kana. You're scary. She was honest with the green-haired boy who seemed bewildered. Izuku. The woman moved a little closer with her mocking smile, a bad sign for the green-haired boy. Kana. I understand you have a good grasp of working under pressure, and you've proven it more than once, but dodging bullets so easily. That's another level. Izuku looked both embarrassed and proud. It makes me doubt whether my own bullets could hit you. Snipe. Your bullets. He murmured fearfully, having a bad feeling. Kana. Don't worry, I'm just stating something that benefits you all. She approached the boy and took his hand. This boy here is capable of dodging my bullets and getting too close, it's impossible to escape him. Izuku. So I did it right? The woman smiled proudly. Kana. You exceeded expectations. she said, giving Izuku some excitement. Izuku. What do you think, sensei? The cowboy sighed, analyzing the situation. Snipe. She's right. Many first years and even second years who have been through my hands wouldn't have reacted like you. The moment I cornered you, you calmly thought about how to get out of there, following the instructions you were given. You followed the gas and water pipes throughout the complex and used them to your advantage to make it difficult to catch you. Aided by the shadows and your new ability, you managed to divert attention. The green-haired man smiled with a touch of pride. But it's undeniable that you could have done better. Izuku. Oh, how? He said, excited about getting better. Snipe. You could have led me in a completely different direction than you were headed, you could have left false clues to slow me down and even caused more damage to the facilities to stop my progress. Izuku nodded, mentally noting everything. Even so, you achieved the training objective, well done. With that, the green-haired boy sighed, relaxing a little. Kana. Come on, let's get something to eat. She basically dragged the boy along, much to the master's bewilderment. See you later, Snipe. Izuku. Goodbye, sensei. He managed to say before recovering and walking beside the bicolored girl. Snipe. I just can't get used to this. He whispered tensely. The couple's happiness progressed in a comfortable silence, enjoying each other's company while mentally thinking about very different things that somehow related to each other. Kana. So. She began, far enough away from the hero. You used the sensor. Izuku. Just as we thought, he reacted to sensei and his bullets. Confirmed the woman, who nodded contentedly at the answer. Honestly, I didn't expect him to use real bullets. Kana. Oh no, they weren't real, they were sage bullets. She said, bursting the boy's bubble. Izuku. What? But you said I'd be in constant danger. He rushed to say, confused. Kana. Do you really think they would listen to me? There was no response from the boy. Although that's not important, it served its purpose, to give you a nocebo effect to activate that sensation in your neck so that you would get ideas from there. Izuku. Wow. The bicolored hair continued to surprise him no matter what happened. Kana. That's right. Your sweet girlfriend is very intelligent. She flattered herself with a somewhat unsettling smile that made Izuku tremble. Izuku. Quite. He spoke tensely, feeling a small prick at the back of his neck. Ha. Kana-san. The bicolored girl continued with her unsettling smile. Kana. I think. I deserve an award, don't you? She commented casually, worrying Izuku. Izuku. Well. I'll give you what I can. He assured with a tense smile. Kana. Oh, I'm sure you are. She smiled at the boy, licking her lips. Izuku. Have mercy on me. He murmured, accepting his delicious fate. 68% of the way to complete the total assimilation of All for One into Shimura Tenko's body. From a broader perspective, it could be said that All for One was quickly acquiring a new body. In just a few months, they had managed to merge a piece of a soul into a different one. A source of pride for the doctor, were it not for a small problem he didn't know how to avoid. This should be much faster. In about 3 months, his master should have already assimilated it. But no, there was a component he couldn't quite decipher that was holding the great demon king back from his objective. Perhaps it was Shimura Tenko's will that was holding him back, or perhaps something environmental was affecting the experiment. It was difficult to know, especially since he had no way of analyzing what was happening in that gestation capsule. He could only monitor All for One's vital signs and brain waves, keeping an eye out for even the slightest change. Dabi. Doctor. The dark-haired man entered the gloomy place, irritating the doctor. Garaki. What's wrong? Is Toga Himiko hurt again? He asked irritably, that it took away a lot of precious time he could have spent monitoring his master. Dabi. I only came to see you today. The doctor glared at him, clearly uncomfortable with the company. Garaki. It won't be long before he wakes up. They both walked through the cold laboratory, multiple Nomas were gestating around them, and in the center in a very well-lit chamber the most dangerous villain on the planet next to a computer that showed a loading bar almost at the end. Dabi. Why is it lower than before? The doctor looked fearfully at the computer and indeed the load had decreased by 2%. Garaki. Ah. Panic gripped the villain's vital signs, which showed no apparent changes. I don't understand. It's been fluctuating absurdly this past week. She cried fearfully, desperately trying to reverse what was happening. Dabi. Why is this happening? He looked at his leader who seemed lost, staring at nothing. Garaki. I don't know. I've tried everything to make him react, but something is affecting him. She continued typing rapidly, afraid that things were getting very dangerous. Making this kind of mistake wasn't typical of him, his methodical approach was the best thing in the world, and yet he still ended up in such a stupid mess as this. He had considered so many obstacles in his path that he hadn't considered something as absurd and insignificant as this. On the verge of having a new body and believing he had his successor in the palm of his hand, he hadn't thought that the fact of parasitically controlling Shimura Tenko would alter his desire for destruction and hatred. While this was perfect for his plans, he thought he could control this tide of hatred that only seemed to grow with each moment they spent together. It wasn't what he wanted, it was becoming contagious, and he had to think of something quickly so that the successor wouldn't end up consuming him. All for one. What's wrong? You shouldn't let your anger go like that, spoke the omnipresent voice of darkness. Shigaraki. Shut up, he muttered, completely out of it. You don't know what's going on, he said bitterly. All for one. It's not necessary if it's making you act like this. She spoke calmly, not wanting the boy to get any more out of control. Ignore the voices. Shigaraki. It's easy to say, he said, causing an earthquake in his mind space. You don't know how horrible it is. The screams of idiots who think they're right. All for one was speechless. These weren't the same voices that tormented him. All for one. Surely we can find a way to fix this. The darkness advanced rapidly, trying to enter the white-haired man's head. Shigaraki. Don't you dare. With a scream, he repelled the darkness, revealing his arms and legs, mangled by the darkness and the horror that surrounded and consumed him. All for one. Interesting. The darkness murmured with excitement. Your hatred far surpasses what I imagined. You've held back so much for so long. The darkness advanced again, this time slowly, towards Shigaraki's limbs, embracing and merging with the white-haired man. Don't worry, it won't be long before you awaken. Suddenly, the darkness began to merge with the arm, creating a new one, more capable of what was to come. In the laboratory, things were very tense. Both the second-in-command and the doctor watched anxiously as the progress slowly decreased, only to return to where it started, then suddenly drop and rise again with the same slowness with which it all began. The brain waves revealed a drastic change that greatly frightened the doctor. Dabi. That was strange, he murmured, admiring how the bar returned to its starting point. Garaki. What happened? He looked again at the brain waves, which seemed so calm now that it was all over. There wasn't a chemical change in the tank. His vital signs are a little elevated, but after what happened, that's normal. He kept looking and looking without arriving at an answer. His synapse activity is a little high too, but within the normal range. Dabi. He's alright, isn't he? He said, his gaze fixed on his leader. Garaki. For the moment, but I'll have to keep monitoring. If you have nothing to do here, leave, he ordered tensely. Dabi. Relax, document. I just wanted to see how things were going. He glanced at his leader one last time before turning and leaving. I hope it ends soon, he muttered to himself, having a feeling that things were going to spiral out of control faster than he thought. The day was approaching faster than expected. As they say, time is relative, and it felt very accelerated. In less time than they thought, there was little more than a week left until the big attack, and although they had made progress in the students' training, many teachers considered it insufficient for what was to come. Present Mike. Is it really wise for them to go? He questioned the principal, who seemed quite ignorant of the students' situation. Vlad King. I agree with that, however much we train them, it's not enough time. The teachers began to murmur among themselves while the principal seemed much more serious than usual. Aizawa. We do what's necessary to save people, we don't have enough strength. He spoke with his logical side despite not wanting to let his students go. Ectoplasm. I don't think they should go, it could end badly. The discussion seemed to become much more intense. Nizu. Calm down. He finally spoke, stopping any further argument. While it's true that young people can't reach the level of a professional in just a few weeks, that's obvious and not what we're trying to achieve. We want them to be strong enough to withstand the villains that will come. I don't plan for them to be on the front lines, far from it. They'll be in strategic positions that will bring out the best in them, whether it's planning, searching, or whatever is needed. Midnight. And Midoriya. The room fell silent. As far as we know, he wants me to go and fight. Nizu. That will only be in case of emergency, and it won't exactly be him who fights. He commented with an excited smile. Aizawa. I couldn't use it. If he sees that she can escape, I doubt Midoriya can do anything at that moment. The mouse shook his head at such a statement. Nizu. That's very distrustful and lacking in critical thinking of you, Aizawa. The mouse sat on the table with a serious expression. I understand you may have your doubts about this woman, but trust me, she won't do anything to betray young Midoriya. I've personally reviewed the Tartarus cameras from her time with our student, and believe me, they're closer than you think. He commented with pride in his student, confident that he would bring the heroine Lady Nagant back to his side. The exhaustion in his body was extreme. It felt as if he had fought the greatest of battles to get where he was. Everything was spinning, and everything seemed wrong. His body cried out for rest, but for some reason, he couldn't. He still had to do something, and he didn't know what. All for one. "Where is he?" came a voice from a distance, terrifying the man hiding among the rubble of a building. "You think you can escape so easily?" With a single wave of his hand, he turned everything around him to dust, leaving only the man. "Where is he hiding?" "I don't know what you're talking about," the man murmured, quite exhausted. "All for one. He grabbed him by the neck and lifted him above his head. "Where are you hiding my brother?" he said with a scream that almost burst the man's eardrums. "Who?" he smiled at the villain who tightened his grip. You killed him." He continued with his mocking smile, further irritating the villain. "You'll never see him again." The atmosphere grew colder as the villain finished him off. Izuku woke up startled, jumping out of bed and waking his girlfriend who seemed quite stunned by her green-haired friend's actions. "Kana." "Izuku." She looked at her boyfriend who was hyperventilating. "Izuku. Izuku looked around, finally reacting. "What? Kana. Are you okay?" The green-haired man looked at his worried girlfriend and sighed. "What happened?" "Izuku. I'm not really sure." He looked at his hands with a slight tremor. "Kana. Hey." The bicolored girl took his hand, giving the boy some peace of mind. "Look at me." The boy smiled at her with some tension. "What happened?" "Izuku. It was strange. It was like..." He thought for a moment and sighed. It was like seeing the memories of one of the wielders. One minute he was escaping from All for One and the next he was talking about finding his brother. Kana. Was she looking for her brother? That caught her attention. "Interesting." She murmured to herself. "Izuku. Have you thought of something yet?" He smiled at the woman who looked at him with a knowing smile. "Kana. You told me you saw when that damned demon gave his brother a useless quirk, but what exactly happened after that? If you have the quirk, it means he somehow managed to escape and leave it with someone. Maybe your dream goes back to that moment." Izuku grimaced, unconvinced. "Izuku. I don't know. It didn't seem like it." She commented seriously. "Something inside me tells me that's not the part of the story." The bicolored girl sighed, somewhat disappointed at not finding the answer. "Kana. The woman became lost in thought, pondering theories. "Izuku. Adorable." He murmured without the woman noticing. "And cute." He smiled before kissing her on the head. "Kana. The woman looked at her boyfriend who was smiling tenderly. "Izuku. You're too cute." He commented affectionately, paralyzing the woman. "Kana. You're definitely very bright." She commented gracefully, not understanding how the boy managed to look so heavenly. While his training had been brutal, Bakugo had decided to take it to the next level overnight. He seemed much more focused and much angrier when blowing up the robots during training, not to mention his fights against his classmates. He seemed possessed by some kind of fighting spirit that drove him to fight everyone without caring about anything, which greatly confused his friends. Of course, in Bakugo's mind things were different, as his annoyance was directed exclusively towards Izuku, who in his opinion was getting too big for his britches after being in a cage for a couple of months. While on the first day he felt irritated by that first blow, what he did afterward really dealt him a hard, invisible blow. For some reason, when the green-haired boy rejected their predestined battle, something in his chest sank as if he had lost something. It was strange and made him even angrier, so he channeled that anger into pure, hard training with the idea of catching up to that damned Deku. "Mineta. What is that?" he shouted upon seeing a cloud of purple smoke billowing from the roof of a building, followed by several black ribbons that seemed to guide the smoke before everything disappeared. "Tsuyu." Midoriya-chan said she needed more space for her training, Karo. She commented with a finger to her chin. "Mineta. Is Midoriya causing this?" he said, traumatized. "Kaminari. That's absurd." He murmured with some fear, while beside him Bakugo seemed more irritated than ever. "Mineta. Why are they turning red?" he asked somewhat fearfully as all the whips ignited with power and began to move slowly. "Katsuki. TSK." Without saying a word, he began to fly in that direction, even though it was obvious how dangerous it seemed. "Kirishima. Wait, Bakubro." The blonde seemed very focused on reaching the green-haired boy. Mid-flight, the green-haired boy's powerful attack on the air dissipated without causing any damage, the smoke dissipated, and Izuku appeared completely exhausted, his arms hanging limp from the effort. "Izuku. I can't feel my arms," he said, his shoulders tense. "Kana. Well, now we know the limit of your new ability." The green-haired boy looked at her wearily. "Izuku. Kana-san, he felt that pricking sensation in his neck again, spun around quickly, and extended a whip towards Bakugo, who was coming with one arm ready to cause an explosion. Katsuki. What? Before he could say anything, he was thrown to one side of the roof, raising a cloud of dust. Kana. Wow. She blurted out in surprise. He had murderous intentions, didn't he? Her boyfriend sighed, feeling more pressure on his arm. Izuku. Ouch. He complained under his breath. Kana. Are you okay? She approached Izuku with concern. Izuku. I don't think you should ask me. He commented with a laugh. Katsuki. What the hell was that? The blonde complained with clear anger, emerging from the wreckage he had caused. Izuku. I should be asking that. He asked, sounding a little tired. Katsuki. What the hell is happening to you? He yelled in total despair. Izuku. Well, my arms hurt. He commented calmly, further irritating the blonde boy. Katsuki. Since when do you answer like that? He complained angrily again. Who do you think you are now that you're back? Izuku. Me. Nothing, how about you? The blonde was about to lose his temper with those answers. Katsuki. Enough. He stepped closer, letting smoke billow from his burning palms. You and I are going to fight now. He ordered Izuku, who grimaced in disgust. Izuku. No, my arms are about to burst out of my shoulders, besides, I have no reason to keep up with your tantrum. He replied simply, approaching his girlfriend. Could you tell Sensei that we're done here? The woman nodded gracefully under the astonished gaze of the blonde boy. Katsuki. This has to be a fucking joke. He muttered through gritted teeth, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Don't ignore me, shit. Izuku. What do you want me to do? My arms are literally about to fall off, and you don't want my blood on your hands, do you? The blonde clenched his fists with barely contained rage. Katsuki. Don't come at me with that. With his rage completely out, he tried to attack the green-haired boy, who was quite calm. Izuku. You're such an idiot. He blurted out before the rooftop was surrounded by pink smoke that knocked the blonde boy down. Midnight. And here I thought I'd have to put Tsutsumi-san to sleep. The dark-haired woman appeared on the scene with an incredulous look. Kana. Well, I don't have anger control problems. She mocked the blonde boy asleep on the floor. Midnight. I didn't think Bakugo would come to confront you like this. She shook her head in disbelief. Fortunately, I was here to prevent a bigger confrontation. Kana. Yes, although I would have liked to see my little bunny in action. Smiled at Izuku, who smiled sheepishly. Midnight. Seeing them like that, makes me wanna marry them both. She thought with a smile on her face. With the days dwindling until the attack against the villains, the pressure on Izuku's shoulders seemed to increase. No matter how much he trained to exhaustion, using all his quirks, he felt completely drained, although of course no one seemed to notice, always acting strong so as not to bother or worry others. Izuku. What do you want? He asked his best friend incredulously, not believing what she said. Ochako. We think you're being too hard on yourself and that you need a break, so we'd like Tsutsumi-san to be with us tonight. She said with stunning certainty. Izuku. What? He repeated again in disbelief. Ochako. Don't pretend. She pouted, bringing the boy back to reality. Izuku. No, she's still considered a criminal and can't leave my side. He excused himself seriously. Ochako. Come on, Dekakuin, you need a moment for yourself, so you can rest properly. The green-haired boy crossed his arms somewhat angrily. Izuku. I sleep perfectly, Kana-san is my perfect pillow. He said seriously, making the brunette sigh. Ochako. Have you looked in a mirror? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Your dark circles make you look like a raccoon. Izuku. Even so, it is my duty to be by his side. He spoke with dedication. Ochako. If you're worried she might escape, don't worry, Hatsum-san gave us a device that contains Midnight Sensei's quirk, so we can stop her if necessary. She commented to calm her friend, who seemed very unsure. Besides, Aizawa-sensei assured us that he would stay outside along with other teachers to make sure she doesn't escape. She cornered Izuku with the extreme security measures provided. Izuku. No. He said more seriously. Ochako. HM. She pouted, quite annoyed with her friend. Kana. You know, I agree with her on that. Commented the bicolored girl, walking down the hallway and surprising Izuku. Izuku. But you know I can't leave you alone. He replied seriously. Kana. It'll only be one night, and they're sure they can keep me. Don't you trust your companions? She mocked the boy, who sighed. Go on, relax a little. You deserve it for everything you do. Izuku. I don't know. Something told him it wasn't a good idea for his friends to get involved with his girlfriend. Ochako. Trust us a little, Dekakuin. She complained with some indignation. Izuku. Well, If Kana-san wants. The bicolored girl and the brunette smiled excitedly. Ochako. I promise you won't regret it. She replied simply, taking the bicolored girl and disappearing up the stairs in the girls' section. Izuku. I don't know why I'm going to regret this. He murmured, completely tense. Mineta. Now. A shout was heard from who knows where as two tapes emerged from the shadows, capturing the green-haired boy. Izuku. What? He looked towards the stairs, seeing a sideways smile. Mineta. Pull. He shouted from the stairs, successfully kidnapping the green-haired boy. The plan to separate the lovebirds was in two phases. Guided by Momo, influenced by Mina, they divided into two groups that had many questions that needed to be answered, so the girls would take the woman while the boys would have a chat with the green-haired boy. Everyone would come out winning or so at first. Kana. Wow, it reminds me of my apartment. She commented, admiring the brunette's room. Except for the stuffed animals, I didn't have any of those. Ochako. Hee hee. Somewhat embarrassed, she went to her bed to hide those stuffed animals. Mina. Leave that for later, Ochako-chan, we have a lot to talk about. Without further ado, the girls of Class A gathered on the floor with many snacks while the bicolored girl took a seat on the bed. Ochako. I'm sorry if this bothers you. The bicolored girl shook her head with a smile. Kana. Prison ones are worse. She commented calmly, not believing she was there in the teen dorm room like just another girl. Tsuyu. How was it being there, Karo? The bicolored girl looked at the ceiling, carefully considering her words. She didn't want to scare them too much. Kana. Well, let's just say each day was colder than the last. I don't want to bore you with the details. The girls looked at each other with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Toru. Let's not talk about that, tell us how Midoriya-kun was in prison. It was something that had intrigued her ever since the boy arrived with the woman. Kana. What can I say? He was a cute little bunny among wolves. She commented playfully, drawing even more attention from the girls. It was fun to see him among so many idiots, it made him stand out even more. Ochako. A bunny. She murmured, overthinking it. Sounds really funny. Kana. And she was. Until she cracked one of the idiots' heads open. She said with a rather proud smile. Kyoka. Wait, what? The girls looked at each other somewhat incredulously. Momo. Did Midoriya Izuku break someone's head? She said, somewhat surprised by this. Kana. I know he seems like a calm and incredibly easygoing person who would only act that way when he was truly pushed to his limits, but prison brings out everything in you. He said calmly. Besides, it might sound a little arrogant or self-centered, but he did it for me. Which he liked 3 times more. Mina. Kia. A love story behind bars. She squealed excitedly. I want more details. She approached the woman who let out a soft laugh. Kana. It's just as she discovered them. She murmured gracefully. Kyoka. Is it true what Midoriya said about us? The woman smiled, knowing this was going to be a long one. Kirishima's room felt tense and cold. The green-haired boy had been tied up with Ciro's tape, right on his punching bag, while some of his classmates stood in front of him with a seriousness that the green-haired boy had rarely seen from them. Izuku. What the heck is wrong with them? He said, completely stunned by this. Kirishima. Yamamo told us to keep you away from the girls' meeting. He said sincerely. She knew you'd go there worried, and we're here to protect you. Izuku. Oh, come on, I never. His friends looked at him seriously. The idea never even crossed my mind. Ida. You were going to do it sooner or later, so it's better to be safe than sorry. He commented with a confident smile. Besides, Uraraka's right, you look awful lately, you need to rest. Izuku. Well, I won't be able to do it like this. He commented calmly despite being tied up. Shoto. It's for your safety. He commented while eating soba. Mineta. Forget that. We need to talk about what's most important. He shouted angrily. You did it, didn't you? The green-haired boy raised an eyebrow in confusion. Izuku. What do you mean? The purple-haired boy glared at him angrily. Mineta. Don't dodge the question. You did it, didn't you? Izuku still didn't understand him. Shoto. What do you mean? The purple-haired boy looked incredulously at the bicolored boy as if he had grown another head. Mineta. Come on, it's obvious. Midoriya and Lady Nagant obviously fucked. He shouted, revealing the boy who blushed quite a bit. Ida, Mineta-kun, that's very inappropriate. Midoriya-kun would never do that, especially knowing we're in the dorms. He scolded the dwarf, who seemed determined in his statement. Mineta. What does it matter if it's a dorm room? It's everyone's dream. To do it in secret? He retorted angrily. Ciro. I think only you want that. He commented tensely. Ida. Exactly, Midoriya-kun would never be capable of that. He spoke with complete confidence in his friend. Right. He looked at the green-haired boy who was quite red-faced. Izuku, that's not something you say out loud, you know it's private, right? He evaded the question with mastery and calm. Kirishima. Mito bro, you haven't done it, have you? He spoke tensely. Izuku. I'm not obligated to reveal details of my private life. He turned his gaze away, giving them time. Shoto. Is that a yes or a no? Because I'm getting confused. His head was starting to hurt with all this. Mineta. I'll tell you what. Before he could continue, he was sent flying into the wall by a black whip. Zero. But what? He looked at the green-haired boy who had untied himself. Friend, how? Izuku. Never leave your hands uncovered. He proudly displayed his hands. Now if you'll excuse me, it's time to vanish. He commented confidently. Ida. You're not going anywhere until. A puff of smoke billowed from his friend's body, which he used to his advantage to leave the room. Wait. The blue-haired boy left with a scolding ready for his friend about the rules to follow in a dormitory. Finally, the day had arrived, the moment to launch a massive attack on the villains and cut the problem off at the root. Principal Nizu had prepared everything for the greatest impossibilities. Everything was perfectly ready for the attack on the mountains in Daika City and Jaku General Hospital. The city would be evacuated, and specialized police forces would be ready within a kilometer of the hospital in case anything happened. Lady Nagant would even be in the city with Deku for added security. On the mountainside, they had prepared many hero agencies and a large special force ready for anything. The plan was designed to avoid any failure, and even if something bad was going to happen, the principal already had in mind how to handle things, no matter how horrible they got. Kana. How could I have let myself be convinced by this? She muttered irritably atop a building wearing camouflage clothing. Izuku. Because you want a better life. He answered beside her, observing the imposing Jaku General Hospital in the distance. Kana. Of course, it doesn't mean you'll do what I say for a month, right? She commented playfully, making the green-haired boy tense. Besides, how did the principal manage to convince the committee to let me help? Izuku. I don't think I told them. He murmured uncomfortably. Kana. Do you think he would break protocol? The green-haired boy nodded without hesitation. Izuku. Technically you're helping us with your experience, so there's no need to tell the committee about this. He commented with some tension. Kana. Legal loopholes. She let out a humorless laugh. Izuku. I understand that you feel used, and I'm sorry about that. He said with a hint of regret that touched the woman's heart. Kana. At least I'm with the fiercest bunny to protect me. She said somewhat calmly. Izuku. I won't leave you, Kana-san. He assured her seriously with a confident smile. Kana. I know. She approached the boy and sat beside him, simply admiring the scenery. You're very persistent about what you want, and to be honest, I like that. The green-haired boy just smiled contentedly at the woman. Just over half a kilometer from the hospital, the heroes waited for the opportune moment to launch their attack. Endeavor led the charge, and everyone was excited to confront the villains hiding there, though first they needed to make sure they were on the right track. They waited to see more activity before acting. Endeavor. Report. He spoke softly, looking directly at the hospital doors. We're inspecting the facilities with infrared light. One of the officers replied, looking at a thermal camera. There's something strange about one part of the mountain. Endeavor. Where does it connect to the hospital? He spoke patiently and calmly. Lower area, the morgue, he replied seriously, analyzing the structure further. There are multiple heat signatures in an internal chamber. Endeavor. Understood. He looked to Vernon beside him, who nodded without saying a word. It was time to act. Around midday the hospital was completely silent, a somewhat tense silence that everyone seemed to ignore in favor of the emergencies that happened daily. It didn't seem like anything bad until the main door opened wide and a wave of earth entered, stopping everything in its path and allowing a horde of heroes to enter the place, leaving everyone present quite confused. Mirko took the initiative, running through the hospital towards the lower level, entering the morgue and looking around the place somewhat confused. Mirko. Where the hell is the entrance? He shouted into the intercom. To your left. Replied those looking at thermal cameras. Endeavor. Mirko is waiting for reinforcements. We don't know what might be behind that door. He ordered seriously. Mirko. There's no time for that. She shouted excitedly, kicking the door open and being met with an unsettling chill. Heh. Her ears twitched with fear, a clear sign that what she was about to do wasn't a good idea. I'm going in. Without another word, she ventured deep into the villain's lair. From a distance, the green-haired boy and his girlfriend watched things unfold while listening to how things were going at the hospital. Below them, people were fleeing, terrified and confused, being guided by several heroes, and among them, he could identify his friend. Izuku. You can do it, Idakuin, he murmured excitedly. Kana. For now everything seems under control, she said, looking through binoculars. Izuku. I hope we don't have anything to do. He commented somewhat tensely. The last thing he wanted was to get into a fight. Kana. I'd also like to do nothing in this situation, but... She sighed, setting the binoculars aside. Both you and I know something bad is going to happen. Izuku. I wish I didn't have this feeling. There was something in the air that told him things were going to get ugly quickly and that it would be the worst thing he could have faced to date. Kana. The best thing is to establish a perimeter so we can act. You may be very good at close combat, but you know my best quality is at long range. She looked around, analyzing everything. Izuku. The best option is for me to use my black whips to move you from one place to another quickly. We'll prevent them from harming you, and he'll be so focused on me that he won't do anything to you. The woman smiled slightly. Kana. Do you think you can handle something this complex? It's not like training, you'll be carrying someone and you'll have to focus on your objective. Izuku smiled with some tension. Izuku. I know I can do it, I have the danger sensor too to help with that. With that the woman seemed at ease. Kana. Even so, don't be overconfident, we don't know. Before she could continue, the ground trembled and in the distance the city of Jakku witnessed madness. The city's general hospital had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, leaving only a trail of smoke that terrified most people who began to run in terror when they saw shadows moving at an abysmal speed towards the city center. Many heroes began to move to protect the civilians while others began to call for reinforcements and confront the monsters that had been unleashed. Kana. What are those? She looked through the binoculars at a thin and quite tall being. Its dark blue skin and protruding brain made her stomach churn. Izuku. Nomus. He spoke tensely, feeling his danger sense go crazy. Kana. So that's what they look like, huh? She looked at two more, having an idea of what to do. Okay, how do you want to do this? Her right arm began to transform into a weapon while her boyfriend seriously put on his metal mask. Izuku. Their bodies are extremely resistant, try to hit their joints and especially their brain, they will try to protect it at all costs. Without further ado he jumped, leaving a black whip surrounding his girlfriend who was preparing to take down all possible enemies. The profound darkness in which he found himself was about to consume him completely. Shigaraki Tamura's head was barely visible, as everything else had been consumed and adapted for his grim lord and master. He was not even able to say anything, as his entire body felt paralyzed and with the sensation of wanting to sleep in that darkness. All for one. Everything will be alright soon. He spoke from the darkness as his successor was disappearing into the darkness. Shigaraki. Very. He stopped, noticing something, or rather, sensing a feeling in the distance. Heroes. He murmured, feeling the presence of multiple heroes not far from where he was. All for one. The darkness began to move aggressively towards the successor who was starting to lose control. I suppose that's plan B, he murmured, causing the darkness to leave his student. It's time. Shigaraki. Heroes. His rage grew rapidly, unaware of what was happening outside. The city center was in complete chaos, with people trying to escape, heroes saving everyone they could, and hordes of Nomus running free trying to take down everyone they could. Amidst all this chaos, Izuku fought, moving from side to side, drawing as much attention as possible to avoid further harm. Izuku. Something's wrong. He spoke aloud, dropping a giant piece of rubble onto a Nomu. Kana. I wonder what will happen. All the monsters unleashed or the destruction of the city. She commented with a touch of humor despite the situation. Izuku. No, not that. He said, jumping to another nearby building, analyzing the Nomu he had just stopped, which had simply smashed the stone and continued destroying. The Nomus I've encountered seem smarter than the one from USJ or the ones from Hosu. Kana. Well, you're not the only one improving. I don't think they'll just stand by and watch their enemies grow stronger. Izuku. I guess. His neck felt unusually tense thanks to his quirk. He groaned in some pain. Kana. What's wrong? The green-haired boy stopped at a nearby building. He's coming, he heard the voice of one of the former bearers. Izuku. Kana, get ready, here comes the big fish. He spoke tensely. Kana. Okay, if you need any help, don't hesitate, okay. I'll be fine. The green-haired boy sighed, looking towards the cloud of smoke that used to be the general hospital. The air grew tense as a trail of destruction advanced from the remains of the hospital towards the city. The orders were clear with this trail. prevent everything in its path from being destroyed and contain it long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Endeavor rose up against Nomu while trying to lead the other heroes in this unbridled and absurd battle that went off plan. Endeavor. Everyone head towards the downtown area, keep the citizens safe. He shouted, trying to keep up with a flying Nomu, ignoring what was happening on the ground. Shigaraki stared into space as he slowly left the hidden room. His somewhat hunched and sluggish posture gave off a gloomy air, accentuated by his drooping arms, as if they were mere accessories of a toy that had run out of batteries. He didn't seem to be fully conscious and was letting go of his quirk in a monstrous way. Shigaraki. Endeavor. He murmured, half-dazed after waking up. We should hurry. He said, a little more conscious. Midoriya Izuku. He stared at a fixed point through all the smoke, taking advantage of the quirk he had stolen months ago. Heh. With a crooked smile, he leaped towards his destiny and his deepest desire. With that beast approaching, Izuku changed tactics, leaping onto the destroyed ground and waiting patiently while he let several black whips move toward the few remaining wreckage of buildings and vehicles. He didn't expect to defeat it easily. His neck felt like it was about to explode from such an enemy, which made it clear how dangerous it had become. That's why he was going to use every trick he could to give it the upper hand. Izuku. Here it comes. He said seriously, watching as a body emerged from the smoky sky at considerable speed towards his location. Shigaraki. Midoriya. He shouted with too much excitement despite not seeming to see with those eyes that looked deflected and lacking any trace of light. Izuku. Shigaraki Tamura. He murmured tensely at the crooked smile of the white-haired man who raised his arms in desire. No. All for one. Shigaraki. Come to me. He stretched further to reach him, leaving his hands quite exposed. A deep noise broke the air as a bullet crossed towards the villain's hand, who paid no attention, more focused on assimilating the green-haired hero who seemed so calm in the face of this threat. The bullet seemed to move in slow motion as it went towards its target and managed to tear apart the villain's hand, halting his deranged rampage. Shigaraki. Gah. He groaned in pain as he fell to the ground clutching what was left of his right hand. Izuku. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? He said, launching black whips to envelop him as tightly as he could. I won't let you keep destroying everything. He leaped, powered by the sash, and pulled the villain down, leaving him suspended in the air. Kana. Are you sure about this? She shouted, somewhat panicked by what was about to happen. Izuku. It's the best way I can think of to stop him. He commented seriously, watching the white-haired boy recover a little. And there isn't much time. Gathering his quirk in his legs, he soared through the skies, dragging the white-haired villain along with him. Kana. Good luck. She murmured into the intercom, too scared to admit it. Developing a strategy against Shigaraki was difficult. Initially, he didn't plan to use his quirks, he simply intended to use all his power to damage Shigaraki's joints, preventing him from moving or touching anything. However, Kana pointed out the danger of approaching someone who could end his life with a single mistake, so they considered other ways to defeat him. The idea that convinced him the most was to take the villain to the edge of the planet, something that, although at first it was a bad joke from his girlfriend, the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Without anything to touch, it would be much easier to hit him. So he developed the idea further until he reached the point of modifying his mask so that he could breathe with relative ease at the absurd height to which he wanted to take the battle. Shigaraki. Strange. He thought, his gaze lost, no longer feeling pain in his hand. Is it hate? Respect? Liking? He questioned everything as he was simply pulled by his nemesis, merely watching the green-haired boy who emanated green light and a feeling of anger. It's not just him. He could see it, various shadows behind the boy propelling something he didn't quite understand. Izuku. I need to go faster. I need to. His danger sensor activated again, slowing his ascent for a second. What? He looked down to make sure the villain was still tied up. Watch out, he heard from inside his head just in time to avoid a blow from Shigaraki, who moved absurdly fast, trying to touch him with his remaining hand. Shigaraki. Don't think I'll let you go that easily. He smiled maniacally, slightly frightening the green-haired man who tightened his black whips around the white-haired man, preparing for a tough battle. The city was in total chaos, buildings destroyed and Nomus unleashed. Bakugo and Shoto were quite focused on saving as many people as possible on Endeavor's orders, although both were quite in agreement with entering the battle given that the number one hero was putting himself in too much danger and all the heroes who were focusing on attacking seemed to be at their limit. Katsuki. This is stupid. He complained, flying over an area of collapsed buildings searching for survivors. Shoto. You should be looking for something, not complaining. He commented while making an ice rink to save a couple of people. Katsuki. Shut the hell up. We're wasting time when. Before they could continue arguing, they both felt a tremor beneath their feet that caused even more destruction around them. Shoto. What was that? He looked around, somewhat confused. Katsuki. TSK. We're missing the fight. He was about to dash off to fight when a blinding light appeared in the sky, stopping him in his tracks. What the hell was that? He rubbed his eyes, somewhat dazed. Shoto came from above, he pointed out while trying to keep his eyes open. Katsuki. What the hell is going on here? He muttered, looking up and tensing up instantly. But what? He spoke with total disbelief and a hint of fear. Shoto. Midoriya. He said, as incredulous as the blonde boy was about what was happening in the sky. In a single movement by Shigaraki, the clouds had disappeared, leaving a perpetual blue all around him. Even Izuku was thrown some distance from him by such a strong, sudden burst of power. If it weren't for his black whips and his quick action, he would surely have lost his arm, or at least a little. Izuku. That was close. He looked towards the villain who seemed calmer floating in the sky. Shigaraki. Midoriya Izuku. He smiled sinisterly, writhing. You have something that belongs to me. He spoke with too much emotion for just being the Shigaraki Izuku knew. Izuku. This is wrong. He thought, his neck aching terribly. What should I do? If I let him descend, he could destroy everything. I'll have backup, but it would be dangerous. Shigaraki. Come here. He extended his good arm, stretching his fingers towards the hero who, using his quirk, moved a little further away. Izuku. I don't have much time to think. He seriously advanced confidently, avoiding as much as possible all the strange ribbons that the villain threw. With his nerves on edge, the green-haired man moved through the sky with great speed, thinking about his next move and analyzing the situation as best as possible. They weren't on the ground, so the destruction would be kept to a minimum. He just had to avoid as many attacks as he could and manage to get higher, confident that the lack of oxygen would stop him. Izuku. I wonder if. In a risky move he moved a little closer, releasing a giant smoke screen hiding his presence for a few seconds. Shigaraki. You think that helps you? I can see you perfectly. He turned, looking in the hero's direction. The only thing you've accomplished by climbing so high is condemning yourself. He extended his arm, releasing more black ribbons from his entire arm. Izuku. You think so? The villain was still smiling, believing he had the upper hand, when the boy disappeared into thin air. Shigaraki. Huh? Before the search quirk activated, he felt a blow to his right side. The bones in his right arm, along with his ribs, shattered, and one even punctured a lung with just that kick. The green-haired man wasn't holding back at all. Izuku. Even Ragdoll had problems with his quirk. Even if you steal it and know the superficial aspects, you can't use them all at 100%. He said seriously, watching the villain vomit some blood. Shigaraki. You're not. Very. Different. He spoke with difficulty, feeling his body twist as it tried to heal itself. Izuku. He doesn't have very good control over his regeneration. I can use that. He disappeared into thin air again with a crazy idea in mind. Shigaraki. Heh. With a crooked smile and believing he had the boy, he preemptively activated the search, believing he could touch the boy, feeling his presence on his back. I've got you. He extended his hand to grab him by the neck but was met by a set of badly tangled black whips. Ha! Izuku. I've got you. A whip from the other side ended up in the villain's abdomen. Pulling hard, Izuku threw the villain further upwards, creating more space between them. On the ground, Endeavor was in a rather difficult situation with the Nomus that had left the hospital. They had managed to get the people to safety and could now launch a counterattack with everything they had. Although the students should have been helping the wounded and not actively fighting, he allowed his son and his friend to enter the battle given the few reinforcements they had. Endeavor. Where's Deku? He asked as he unleashed a burst of flame at two rather resilient Nomus. Kana took the target upstairs. He commented over the intercom with some tension. Endeavor. Where are you, Nagant? He asked tensely, not wanting to leave her alone. Kana. I'm keeping an eye on your son and the Pomeranian. She replied coldly. Endeavor. Where are they? He asked, tense and fearful. Kana. Don't worry, they know what they're doing. She said, admiring them both from afar. By the way, watch your back. Endeavor. Huh? He turned around, seeing a Nomu approaching. He let out another burst of flames in irritation. You could have fired. He scolded the bicolored girl who didn't seem to care. Kana. Well, I'm forbidden from firing without my assigned guardian, and unfortunately for both of us, he's battling among the few remaining clouds. On the other end of the intercom, the redhead sighed irritably. This was going to take a while. Although he was confident of winning, Shigaraki was constantly being beaten by the green-haired hero who was being merciless in battle, using absurd speed and constantly confusing the search quirk with his whips, which was starting to be irritating to say the least. Shigaraki. This is strange. He murmured, quite dazed from the number of blows he had received. I don't just feel anger towards you. He smiled at nothing, waiting for the next blow. I'm too excited. His body began to convulse violently. Izuku. That's not good. He took a step back, preparing to flee if necessary. Shigaraki. Let's continue this. Just a little longer. He gasped before his body began to mutate grotesquely in all directions. Izuku. But what? Hands, feet, eyes, mouths, blades, everything was coming out unconsciously and disproportionately, as if it wanted to go after him. Shigaraki. Come here. Midoriya Izuku. He called from all sides, startling the green-haired boy. Izuku. How do I get out of here? Looked around somewhat fearfully. Calm down, came a voice from inside him, startling Izuku. Breathe and take a good look at the situation. The green-haired boy did as he was told, letting out a slow sigh. Izuku. He doesn't seem to be able to see with either eye. Although that doesn't matter, he can detect me with his search. He looked around, getting a better look at the things he'd let slip. Is it uncontrollable? He murmured to himself, some idea forming. But I'm not fast enough, and FA Gene won't give me enough speed. Don't worry, the gearshift can give you what you need, although I don't know if you can control it that fast, he said, sounding somewhat tense and making the green-haired boy hesitate. Izuku. Not that I have any other options. How does it work? He asked the wielder, who sighed inwardly. This was getting more and more interesting. With the mansion under siege, Dabi had to act quickly to meet with Shigaraki, which was the priority. He also had to take care of Toga, who wasn't fully healed. Many were already acting to stop the heroes, but he knew they wouldn't last long. They had to leave and take everything important with them. Dabi. Where's that damn giant when you need him? He muttered, running through the corridors looking for the army hacker. This is definitely Hawk's fault. He continued muttering, running through the corridors, watching as everything slowly fell into perpetual silence. Where did everyone go? He said, completely irritated. He kept running around looking for the people he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible, but no matter how much he searched, there seemed to be no one there. It was a ghost town, and the worst part was that he could hear the heroes getting closer and closer. Things looked very horrible. Skeptic. Dabi. He shouted, emerging from a rather destroyed area with fear. Dabi. You were there, where are the others? He asked, sounding very tense. Skeptic. Most of them fighting heroes, thankfully they haven't made it here. He said while dusting his suit. It's best to escape. Dabi. We agree on that, but I need your skills. He said with a smile, if the heroes were going to fall, they would come with them. Skeptic. I can't do anything, he shouted irritably. Someone unleashed an electromagnetic pulse and deactivated everything, he revealed indignantly. The worst part is that because of the attack, we can't access the internal generators. I don't know who's behind this, but it's a clever rat. He muttered angrily. Dabi. TSK. This was worse than I thought. Do you think the power can be restored? Skeptic. I don't have enough time. He complained, irritated and fearful. Dabi. There's no other way. He let out an irritated sigh. Let's get out of here, we have to escape. Skeptic. For the first time you've said something that makes sense. He walked following the dark-haired man with some fear. Dabi. Where are Twice, Compress, and Spinner? He spoke coldly, heading deeper into the tunnels. Skeptic. I don't know. I don't even know where my teammates are. He said seriously. Dabi. Oh God. He muttered irritably, this was sinking too fast. Never mind, we have to go, regroup where the doctor is. Without another word, they both continued on their way, trying to survive. His body felt quite tense, his organs were burning, but he had managed to avoid Shigaraki in the blink of an eye, too fast for his superhuman reaction time. It was what he needed, but from what he could feel, the cost was quite high. Izuku. The last quirk. He breathed heavily, trying to calm himself. It's pretty good. But how does its recoil work? He looked at Shigaraki, who was returning all the mutation he had released with incredible speed. I don't have much time to figure it out. He launched himself again at the villain, having a couple of ideas to avoid damage to his body. Shigaraki. Stop resisting. He shouted, flying towards the green-haired boy who disappeared again in the blink of an eye. That won't work. He began to convulse again, doing the same to avoid the boy when he was enveloped in black whips. Izuku, without saying anything, he tightened his grip as the white-haired boy used his hand trying to tear off the whips. What do I do? He thought seriously as he flew higher. Shigaraki. Stop that. He abruptly halted the climb and extended his hand, causing him to convulse. Izuku. That's bad. He muttered, extending his hand, which began to launch black whips that joined together as red energy surrounded them. How I practiced. In a burst of power, a black spear was fired at the villain, who ended up without his left arm. Shigaraki. Gah. Ha 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 ha. Laughed with great excitement from the fight. Izuku. I don't know what's going through his head, but it's pretty terrifying. He muttered before launching more whips, abruptly halting the arm's regeneration. Shigaraki. Are you trying to kill me, hero? He questioned the green-haired boy, who stopped for a second. Heh. Smiling macabrely, he quickly escaped his grasp, looking at a surprised Izuku. Let's keep fighting, Midoriya. He launched himself at the green-haired boy again, who moved away upwards. Izuku. If you want my quirk so badly, then come and get me. The white-haired boy smiled, following the hero, not caring much about the altitude that was starting to affect his body. As they climbed higher, it was clear that the white-haired boy couldn't keep up. His body wasn't fully adapted to such a high altitude, so he began to wobble the higher he climbed. Izuku knew it was time to act and end it all once and for all. Izuku. Gear shift. With a somewhat strange flick of his wrist in the air. Let's see if it's what I think it is. With a poorly released gust of wind, Izuku disappeared into thin air. Shigaraki. Again. He commented, feeling the lack of oxygen. Don't think you have. With terrifying speed, Izuku connected a punch to the villain's chest, breaking his ribs and destroying his lungs with an ease that few quirks granted. Izuku. No time to respond. He murmured before disappearing again, leaving the villain to compose himself for at least a moment. Shigaraki. Why am I unable to hate him? A strange question that crossed his mind as his lungs returned to their place and his bones reassembled. What is? He blurted out, bleeding, unable to comprehend his own thoughts. Izuku. It works to keep the black whips in place to prevent recoil, but it's not perfect yet. He glanced at the villain, who seemed ready to continue. Now. Let's see the limits. He returned to his starting position, disappearing instantly. Shigaraki. It's. His mind seemed to flicker, recalling that quirk. The one that followed him. He murmured, recognizing the quirk. Izuku. Something changed. He murmured, feeling the sensor hit the back of his neck. Shigaraki. Heh. I think I know how it works. He stared off into space, smiling. Izuku. This is bad. Without further ado, he continued circling the villain, who advanced downwards, trying to change the situation when he was caught by a whip and thrown upwards again. Shigaraki. No matter what you do, I'm not going to faint. He announced excitedly, extending his right arm, which had just regenerated. Izuku. I'm not trying to knock you out. He whispered directly in the villain's ear, who felt a pang of fear at those words. I just wanted some time. Without another word, he vanished again, leaving the villain confused. Shigaraki. That didn't sound like him. He thought fearfully. He was different from the green-haired boy he had faced before. Something's different. He looked around, desperately searching for Izuku. Where? He murmured, activating the search. Izuku. Too slow. Sounded from above, and when he looked, the green-haired boy was too close, his fist pressed against his chest. In the blink of an eye, Izuku began their descent. With that blow, he launched black whips that caught the white-haired boy's limbs on the way down, while Shigaraki's chest was destroyed and his back gave way from the speed Izuku applied. In less than 2 minutes, they were already reaching the ground. Shigaraki. I can't regenerate. He thought fearfully, without a second to use his quirks. Izuku. You think I'll let you die, don't you? He said with a coldness that surprised the white-haired boy. I'm sorry, but that's easy. Death is too easy for someone like you. At the last second before slamming him to the ground, he stopped abruptly, breaking the villain's bones, who was shocked by the boy's actions. You deserve eternal punishment. He spoke with a cold seriousness that made the atmosphere chilly. His head was spinning, he felt the voices accumulating deep in his mind and desperately trying to drag him to who knows where. He couldn't even remember what he was doing before he fainted. All for one. No. This shouldn't happen. He commented with some bitterness deep in his mind. Shigaraki-sensei. He murmured, feeling the darkness dragging his dying body away. Monster, spoke a deep voice that the white-haired man recognized well. Shigaraki. Dad? He asked, staring into space. Little brother, spoke a much more cheerful voice that left the villain cold. Shigaraki. Sister. Now he was scared, he started looking desperately around. Where are you? He started walking through that darkness, ignoring everything. All for one. Shimura Tenko. He murmured from deep within, trying to absorb the white-haired boy who resisted, confused by hearing his sister's voice. Things were calming down after that hospital explosion. Although the Nomus were a rather inconvenient problem to fight, they were slowly beginning to be overtaken by the strategies of the heroes who were slowly defeating them. Many tried to escape, but it was impossible. They were all defeated and their leader half dead, locked between black whips and pressure handcuffs quite well adjusted on his seemingly inert body. Endeavor. Deku, to your left. The redhead shouted to the boy, who quickly turned around and threw a Nomu towards the rubble of a building, crushing it in the process. Izuku. This is non-stop. He sighed, trying to stay strong, but his body was crying out for rest. Kana. Believe me, there's not much time left. She spoke through the intercom, making Izuku smile. Izuku. You're right. What would you like to eat, Kana-san? He began to speak calmly to his girlfriend as everything seemed to return to normal. Kana. Oh, are you going to cook? She asked with excessive interest. Izuku. You know I can't cook. He complained with a small pout. Kana. Well, you know what? She stopped mid-joke, confusing Izuku. Izuku. Kana-san. He asked with some concern. Kana. Go to where Shigaraki is now. She ordered seriously, which frightened the green-haired boy. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired man appeared near officers who watched with some fear and not quite knowing what to do as the villain writhed while seemingly mutating among his handcuffs that slowly jumped out of place while hands, feet, fingers, bones, blades, cannons and more emerged uncontrollably from his dying body. What is that? A police officer backed away in fear. Izuku. Everyone back off. He shouted as he went to the front to try and do something. Inside Shigaraki, things were spiraling out of control for All for One. His extreme desire to destroy everything was becoming too much for him to handle, given the incomplete nature of the absorption process. This need to destroy was breaking down the mental barriers All for One had erected to prevent himself from going insane or becoming deformed due to his multiple quirks, and sadly for him, it had managed to access a memory that was difficult for Shigaraki to process. Shigaraki. Dad. He murmured, watching his father chat quite comfortably with a rather young All for One. Sensei. He spoke, confused. What is this? His voice hardened as everything in his mind trembled with the boy's rage. All for One. It's nothing you should worry about. The memory dissolved on the ground as his master's head grotesquely emerged from the floor. It's time to rest, everything will be alright soon. He tried in vain to control his successor, who glared at him resentfully. Shigaraki. What's going on? He muttered, taking an angry step forward. Why is everything so confusing? He shouted, unaware that his feet were slowly being consumed by the living mass that was his master. All for One. Oh, do you really think what happened was just bad luck? That you awakened a devastating quirk and killed your family? The gigantic head, which was growing larger by the minute, uttered with a disturbing smile. Shigaraki. It was you. He spoke, feeling the betrayal in his body. All for One. Finding Shimura Nana's son was quite a challenge, but I managed it. He smiled as the living mass grabbed the white-haired man by the arms, trying to pull him deeper into the villain's mind. When I discovered he had you, I saw the perfect opportunity. An ironic twist of fate, your father was a useless fool who was overconfident in his ability to fix your quirk, which so closely resembled his mother's. How naive. With a twisted smile, he watched as the white-haired man was slowly consumed by him. Shigaraki. Then it was your fault. He whispered, about to be consumed by his master. All for One. Consider whatever you want. You're just another pawn in this game, Shimura Tenko. He smiled at his successor, who didn't seem comfortable with this. Shigaraki. You. Damned. With a thunderous scream, the white-haired man unleashed an earthquake that the villain did not expect. That mass of flesh and blood that was consuming him began to crack and rot at the same time. All for One. This shouldn't be happening. He commented with disbelief in his voice, something unusual for him. What are you doing? The white-haired man took a step, unleashing a wave of destruction that split his head in two. What are you doing? He stepped back a little, as this was getting out of control. Shigaraki. You were supposed to be my hero. The one who saved me when I needed it most, and yet. A bloodlust filled the air as things shattered and turned blood red. You're as rotten as this society. Without another word, he lunged at his master, trying to kill him. All for One. Stop. Bodies began to emerge from his deformed mass to slow down the white-haired man, who seemed unstoppable. Don't you see you're destroying yourself? Shigaraki. You think I care, he shouted, systematically destroying all the bodies and advancing towards his master. If I leave, you'll come with me, Sensei. With a rather twisted smile, he lunged at his master, ready to destroy everything. Shigaraki's body began to grow and grow until at some point the entire mass began to devour itself, destroying itself and using all the quirks at the same time. The officers didn't know what to do, and the heroes were ready to do whatever was necessary to stop the villain if needed, but at the last minute, before anyone could launch an attack or do anything, the amorphous mass that was Shigaraki Tamura stabilized before retracting into itself. Not in a uniform or controlled way, it simply seemed to dissolve, leaving a sea of flesh, blood, eyes, mouths, fingers, and bones that seemed to have no form. Endeavor. What just happened? Murmured the confused mass of flesh that didn't seem to be moving. Is Ryukyu dead? The dragon asked incredulously, watching, waiting for anything to happen. Pixie Bob. It seems so. She answered tensely and anxiously. Izuku. I'm going to check. He said fearlessly, approaching the body. Endeavor. Wait, Deku. He shouted, afraid something was wrong, but he was completely ignored. Izuku. This is strange. What happened? He stood to the side of the mass, tense. Nothing was moving. Some of the multiple eyes were closed, others completely lifeless. No activity, he shouted into the air, making most of the heroes sigh. They had won. It sounded too good to be true, an ideal dream from which he didn't want to wake up. Perhaps he had died in the attack and was now in perfect paradise, although it wouldn't explain why his body felt so tense and exhausted. He looked around and it seemed the other heroes shared that feeling. He glanced towards a nearby building, seeing his girlfriend who looked just as surprised as the others. Endeavor. I don't know what we're waiting for, start cleaning. He ordered, bringing everyone back to reality. Deku, go do your duty. He ordered, nodding towards the nearby building. Izuku. Of course. Without another word, he jumped towards his astonished girlfriend while everyone else began searching for survivors and moving the wreckage left by the Nomas, while news helicopters watched everything. Kana-san. He shouted when he got close enough. Kana. Izuku. She said with a tender smile as Izuku stopped in front of her, floating just enough to be face to face. Izuku. I did it. Smiled at the woman who let out a small laugh. Kana. You did it, little bunny. She commented teasingly, which made the boy feel proud. In fact, you did very well. She smiled slightly, making the boy tense up. Izuku. Kana-san. The bicolored girl took a step forward, looking quite intimidating to the boy. Kana. Perhaps you deserve a nice reward. She commented in a rather suggestive tone that made him tremble. Something special. She blurted out mockingly. Izuku. Well. He murmured, feeling himself turn red with embarrassment as the woman simply kissed his cheek. Huh? The woman smiled somewhat sadly. Kana. I'm just kidding, now that this is over, you know very well what will happen. She said sadly, making Izuku tense. If everything is resolved now, I have no more reason to be out of Tartarus. It was nice while it lasted. She commented sadly. Izuku. Kana-san. He murmured sadly. Kana. I admit you were the best experience I've ever had, but let's be realistic, the moment I go back to prison I won't get out, so. She said, her voice breaking, unwilling to continue the sentence. Izuku. No, he said in a whisper barely audible to the bicolored girl. Kana. Ha. I don't think you understand. I'm saying that. The green-haired boy shook his head seriously. Izuku. I'm not going to break up with you, Kana-san. It's not something either of us wants. He said seriously, which confused the bicolored girl. Kana. Come on, be realistic, you have a great life ahead of you, you'll surely find someone much younger than. The green-haired man took her hands, removing his mask and looking very seriously at the bicolored girl. Izuku. I don't care about anyone, only you, Kana-san. He said seriously. And if I have to break into a prison every time I want to see you, I won't hesitate. He stated seriously. Although of course I'd prefer not to. He smiled with a rather dazzling tenderness. I won't abandon you, Kana-san, no matter what I have to do, I'll make this work. Kana. Why can't things ever be easy with you? She murmured with a tender smile and glassy eyes on the verge of tears. Izuku. The things that are worthwhile aren't easy. He replied with a smile, causing the woman to rush forward and hug Izuku. Kana-san. Kana. Thank you. She whispered before taking his face in her hands and planting a kiss on his cheek, which was filmed by news cameras who admired the moment, as did everyone else watching. Aizawa always had trouble with his students, usually with family issues or typical teenage antics, but this was getting beyond him. It wasn't the first time one of his students had been in a romantic relationship, and honestly, in those cases, he didn't mind as long as they did their jobs, but his green-haired student was proving to be a major problem. Perhaps he should have taught him how to handle a relationship with someone from the heroic world, perhaps he should have warned him not to do anything romantic while on duty, or perhaps he shouldn't have accepted the principal's crazy idea and instead left Izuku out of it. Perhaps that way he wouldn't have to be suffering facing the reporters who showed up at UA looking for the scoop on the young hero and the infamous assassin. Izuku, I'm so sorry this happened, he said sheepishly to the principal, who was smiling with amusement at everything that was going on. I didn't see the helicopters. Nizu. Without a doubt, young Midoriya, it's a true pleasure to see your school life progressing in more ways than one. He began with a smile that his student didn't seem to share. Thanks to the fact that your relationship with Miss Tsutsumi was revealed, it somewhat mitigated the impact of something much bigger. Izuku. Oh yeah. He said incredulously. Nizu. As you know, we haven't captured all the villains who were part of the League of Villains. We're still searching for stragglers, and some of them have been spreading rather sensitive information about Endeavor and certain other matters. While we expected a critical impact on the trust we project to the audience, they find it more interesting to see you with Miss Tsutsumi. Izuku. I understand. He spoke, quite surprised and confused. Nizu. Not only that revelation they made showed a side the Hero Commission doesn't want me to see, so they've asked me to help improve the situation. He spoke with utmost ease, unaware that Izuku was quite lost in all of this. As such, this scoop won't last, and when it's over, all eyes will be on the commission, so to soften the blow, I'm obliged to do something that directly affects him. Izuku. What do you plan to do, Principal? The mouse smiled with great excitement. Manipulating situations had always been extremely stimulating for him. Nizu. As far as we know, Lady Nagant is dating a student hero. My plan is to use that narrative and expand upon it, showing how a hero's kind heart can change even the most ruthless assassin. I plan to tell the truth and how things are improving. The commission has no choice but to accept if they want to maintain power. He commented with a somewhat terrifying smile. Izuku. Am I a symbol of improvement now? He asked, somewhat confused. Nizu. If you want to see it that way. He commented with a grin. That's why it's necessary for Lady Nagant to remain visible, showing the change she demonstrated during the battle. Izuku. Does that mean? He said with a rather cheerful smile. Nizu. Of course, she'll still have to answer for her crimes, so she'll remain under my supervision, and yours too, of course. Izuku stood up, quite animated. Do you think she'll accept being a sort of substitute teacher? He commented mockingly. Izuku. I don't think she'll like it very much. He said, still with a rather silly smile. The prison felt colder than usual. His cell, though exactly the same as always, now lacked something essential, something that no matter how much he longed for it, was simply not there. He lay back on his cold, uncomfortable bed, comparing it inconsistently to those arms that had brought him so much warmth. Kana. This will be difficult. She murmured, trying to control herself. She had only been back for a little over 2 hours and felt completely uncomfortable. Tsutsumi Kana. A guard spoke calmly, startling the woman. Up. Kana. The woman obeyed the order, somewhat confused. What's going on? Just stay still and get out of your cell. He said with relative calmness, which was very strange for the woman. Let's go. They walked in a somewhat tense silence for the bicolored girl. She thought about everything that could happen, from a quiet execution to being locked up somewhere else as a kind of punishment for leaving Tartarus. She was quite sure that her life ended here since they were not on their way to the interrogation rooms. She could only think about the green-haired boy and how sad he would feel when he inevitably found out. Outside. The guard ordered calmly, so the bicolored girl simply opened the door, expecting a bullet to her head, and closed her eyes fearing the worst. Izuku. Kana-san, shouted the green-haired boy, quite animated, hugging his girlfriend. Kana. Huh? She slowly opened her eyes, feeling warmth spread through her body. Izuku. She looked up, meeting the gaze of Izuku who had used his quirk to give her a better hug. Izuku. I told you I'd figure it out. Smiled at the woman who felt like crying. Kana. You're really crazy. She blurted out with a smile. What's your mission now, little bunny? She asked with absurd happiness. Izuku. To make you the happiest woman in the whole world. He whispered, stealing a kiss from his girlfriend. Kana. I like the sound of that. She continued kissing her boyfriend, feeling like she could handle anything from now on. While many might criticize their relationship and many would hate him for what he does, Izuku had enough strength to defend himself and his wife from everything that might come. She gazed out the window with profound calm. From there, the city was perfectly visible. It wasn't an ostentatious or luxurious apartment, just the bare necessities to begin this new chapter. It seemed like only yesterday she'd started at UA, and now, a little over a year after graduating, she was beginning her adult life. She had a very promising future ahead of her. Kana. I already put up the pictures your mom sent, and maybe her cookies won't be there. She commented as she entered the room, seeing her boyfriend staring blankly into space. Are you okay? Izuku. Perfect. I just feel like I'm dreaming. He commented with a small smile. It seems like it was just yesterday that I took the UA entrance exam and now I'm here, about to work at a hero agency alongside the most fantastic woman in the world. Kana. Years go by and you still have a silver tongue. She sighed before approaching the green-haired boy who took her in a warm hug. Izuku. You're tired, aren't you? The bicolored girl nodded calmly. Kana. I miss it when you're smaller than me. She murmured, settling into his arms. Izuku. I'll say it again, it wasn't my fault I got caught in the middle of that villain attack. He said with a grin. Kana. Yes, but you don't want to solve that. She commented with some anger that made Izuku tense up. Izuku. Well, I just enjoy having you in my hands. He flirted with a lopsided smile, leaving his girlfriend speechless. Kana. Wow. Someone wants to play, huh? She commented playfully, clinging tighter to her boyfriend. Izuku. Maybe we should take this to our room. He whispered against her lips. Kana. Maybe. She whispered back, about to kiss him. It's a shame that a certain boy has to get up early tomorrow and we have to look after a preteen. She kissed him on the cheek and got out of the comfort of the green-haired boy's arms. Izuku. That was cruel. He muttered angrily. Kana. I'm sorry, Nova Hunter, but tomorrow you have to make your debut as a hero and take care of Eri all day. That's what you promised Aizawa. Izuku let out a disappointed sigh. Izuku. It's not fair. He murmured, following his girlfriend who seemed to be very amused by the situation. Kana. Come on, let's make something to eat, okay? The green-haired boy nodded, following his girlfriend towards the kitchen. The debut of a hero happened almost daily, it was normal for them to appear and reveal themselves. However, this particular new hero was generating a lot of buzz. Many knew him, as he had been quite relevant since his first year, embroiled in several controversies. The main one was his relationship with the assassin and now exemplary teacher, Lady Nagant. Many over these 4 years had tried to discredit the masterful achievement of transforming a villain and murderer into a teacher at UA. Many pointed the finger at the boy, accusing him of various nonsense, from being seduced to mind control. While this affected him considerably in his first year, things were resolved in his second year when Principal Nizu revealed a great deal about the green-haired boy's abilities. Many were surprised to learn what Izuku had done in his first year, and things changed considerably. From that moment on, the green-haired boy became one of the most anticipated heroes to appear in the world. Many agencies had already set their sights on him, ready for the moment when they could recruit such a promising talent into their ranks. In his final year, his visibility increased due to the internships that gave him more to talk about, a fire to solve, a kidnapping at a house, and even a case in which he had to stop Endeavor himself, who had been the victim of a puppet control quirk. It was quite a feat that brought him more agencies after him. Now that he had graduated, he spent a good few months before accepting an offer he liked. He used mountains of paperwork to determine what would be best for him. Although he received some teasing from his girlfriend due to his indecisiveness, he finally accepted an offer in Tokyo from a fairly diverse agency that would allow him to travel all over the country. Are you ready, Midoriya? One of his classmates asked, quite excited to see what the new kid could do. Izuku. Yes, sir. He said as he put on his metal mask. Well, because this won't be easy at all. She said with a smile, aware that crazy things were always happening in the city. The news was exploding with the debut of the hero Deku in Tokyo. Many cameras were on everything the boy did, praising the way he quickly solved things. It was something that caused a certain pride in Kana, who was in charge of bringing Eri to her new home from the bullet train station where she would arrive with Aizawa. Aizawa. Thank you for taking care of her. He murmured as he handed the woman a backpack. Kana. You know you can trust me and Izuku. She smiled at the little girl who came to hug her. Hello little weapon. She said teasingly to the girl who smiled tenderly. Eri. Hi Aunt Kana. She said with a smile. Where's Deku? She looked around for the green-haired boy. Aizawa, Eri, do you remember I was starting work today? The girl opened her eyes in surprise, she had completely forgotten. Oh my god. She sighed as the white-haired girl smiled sheepishly. Kana. Come on, don't expect her to remember everything, she's entering adolescence, it's normal for her mind to wander. The dark-haired man shook his head irritably. That said, you'd better not lose your head over boys because it's pretty certain that a certain hero will become terrifying. Eri. I don't think about boys. She complained childishly while pouting. Izuku. Thank goodness it's like this. He said from behind both women. Eri. Deku. She ran towards the boy who gave her a big hug. Aizawa. Did they let you leave early on your first day? He questioned the green-haired boy, fearing that he had run away. Izuku. No, they said they didn't have much to do, so they sent a couple home. He took the white-haired girl's hand as his girlfriend approached. Kana. You'd better, because if you don't. She clung to the green-haired boy's arm with a flirty smile. I'd have to punish you. Izuku. I'm not a kid anymore, Kana-san. He whispered against her lips. Eri. Hey, don't get all mushy. She complained angrily. Kana. Sorry Eri, you know he's quite the ladies' man. She winked at Izuku, who rolled his eyes playfully. Eri. I'll forgive you if you buy me an ice cream. The woman laughed and took her hand. Kana. Let's go, let the two of them talk. Without another word, they both walked away, leaving the teacher and student to talk in peace. Aizawa. Try not to overload yourself with work. He spoke seriously to his student, who smiled tensely. Izuku. I'll do it, sensei. The black-haired boy sighed, shaking his head. Aizawa. Now we're colleagues. The green-haired boy shook his head. Izuku. That doesn't change the fact that you were a great teacher to me. The black-haired boy retreated into his bandages, smiling to himself. Aizawa. You did very well. He murmured, turning around, feeling proud of his student. Izuku. Thank you for letting me do so many crazy things. He bowed to his teacher, who smiled broadly. Aizawa. Go with them before the media surrounds them. Izuku walked away, leaving the teacher alone. You're a source of pride, Midoriya. Without another word, he walked away to leave. This is how the story is told of one of the country's most promising heroes, who against all odds, by doing the craziest things, did what was necessary to improve the world one day at a time. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care. What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku met Lady Nagant early, and married her. Taken to the most secure prison in the country, the villains thought they had gotten away with it. Without this troublesome hero, Japan would be as easy to conquer as stealing candy from a child without understanding the magnitude of what they had done and how dangerous it was to leave him there. Much more so than if he were out on the outside. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Welp, with that out, let's get into the story. Walking through the cold corridors, he could only think about everything that had happened in such a short time. After all he had done, all the sacrifices, all the effort for nothing, in the end he was cast aside like a dirty criminal for something he hadn't done. He was left with nothing but a feeling of sadness that could be seen from miles away. Get in there. With considerable force, the guard threw him into his cell and sealed the entrance with the energy mesh so characteristic of Tartarus prison. Rot in there, you little bastard. Without another word, the guard withdrew, leaving him quite exhausted. Izuku. This is unfair. He murmured, leaning back against the wall and staring at the ceiling. Fortunately, it wasn't too low down, and he had a bed and a sort of bathroom, so he wasn't in the worst possible situation. Mom, I hope you okay. He murmured again, lost in his